Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Tuesday edition. What is going on? We are a few minutes early because, I had to make sure that everything was going to go well starting the show, and it looks like we're back, baby. Let's go. All right, so we have the horizontal back up and running. I knew that there was just something wonky going on with the OBS, so we got it back. What up, Bryant Frankfurt? How you doing, brother? Bryant, thank you for checking in during the this space, man. I really appreciate that. Also, man, I appreciate the fact that you keep giving me updates on what's going on in Tennessee, and it seems like there's some good news, man. I'm really happy that that friend of yours ended up getting that was it a council position? What exactly, what seat was that? Because, it's pretty cool. I definitely want to encourage people to get out there and run for your local offices, especially if you have uncontested seats. I know that it's easy for me to sit here and say this, so I've been thinking more about it. I have to figure out a way around some of this stuff. Yo, what up, Fire Fist? Good to see you, buddy. But I was just about to say, the only problem with me doing any city council positions is essentially doxing myself. So I really got to be, I got to be careful with that. So county, a county position is what I'm. Oh, county. Oh, there we go. County Commission, District 3. Nice. Joyce Corner is running unopposed as a Democrat. That's freaking awesome, man. That gives me a little bit of hope. So, if you guys did not catch my This Space show, I went pretty in depth on this whole Senate race, the congressional race. Wow, I'm starting my show swimmingly today. But I talked a lot about Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, my feelings towards her. We watched the Fox 32 debate where they platformed 6 of the top contenders. I gotta say, man, I'm very, very interested to see what happens. But when you're dealing with extreme ideologies, every time that you eliminate one, you create 10 more. Is it the problem? And again, I pose the question, how do you eliminate an ideology? You can't. You have to let it essentially become so unpopular that it just dies out, right? Isn't that how most of those old ideologies kind of just went the way of the dinosaur? No, for real. Because, think about that. Because this idea about combating ideologies, at some point, you're always going to have somebody, then doing the devil's advocate thing. Then you got people who can't think for themselves that just want to, be followers, which, you got to admit, there's a lot of people like that. The worst type is when you have followers that think they're leaders. and that kind of sucks. Hey, I can't stay, but I wanted to make sure you are being very weather aware. Panic the bum. Yeah, no, I am. I'm very, very weather aware. Yeah, we have flood warnings and hail warnings in my area, so it's going to suck. It's just going to suck. They literally said one of the main things that we have to watch out for is basement flooding. I'm just like, okay, what am I supposed to do about that now? I got 2 sub pumps, so hopefully, knock on wood, those kick in. But also, I have a pool pump that, just in case, I have it ready. Actually, you know what? I should probably go hook that up when I have a little time for a break here. I just thought about that. I need to go plug that in, because just in case, we can get the water out, but yeah, I'm a little worried, but we'll see. We'll see. I've been out doing stuff all day, and I just got home. You're so sleepy. Oh man, that sucks. Thorns Dutchy, what up, dude? Welcome to the show. You are going to be getting tornado watch here shortly. Most aggressive tornado setup I have seen in Illinois. You've ever seen in Illinois? This was in central Illinois, I thought, though, because like most of the warnings that I've seen were just south of the city. So, yeah, because like the tornado, you know what? Here, fuck it. Let's take a look. You guys know me. You guys know that I don't mind fucking with the weather here and taking a look. See? Let's see. Oh, come on. Where are these weather channels? They got to be live. I mean, if this is one of the most aggressive... You know what? Fuck it. Let's go here. He is not live. Okay. 9 hours ago. What? Oh, yeah, he is live. Right? Yep. Livingston County, Illinois. Livingston County, where the fuck is that? That seems like it's really south. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you for the heads up, though. Appreciate that. Once in a lifetime possibility. Great, great, great. I was so excited. Things are awesome. You should check out the Charles Cook podcast. He has been interviewing the county commissioners here in town. It's a very right-wing leaning podcast, though. Not sure if he'll reach out to me. I mean, if he does, hey, you know what? I'll platform that. Stay safe, y'all. Tornadoes ain't nothing to fuck with. Well, again, I'm in the safe. Well, I thought I was in the safest place, but then they said that we have, again, the potential for flash flooding, which, yay. That could be great. Oh, man. But, yeah, man. I'll keep an eye out. It's going to hit around, now. Shit. Yeah, it's supposed to hit between 4 and 9 p.m. So let's see. For my area, city of Chicago is expecting 6 p.m. And then right around 7, it's going to get real bad, is what it says. And then it's going to go through 11. Fuck. That's my entire appearance on Dieter's podcast. Fuck, man. Yeah, so I have another appearance that I have to go and that I have to do tonight. I am a hard-working man today. Yeah, so I've done 2 hours on this space. I'm going to do, I think, 4 or 5 hours here, and then I'm going to Dieter's to do, I think, 2 more hours. So, lots of streaming today. But I think you guys should be clear, but these ones aren't to be fucked with. I even turned down the opportunity to chase them, and I never do that. Well, again, because, I'm looking at this. It's in the south right now, so I'm gonna keep an eye out. Because, yeah, I mean, when you have city officials coming out and saying, you need to prepare for this, you need to lock everything down, we did get, a community notice saying that we need to go outside, lock out, get everything, tied down and everything, so pep is everywhere. Yeah, no kidding. I really am. Definitely overexerted myself a little bit. Didn't think about that, but it's okay, folks. We have fun here. Good evening, Elp the Pucks. What up, dude? What up? Don't chase storms that will 1000% roll my car if I get into them. Yeah, probably a good idea. I just noticed that you changed your name a little bit. You're still Panic, but... Well, welcome back, Panic. Appreciate you. Also, good looking out, man. I do appreciate that. Gary? That's a name you don't see anymore. That's all I got. There's an NYC going by Daddy Longbro who is proven. Be aware. Oh, okay. Well, if I see them in chat, then I will likely ban, but that was out of nowhere, so it was depressing. Wait, I don't have studios anymore. I'm a bum now. It's depressing to see studio. Okay, well, sorry guys, I am putting up a live storm tracker so I can keep an eye out on this. Yeah, Livingston County, that's like right there. Okay, so yeah, Livingston County is like, it's kind of by Peoria. You know what? We just covered Peoria. I never got an update, guys. I looked, by the way. Never got an update on the wallet situation, which was pretty fucking funny. Let's see. The storm will likely affect everyone. Really? So this is gonna like... Oh, this is moving throughout the country. Holy shit, dude. I was like, let's liquidate everything before AI gets here. Huh. Gary? Oh. Man, lots of SpongeBob references lately. Sorry, guys. I don't know why this is not working. For some reason, the one storm tracker that I'm trying to get to go is the one that doesn't have video. I just want an update on the actual storm. I don't want storm chasers. I'm sorry. Like, god damn it. Yeah, fuck, let's go ahead. All right. So this goes up here. Alrighty. All right, just a heads up, guys. Yeah, if I lose power, it is because we are poised to get some really, really bad weather. Chicago is definitely not safe in the slightest. I mean, it looks like we're gonna get... Oh my god, yeah, we're gonna get slammed by this. This sucks. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks like the heart of the city's fucking gonna get slammed, too. Ah, dude, we're so fucked. All right, well, that's not fun. I can use weatherwise. Here, I'll do that. Ooh, man, that's really close for comfort. Oh, man. That's like right below the city. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. Here, check this shit out. Here, I got weatherwise pulled up. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, here. So real quick, guys. You see this big old circle? And then you got Pontiac and all that. Like, in real life, this is all 2-3 hours south of me. But God, that's too close for comfort. Right there. It's just right in that line because you got Chicago right here. Right here. Oh boy. Well, all right. We will be keeping an eye on that for sure. Like I said. All right. But we're not here for weather. We're here for politics. So let's get into some of the politics because, man, I have so much to get to. You know what? I can't dick around today. Just kind of realized that since I do have a interview a little bit later. You know that how hatched risks are dangerous? This is elevated from that. Oh, God. Why did it have to be us? Golf ball size hail, wind gusts 60 miles per hour. Yeah, dude. All right. Well, keeping an eye out. Shit's definitely going to be strong, and it's definitely going to happen. It's not about it not happening, which my neighbors seem to kind of be a little complacent right now. I saw a few of them doing some planting today, which I even said, I'm not planting shit until like 2 weeks from now. Because it's going to freaking we're going to get another cold front. It's just how it goes, man. Like, it's kind of warm today. Like, I mean, it's obviously because of the storm front coming in. Anyway. All right, folks, let's get to the politics side of things. I was just talking about how I already covered the race that's going on in the Illinois 9th. I am going to have a hell of a time trying to figure out who the hell I'm voting for. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. But okay, let's get to some of the war news because I want to get through this fairly quickly. As quickly as possible, I should say. Which is still going to be a few hours of this. So be prepared to strap in and learn a little bit about the conflicts that's going on. Because first off, we have this breaking news out of Beirut. So this happened just a few hours ago. Beirut, they hit a suburb of Beirut, Lebanon. Jesus, dude. I should probably turn the music off for that, huh? There is no commentary on this one, by the way. It's just raw footage of the aftermath. There's also no word about whether that was a military installation or a hospital. Because, apparently they're targeting both. Which, last time I checked, was a war crime, but I guess people just don't know anymore. Anyway, that just happened, but here we go. This is the response from Caroline Leavitt after the press conference, which happened during my first show, so kind of glad that I was able to cover this now.
Let's talk about what we just saw. Michael Steele's still with us. Carol Leonnig joins us as well. David Rhodes still here. By the way, Carol, MS Now senior investigative reporter. Michael, I'm going to begin with you. So
the one shitty part about spring, the insane weather.
Ballistic missiles raise the Iranian missile industry to the ground. Stop the proxies from destabilizing the region. And making sure, and David and I were talking about this a moment ago, Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. Are those objectives reasonable for the American public?
The thing is, Donald Trump doesn't even know those are the objectives.
I guess. I mean, it still doesn't answer the question, where's the imminent threat?
The lake protects y'all? Not as much as you'd think. No, we've been getting we're not getting tornadoes as much, but we get all the byproduct and the hail. Ooh, that's the one I'm really worried about because that's the one that it looks like we're getting the warnings on.
I think objectively you're looking at it and going, what was so pressing? What did the intelligence that we received?
56 or more schools have been affected by the bombings.
That told the President of the United States that we had to take a full frontal assault on Iran. And was it Israeli intelligence? So what did the Israelis know that our intelligence didn't know? Was it our intelligence that we just
be prepared, guys? 3 minutes.
And tagged along? There is no explanation for that. They've been all over the map. Those objectives are not foreign ideas. But here's the rub. The president had an hour-long conversation yesterday with Putin. When asked about it today, the response from the spokeswoman we just heard is if Russia is helping Iran, that would not be a good thing. We're hoping that's not true. What do you mean if? This is their major player in the Middle East. This is their anchor of terrorism in the Middle East. What do you mean if Iran is not being helped by Russia?
Video is really low. Oh. Let's see if this fixes it.
So I'd like to know what was that conversation?
How was that?
Conversation that Trump had for an hour where there's no readout, right? And then the Tomahawks, there are only 3 allies that have them plus us. So if a Tomahawk hits a school and kills 175 children, either we shot it or one of our allies shot it. That's the
Yeah, regardless, we're responsible.
Extent of the investigation. So, it's the gaming, the playing around, the semantics, and the general BS from Carol, from the spokeswoman here is just unfortunate. It doesn't advance the concern that addressing the concerns a lot of Americans have.
Yeah, she said Donald Trump's entitled to his opinion on the Tomahawks. He's going to wait for an investigation.
By the way, guys,
as I understand,
sorry, I just realized that I never did this. If you guys can hit the like button as you file in here, I really appreciate that. Thanks.
David, and I actually want to talk to you about Russia, but in terms of Tomahawks, we have it. I think the U.S. and is it France that also?
Yeah,
has
I think
it?
it's European
and Australia,
countries.
and they're not engaged in this.
Correct. And so the question was, does Israel have this? Could it have been an Israeli strike? And the answer is no, they do not. They do not have Tomahawks.
No, this was American.
And it looks like other Tomahawks hit
the fact that we're attacking Iran and we're just like, it could have been somebody else.
The surrounding building. The parts of this Iran.
The way that we get gaslit by our president and the administration is insane. And then you have the people that support him that are just like, yeah.
Revolutionary Guard base.
I'm just starting to really feel that what we see here, even like in our chat, in my chat, I don't think it's like a mirror of reality at all.
A Tomahawk.
I don't think a lot of people are supporting this, man.
At the school.
What about this Russian angle on this?
I was told by very good sources who have knowledge of intelligence matters that
Okay, good.
Russia has been sharing information with Iran that
1, 2, 3, not
the
it.
Iranians can use to target American forces.
He really is going at it with that
intelligence that's
energy.
only given to reporters, or does the administration have access to this
They were
intelligence?
congressional officials.
Because Caroline Leavitt said if.
Yes, no, it's from my sources, it's very clear this is happening. They did say that the Russians aren't telling the Iranians how to use this stuff. That's just sort of a cute step to, keep their fingerprints off of it. It sounds like it's some maybe aerial satellite photo, something like that. And then the Iranians could use it then to target Americans.
Okay, Carol, you got some you have new reporting out of the FBI regarding the folks that are keeping us safe here at home. What is it?
We decided, my colleague and I, Ken Delaney, and we needed to look a little deeper. Now that we're in this lovely war where maybe Putin is working
Yay, more adults have quit. Yay.
Against us, our interests, and
we're going to have a bunch of fucking inexperienced people put in those positions if they're even filled at all.
We wanted to look at how the purges at the FBI and the Department of Justice have impacted national security investigations. And the two most important things, Katie, that I think we came away from this with were these blockbuster findings. One, 300 FBI agents whose specialty was their seasoned experience in national security have left the FBI since this administration began. And the second part is in the Department of Justice, the County Counter-Espionage Unit, this part of the National Security Division is now down to half its strength. This is the unit that sort of brought to heel and disrupted a lot of Iranian efforts on U.S. soil. Operatives who were working in murder-for-hire operations, surveilling Americans, surveilling Jewish.
Not sure if I said that. Did you miss the
community
story?
center
Or miss the time? No, I already did
recruiting U.S. prisoners to attack and kill.
I said cheers.
Both Americans and foreign dissidents.
Be popping in and out until I finally get home, maybe with snackies. Ooh,
are hurting. While we know that Iran is going to try to do what it did before.
Can we tie that to anything that has happened recently? I mean, there was a mass shooting down in Texas. Something happened up here in the on the Upper East Side here in New York City, not related to Iran. They were saying that they were loyal to ISIS, those two guys. Can we tie any of these?
Jesus Christ, do better. Stop. What? It's like you want that. So now you have a justification. Fucking A.
Dismissals or
I can't believe these people have degrees and get paid millions of fucking dollars when they're this fucking retarded. I cannot stomach that.
These departures.
Holy shit.
I think it would be unfair for me to say that we absolutely know the huge vulnerabilities in both of these parts of the Department of Justice are resulting in us not knowing about these shootings in Austin and also the bombing attempt in New York. I think what we can say with definitiveness is that in the New York bombing case,
holy
the
shit,
FBI
we got
did
two
not
tornado
detect it.
watches
And
just south of me.
Both of these individuals pledged themselves to ISIS.
five.
And we have a pretty
Holy
robust
fuck, dude. guys, no, this just like all of a sudden swapped to like they had warnings and they're just saying, no, we got tornado watches, dude. 5
series of units, both in the
about
FBI
an hour
and the
south
Department
of
of
me.
Justice, that
Holy
surveil all sorts of internet and black web communications about
Please stay south. Please stay south. Please stay south.
ISIS recruiting.
What up?
So the fact
What
that
up,
they didn't
Joe? What up,
detect it
Joe?
is a
5, yeah.
worry.
Fucking
All right,
5
Carol,
tornado
thank you
watches.
so much for bringing that reporting. David, thank you. Michael, as always, great to have.
Not sure if you've ever heard the taco theory, where it's tornado watches or a tornado warning is, yeah, you might have tacos, and then tornado watches, you're having tacos now. It looks like we're having tacos. Anyway, bunker stream. The thing is, I'm already technically in the safest place for me to be. So, yeah. That's just crazy, though. Oh, man, we're going to piss off a lot of people with some of the early coverage here because it's a lot of MS now. I'll admit it.
How has Iran been able to hit American military targets in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, and other places? I mean, some targets for them are obvious places that anybody would be able to pick off a map, places like air bases or even U.S. embassies or consulates. But for all the damage that has been done to Iran's offensive capabilities in this
You understand if this shuts down the Middle East that there's going to be a half-built Dragon Ball Z theme park?
war thus far, Iran has somehow also been able to hit things like, reportedly, a CIA facility in Riyadh and a naval command and control facility in Bahrain and U.S. radar facilities that are not clearly marked on any map and not obvious locations for anybody. How has Iran been able to find targets like that so they could aim their missiles and their drones at American facilities like that with such
It's not us.
specificity?
Don't look at me.
Well, the Washington Post and the Associated Press
gather the Dragon
and
Balls.
us here at MS Now have
at
all
Chicago?
now
There we go.
reported that Iran has been getting help in targeting American personnel and military facilities, help from a sophisticated military ally in targeting U.S. personnel and U.S. military capabilities all over the Middle East. The Washington Post's report on this was first, and they explained it bluntly and clearly. Quote, Russia is providing Iran with targeting information to attack American forces in the Middle East. The assistance signals that the rapidly expanding conflict now features one of America's chief nuclear-armed competitors with exquisite intelligence capabilities. Quote, Iran possesses only a handful of military-grade satellites and no satellite constellation of its own, which would make imagery provided by Russia much more Russia and its much more advanced space capabilities highly valuable to the Iranians. So again, this was first reported by the Washington Post, this reporting then corroborated by the Associated Press and by us here at MS Now. The upshot is that Russia is helping Iran. Russia specifically is giving them targeting information.
Like, we knew
giving
that,
them
but
very
this is a little bit worse than we
locations.
thought. And then Trump has an hour-long phone call. And he's just like, all right, Pooty Poo, I believe you.
Using their own intelligence capabilities to give the Iranians very specific locations so they know where to attack American troops to try to kill them and where to attack American facilities in the Middle East. Russia is giving Iran that information. What should the United States do about that? Well, under the leadership of Donald Trump, the United States has decided that under these circumstances, what our response is going to be is that we're going to ease sanctions on Russia. Ease sanctions on Russia. Trump has moved to give Russia relief from sanctions. Trump has moved specifically to let Russia sell more of its oil and gas, get around sanctions, restrictions that might have prevented them from doing that before. I mean, Russia is allies with Iran, right? Russia issued a statement of congratulations when Iran chose Khomeini's son to replace
almost like Russia's playing both sides, and Donald Trump is too stupid to know that.
him as the country's supreme leader. Congratulations, Junior. Enjoy your Ayatollahship.
Man.
It's a close
Who cares at this point? You know, Dominic? God damn it. I wish I wasn't starting to feel the same way.
close connection
That was
to
quick.
the radical and powerful Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Putin sends his personal congratulations. But, Russia, as much as they might not want to see their ally
every day disproves
put in difficult
people who say is not a Russian asset. Yeah.
Russia financially is actually really enjoying this moment. Because what does Russia have to offer?
Yes, Rachel Maddow. I watch people that I don't even agree with. How's that?
Offer the world.
Get fucked, dude. Seriously, you uncurious motherfucker. I hate people, and I have said this a lot, that immediately get triggered when they see somebody watching something they just automatically disagree with. Like, again, it's like me getting triggered over somebody watching Fox News. Oh, you're watching Caroline Levitt. Oh, she's just a liar. Ugh.
What does Russia have to offer the world?
Dude, seriously, just listen. Take from it what you will, but the idea that you're so triggered that you're like, oh my God, I hate her face, I hate her voice, I can't listen.
Economy.
I'm intellectually uncurious.
And if you don't count vodka and potash, Russia basically has two industries, two things to offer the world: oil and war.
Ryan's like leaving the
And
shelters. I mean, I know he's been going back and forth.
Their
I know his sleep schedule's fucked by this.
Intelligence and satellite capabilities to help Iran kill Americans, to help Iran target and kill Americans in the Middle East. Also, on the war-making front, Russia is obviously enjoying seeing the United States burn up lots and lots and lots of missiles and interceptor munitions in the Middle East. So we'll be less happy and less able to provide those same types of weapons to Ukraine to fight against Russia. So on the war-fighting side of things for Russia, this is great for them. This is a win-win. And meanwhile, Russia's other industry.
Going to lower the sanctions on them so we can get some of that Russian oil for the short term because, Trump is totally not panicking about the oil prices.
Oil and gas is as happy as it's been in a long time because of the huge spike in oil and gas prices all over the world, as Russia's oil and gas competitors in the Persian Gulf all basically get knocked offline. Right? If Russia can just sell their oil and gas, if they can be allowed to get their oil and gas to market, well, Russia's going to be rich again. Which they desperately need, given how they've spent themselves into oblivion in their endless, pointless Ukraine war. And so we now simultaneously have the U.S. intelligence reports that Russia is helping Iran target American personnel and military facilities to kill Americans in the Middle East, and the news that Trump is cutting sanctions on Russia to ensure they can sell practically all the oil and gas they want and refill their financial coffers as a country.
Meanwhile, all other countries are slashing the production of oil. Yep.
And so what exactly happened today when Trump reportedly called a CBS News reporter and said, the war's pretty much over? And then Trump called a bizarre and incoherent press conference at one of his golf resorts where he said, no, it's not pretty much over. Where did you hear that? Who told you that fake news?
This is why I really do think he's losing his fucking shit. Like, he is. Like, for every time that, Midas Touch has disingenuously just been like, oh, I think that Donald Trump is all hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump his health is falling apart. I'm Ben Meiselas, simultaneously the most awake and sleepy person on the planet.
Middle of that,
thank you for following Midas Touch.
Swirling dust devil of nonsense and
his eyes always look so itchy.
Reversal and double reversal and incoherence and non sequitur from the President of the United States. What happened in the middle of all that today? Well, according to the Kremlin, in the middle of all that, President Donald Trump called Vladimir Putin and talked to him for an hour. And we only learned about that phone call because the Kremlin told us about it. The White House didn't announce it. The Kremlin did. Did the White House even know Trump was doing that before the Kremlin told everybody it had
Damn, dude.
happened?
Again, the Kremlin just fucking throwing it in our face, just like,
phone? Was it
American, transparent media, huh?
While he was playing golf?
Did you say how Donald Trump talked to me? What up, Spy? Good to see you, brother.
Was it even in the White House?
Also, Ryan, we were just asking about you.
That today was the day Trump was supposed to check in with his boss?
Oh, bro. Incoming rockets. Jesus.
Gulf War III continues. Gulf War I was because Iraq invaded Kuwait and we wanted to make them uninvade Kuwait. Gulf War II was because the George W. Bush administration wanted somewhere
Say what you want, brother.
else to invade.
MS now has almost 10 million subscribers, and they average over 500,000. Like, any YouTube metrics, that's good.
Besides Afghanistan, so they made up a fantasy about Iraq having weapons of mass destruction when they didn't. Gulf War III
that's how you know that you guys are Trump sycophants. You guys are just like, their ratings are garbage.
Now, and Donald Trump started it, but for Gulf War III, there is still no coherent explanation from the president or the White House as to what exactly this is all for. Not even an obviously pretextual false reason like we had from George W. Bush.
I'll listen in for a little bit before I start debating. Well, I mean, the trolls are starting to roll in, bro. So definitely be prepared. I know you said that you wanted this, but just remember, you said you wanted this. So, welcome, everybody. Welcome Spy, our new resident nihilist who just he wants to go for it.
The president did unveil a new purported justification for the war today in his
the rules
rambling press conference.
No spam, no slurs, and keep be nice to the mods.
At his golf thing, he said, quote, "We're doing this for the other parts."
Wife's cancer fund. What a pathetic fuck. What? Because my country has essentially abandoned me because I have over $1 million worth of medical debt because of our fucking country and our healthcare system. Yeah, pal.
Of the world.
Yeah, totally me.
We're doing this for the other parts of the world. It's actually hard to argue with that one. That one might actually be true.
Also, just a reminder to any MAGAs in chat, that's where they took it immediately. Wife's cancer fund, what a pathetic fuck. Again, guys, those are the people that you guys produce. Those are that's MAGA in a nutshell right there, because when they're not able to actually bounce an idea off me or, I don't know, have a civil conversation, that's where they take it immediately. Have fun with that. And honestly, have fun, not with us just being oh no, you guys are horrible. MAGA's just chock full of horrible people that go there.
The Wall Street Journal is now describing this as the most severe energy crisis since the 1970s. CNBC calls it the biggest oil supply disruption in history. Because there is no way to safely move it to market.
He thinks you're lying? Okay.
Saudi Arabia has now cut its production of oil. Iraq's production of oil is down to less than 1/3 what it was before Trump started this war.
I'd have to be a special piece of shit to lie about my wife having cancer, bro. So
in Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain, major energy companies have declared force majeure, which basically means they're saying.
Ryan, we were actually just wondering how you were doing. I think the comment was, I wonder how Ryan's been. We haven't seen him in chat. And then somebody's he's probably in a bunker.
Saying, hey, act of God.
Yeah, we were worried about you, bro.
Outside our control, we can no longer be held to any contracts we previously signed, as they all radically scale down their oil and gas production.
Yeah, this is the part that, again, even with Russia opening their reserves, we're fucked.
And it's not only fuel, it's also food. Huge amounts of fertilizer.
Thank you. I said this yesterday. It's so unsexy to talk about fertilizer, but guess what? It's almost like we need that. It's almost like we need that shit.
For ports all over the world. For crops all over the world. For foodstuffs all over the world.
You started working, it sucks.
Raw materials related to the petroleum industry. Also being choked off. A plastics plant north of Tokyo started to scale down production on Friday because they can't get the raw materials they use in that production process because they're petroleum-based products. It's also aluminum and other commodities like that as facilities like smelters shut down for lack of fuel.
He thinks you're a special POS. In my experience, people who are judgmental about others honestly all the time are dishonest themselves.
The nation of Bangladesh just closed its universities because they need to conserve energy. They need to conserve electricity used by the universities, and they need to reduce the need.
She's actually having a little bit of a rougher day today. The fatigue is
drive anywhere.
Really getting to her.
Whole regions in the Philippines, including the capital city of Manila, just forced employers to institute a 4-day work week instead of a 5-day work week.
What are we watching? We are watching the updates on what happened in Bahrain, what's going on with the port in Hormuz, or the Strait of Hormuz. And we're also looking at how the global economy is going to be affected by this because other countries have already turned off their oil production. And also, like Iraq, for instance, because they have been getting hit, and these like other countries in the Middle East, they have also shut down and halted their production because they don't want those being targets.
Specifically to try to save energy. Gas stations in Vietnam have started to run out.
Now, Trump is starting to panic because he thought he'd figure this out, or he thought like, I'll tap the American reserves. That's what Biden did. But he didn't understand that this was going to impact like everything, including food.
Fuel.
Again, listen, I know I'm not one to be surprised by our president being short-sighted.
To put up sold out signs all over Hanoi. The New York Times reports that Pakistan's strategy is to hike gas prices so people hopefully stop driving, and they're hoping that will be a protective measure.
If you instantly think that someone's intentions are bad, that speaks volumes to your own typical intentions. Yep.
Try to preserve both the supply and the price of diesel for Pakistan's trucks and buses. Okay, maybe.
Also, among the dead, we have 140 injured troops. Yeah, we don't talk
that'll
about
work
that.
for some time. Maybe some of that will work for some time. But why did all this happen? What was all this for?
I'm worried if they're going to start drafting again in the U.S. I'm super worried for the men in my family. Women are a part of that too. Actually, funny enough, the only ones that are going to get out of the draft right now are trans people.
We're doing this for the other parts of the world.
We're doing this for the other parts of the world. We're doing this.
What happened to America First? I don't know, man. Every time he opens his mouth, he tends to say something that goes directly against something else he said.
Other parts of the world, I'm sure they're delighted.
I don't know,
with that.
like, if you genuinely trust Donald Trump, how in the fuck do you miss this? Like, do you guys just not hear him make promises and then break them immediately? Like, it's fucking wild. All right, speaking of, we're going to go through this.
Be in Iran.
Well, I don't want to say that, but I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
By the way, welcome to the show, everybody. If you haven't already, hit the like button, please do, and sub to the channel if you guys are enjoying the show.
Someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not.
Also, feel free if you. I don't. By the way, I welcome all political persuasions here. If you guys are respectful and want to have debates or just have chats, as I said, respect is key.
Looking for in that person, are you looking at someone internal? Given that you just said that their leadership has been.
I like the idea of internal and eternal. Come to think of it.
Internal and eternal. Like, do you guys listen to his words?
But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job.
Yeah, you didn't install her, dipshit. She was the fucking vice president of the last president. This is like, I'm just going to say, the Mac attack happens, and then all of a sudden we have President J.D. Vance.
And it's,
and then all of a sudden Russia's just like, we have won. So are we just admitting that she was a plant the entire time?
No disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired. The police got fired.
My wife has colorectal cancer.
Fired. The politicians got fired.
She is in her second wave of chemo. It's technically chemo mixed with radiation. 5 weeks on. She has to do it every day.
Nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want
She's in a long-term care situation, but she gets to come home soon. I'm really excited for that.
We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people, but, hasn't been there.
He's still talking about how he's going to choose the next fucking leader when they already did.
Many, many years.
Oh, fuck, brother. I'm so sorry. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
We have a formula that's been...
We're going through it, but we're making our way, man. It's just...
very good so far.
Cards were dealt.
And I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela. Smart country.
Hence this.
We've taken out...
And any little bit helps. Actually, again, any little bit helps on this one, but if you guys I hate doing this, but it is true. I want to grow this channel, so I obviously can. So if you guys can't afford to pitch in, then I really appreciate you guys hitting the like and the sub. Holy shit! Thank you for the $20.
Green 1827.20 Australian dollars.
Oh, thank you. Oh, no message. Rebecca Green, thank you for your generosity.
100 million barrels of oil. It's right now.
We try to be fair.
In Houston,
Let's go, Uni. Yeah. Hopefully she'll show up in chat today.
So beautiful.
We'll see.
You have to see this at work. They have it's brought to the refineries.
Peanut butter.
It's being refined in
Peanut butter treats.
Houston, which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels.
For my wife, dude. My love to your family. Thank you so much.
Of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels coming. And
man, I wish she was here so she could see
We're
that.
getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States.
Dude, I'm gonna go out looking like Riff Raff from Rocky Horror, so just shut the fuck up. Why do you care so much about what I look like?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Here, do the thing where you scroll up and jerk off to the guy that's next. It's probably Asmongold. Have fun with that.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know.
Jesus, dude. That guy really called him on this shit. Just so you know, this was the viral moment with the Tomahawk missile. And I bet that he gets pissed off at this guy where he's just like, you're a poor reporter. You're a bad reporter.
Shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But
everything's under investigation. That's their way of saying we totally did it, but we're investigating ourselves.
Used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly.
Why so much hate for Asman?
Report shows.
Honestly, because he's dumb.
I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier.
He's dumb. He realized that he was getting too old to fucking continue not being creepy in a gaming space, so he decided to dip his toe into politics. The thing is, he is the perfect embodiment of somebody who should not be a voice in politics, because the problem is a lot of people look up to him, and he knows jack shit.
That we've already won in many ways.
I may seem like I know jack shit, but that's the difference. I'm actually studied in this shit.
Won enough. What do you
unfortunately
consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon. Where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right.
Every single comment Jay has made in chat is about Pep's hair. I think Jay might have a crush on Pep.
We're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said,
a lot of people look up to Destiny too. Yeah, unfortunately.
Let's do it the hard way.
I'm not a Destiny fan. I'm not a fan of any of these fuckers, to be completely real. I mean, if you look up to me, cool. I appreciate that. But also, I admit, hey, I could be an idiot.
It's probably the easy way. When basically I can see
Didn't Asmongold admit that he knows nothing about politics?
Any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or
again,
any
moving that goalpost. There was an imminent threat. The last time I said it was an imminent threat.
Our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East.
You have lovely hair. Thank you.
That are allies.
Appreciate that.
And they would,
again, I have a forced part because I have a stupid cowlick that makes me. They call me Dave Grohl, Pep.
Staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to
Pep Grohl.
do a story. Why did he do that?
I hate you all. You want to talk about like something that lived rent free?
They do that, but they were going to hit
bald comments all day. I'll take them. But the one person that was just like, I don't like it. You got like an emo thing going. You look like Pep Grohl.
Hit them. If I didn't hit them first,
I was out of line.
They were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to. They were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite. Because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks.
So then you're admitting again that they weren't an imminent threat because Midnight Hammer was successful, so we didn't need to bomb them again?
Weeks.
But dude, just admit you fucking got played by Israel and now you're stuck in this shit. Dude, this dumb motherfucker legitimately believed we were only going to be in this for like 5 days. He thought we were just going to fucking poof,
place that was a
and
setback.
then be done.
But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at
yeah, now they're actually firing them, dumbass.
UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president.
I'll admit, I can see where people think that Asman's funny, especially with some of that's one thing that comes when you just don't care and you just speak your mind. The problem is, every once in a while, he'll speak his mind on something that, you should study on a little bit. I don't know, this whole business with the school getting bombed in Iran and him just kind of,
instead of somebody else,
going based. Like, what? He threatens a devastating response.
I don't think so, no. We get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was...
I'm just glad that, the middle of the country is starting to really get sick of his shit.
Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have first of all?
Indeed, we do.
Here,
Trump gave
this is going to emphasize what he was talking about right at the end there.
a very head-scratching press conference yesterday. We'll break that down for you. Also, Israel
Good night,
is
Ryan.
leaking that maybe they've had enough. Maybe they'd like a ceasefire, at least for now. Iran, though, is signaling they want to keep going at least until the midterm. So we'll talk about everybody's strategy.
So, Kirk, you're in short saying that you watch Asmongold because he makes you feel smart,
and where
right?
Everybody is in this war at this point. Brandon Weichert is also going to join us to break down the interceptor math and the damage that has been done to U.S. radars and the significance of that as the war grinds on. Trump is urging oil tanker pilots to risk their lives to traverse the Strait of Hormuz as oil concerns continue to escalate and sort of dominate this conflict. We also have one non-Iran block here, although I would argue they continue to be linked. Some new...
Kirk, if you get any inspiration for what we can do for a little 420 song to play, I've been thinking about that where I can just, it's like, ooh, 420, hit the button so I can do the smoke, but also have a little fun song.
Including new details about a potential cover-up. Apparently guards were discussing a cover-up. There were some interesting Google searches, some interesting money transfers to one of these prison guards, and also those secret interviews of a Trump accuser that were hidden have now been made public. And one journalist was able to verify some of the details, corroborate some of the personal...
It's refreshing to watch him to know he isn't an overtly dramatic liberal douche.
Details that were offered.
Well, people would claim that that's what I am
in one of those interviews.
I could be a little dramatic, but I'm not a liberal. Might be a douche too.
These are obviously shocking revelations.
It's all subjective.
So we will break that down for you as well.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing to the show, BreakingPoints.com. This is the last week. I think it's over on Friday for our free trial, so we can put that promo graphic on the screen. You can use the code BPFree26 to sign up for a free month trial. We would love to have you. Cost you nothing. You can cancel at any time. Of course, you get access to all of our premium benefits and support all of our work here. If you cannot afford it, or I guess, if you don't...
Oh, that kind of tracks the pipeline. So, yeah, he listens to Steve Bannon, and then he spouts what he heard on Steve Bannon.
Want to? No worries. Just hit subscribe to our YouTube channel, please. And if you're listening to this as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. Biggest week already in the history of Breaking Points. We're really, really pleased to have so many people join and trust us at such a critical time like this. As Crystal said, let's go ahead and start.
No, I don't put you in that category per se.
With the Trump press
That's
conference.
news to me.
So Trump made a major announcement.
Not from you, just saying in general. For what YouTube likes to do with me, it's like,
But just to set the stage for everybody yesterday, oil prices had gone sky high. They had come down a bit. The markets were down right around 3 p.m., right before the markets closed. Trump was called by a CBS News reporter, and he said that the war will be over very soon. Immediately, the S&P 500 shot up. Oil prices rocketed down. Everybody was so excited. The taco is coming. And then he took to the stage.
And literally went, what are you talking about? I didn't say that.
And yeah, that's not really what we got at all.
He literally did that.
They were separate, but everybody said the same thing. Make sure you...
Why? Why? Why is he such a cartoon?
And we will. We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said
my
the war is,
God,
quote,
dude,
very complete.
this tornado cell is starting
But
to
your
creep
defense
towards me.
secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be
Well,
prepared
I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no navy.
No,
They have
it's not, because you're not rebuilding shit. That requires you to build. You are just bombing the country.
no air force. They have no
Oh my
anti-aircraft
The amount of people that look at
equipment.
this guy and they're
It's all
just like,
been
"Yeah,
blown
you're
up.
that
They have
guy."
no radar. They have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone.
No, you think that because we're not able to get in there, but they do have that. Holy shit. You do understand that their media's still up, right?
So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous
Literally every word out of his mouth right now is a lie.
success.
Yeah.
Right now, as we leave here, I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to
Well,
go
don't hold your farts too long because then you're going to have shitty breath.
further. But they've said this about a lot of things. No other president could do some of this shit I'm doing.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
it's not a
certainly true.
compliment. Yeah, certainly true. Definitely not a compliment. Let's go ahead and
No, I'm glad that he could get the yuck.
put A2B, please, Eric, up on the screen just to show people again how any idea of some
Spy.
some sort of taco.
Come on, man.
Trump always
Spy. Hey, we got him. His name is J-Lap. There you go, buddy.
chickens out as originally coined.
I'm kidding.
By Senator Chuck Schumer, now become a Wall Street Journal and/or trader term, has completely been
wrong side
dispelled. So late last night, Trump issues this.
Sorry,
message.
J-Lab.
If
Didn't mean to
Iran
use you
does
as a,
anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by
As an
the United
example.
States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for
So
Iran
this
to ever
means
be
we're not
built back
leaving.
as a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. But I hope and pray it does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully, it is a gesture we greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Fire and Fury watchers, it's back. Fire and Fury, of course, originally coined in 2017 in that exchange between Trump and, what did he call Kim Jong-un? Rocket Man?
Yeah, Little Rocket Man.
Oh, wow. 9 years since all of that happened. Feels like
That
yesterday.
2.0,
But
yeah.
just to give people context, this is all indicative
yep.
of a panicking administration over these rising energy prices. So while oil, as of this morning, it's trading around $90 a barrel. It was all the way up to like 120 yesterday. Extremely volatile. Everybody, of course, hanging on every word of the president. But regardless, it's still
Stop doing
up
that.
some 30,
Honestly, at what point are we going to learn to not listen to this dumb motherfucker?
40%
God
from when
damn,
the war
dude.
began just
Tacos
last
caving
week.
and Israel is suffering just as bad as Iran. Yep.
They are trying to
Yeah,
find
but they're
some
not gonna
sort
let
of
us know
off-ramp.
that.
Let's go ahead and put A2 up there, or sorry, A1B up here on the screen. This is a Wall Street
shit.
Journal story breaking late
Guys.
last night. What it says, as you guys can
Chicago's,
see in
like,
front
right
of you, is
there.
that some of Trump's advisors in recent days have encouraged him to articulate a plan to extract the U.S. from the war with Iran, make the case that the military had largely achieved its objectives. While many in the president's conservative base still support the operation, some of his advisors have privately
By
expressed
the way,
concerns
guys,
that
if
a long-
you are in the path of the storm cells in Illinois, and especially in central and southern Illinois,
war
please be safe. Be very weather aware today. There are some strong ass storms going through the center of the country.
Complete that support. So they're talking about political backlash, which again, I actually think at this point is the least of their problems, because just this morning we hear from the United Arab Emirates that one of the largest refineries in the entire country, in the entire Middle East, is now on fire. And they're like, hey, everybody, please stop circulating rumor. But yes, we are trying to contain a fire. I love the vague nature which they released it, like when Saudi Arabia said, incoming missiles into Dhahran, please don't panic. And I was like, Dhahran is where Saudi Aramco is, so maybe we should panic.
Yeah.
Same here with the UAE. We know multiple targets were struck overnight all across both Iran, which we're going to show you in a little bit. And this morning, we're already waking up to the news that more significant oil infrastructure has been hit. So the war continues to widen. I think what the advisors are pointing to is that they can see gas prices, look, maybe not 120, even 90. I mean, it's high. It's very high. And the only reason I think that it's currently trading around 90 right now is that, and we'll get to this in a little bit, is that the G7 nations have decided that basically that they're open to releasing probably, 30% of what's already been lost of the entire strategic petroleum reserve from all across the world out into the open market to try
my feigned concern.
and lay those.
Well, dude, I'm in the storm too, so I'm going to be very concerned.
Fears. Same, the S&P 500, as far as I know, how so
Literally
far.
watching this weather radar like a hawk.
A little bit, futures
Down a little bit,
this
but
morning.
not, all the way
Nothing crazy.
back to where it was. But the point is that they saw this indication as Trump is open.
Wait, did this guy just like not be able to grasp the concept of like passive empathy?
To
Whoa.
some sort of offering. But traders have no idea. So you could see extreme volatility happen. I mean, if you ask me, fire and fury,
What the fuck?
That's a sell signal. That's just me.
Hey, Spy, I think we found your guy. His name's Truth Hurts.
Well-
there you go. Spy, fight.
Trump's actions yesterday were obviously
Spy, I choose you as my champion.
just some good old-fashioned market manipulation. He saw things going south in terms of the stock market. He saw things going north in terms of the oil prices.
Whoa.
It's like, I got to do something about this because I got to buy myself some time here, as much time as I can. So he, calls up this reporter, says, we're pretty much done, schedules a press conference for after the market's closed to be like, well, you can say that we're done, but also we're just beginning. It's kind of both at the same time.
The Mawa is crying.
My read of the situation is he actually would like to taco and listen to the aides and find some sort of way out of this, but he's trapped because if he now declares mission accomplished and tries to walk away, the Iranians have been very consistent in saying, we're not done. Oh, no, you don't get to say when this is over because we learned our lesson from the 12-day war. We're not doing a ceasefire with you now until you have felt the pain. And we're going to talk more about some of the specifics of what the Iranians are saying, when we get to that portion. But so he knows if he tries to walk away, there is a very, very strong likelihood, but his, intelligence reports are probably telling him this too, that the Iranians continue to strike. And so then you just look incredibly weak.
What the fuck?
So, I think his aides...
We should deport all the whittle knockies?
It's incredible that...
I swear to God, if that turns into a slur, I'm going to be so mad at you.
They're already leaking to the press, this is not going well. We want to find a way out of this thing. I think that also is probably a signal to the markets, that they're trying to put out there of
Kirk's
we're trying to get out of this, guys. But this is what we have been talking about. This is the prediction we've been making from the beginning of this, that once you get into this escalatory
a lab 100%
cycle, it's not so easy as just putting up the mission accomplished banner and saying,
Australian
we're
Shepherds
going
are
to
great
walk
dogs,
away.
but yeah, the most loyal dog I've ever had in my life was a lab.
So that's my
Rest in
read of
peace.
what is going on here.
I had to put her down in October.
I think also,
I miss her so
obviously,
much.
they're putting out all kinds of bluster.
She's
You hear
such a
Trump
good
there.
dog.
Oh my God, they have no more Navy. They have no more Air Force. They have no more leaders, et cetera, et cetera.
They're
They're
such big
basically
babies.
defeated. We've effectively declared victory here, even though we're going to keep going. But this leak from his aide shows that behind the scenes, the picture is far less rosy, and there are great concerns, both in terms of the economic fallout, the military damage, and the political fallout.
Let me give you headlines from just the last 35 minutes. Al Jazeera correspondent, explosion following sirens.
Smarter but highly energetic.
In northern Tel Aviv.
Smarter's yeah. With all due respect to my beloved pet, she was kind of a dope.
Akbar correspondent, Lebanese army soldiers.
But she was so cute.
Were killed in the conflict with Israel. Abu Dhabi authorities, fire broke out in the ROE's industrial complex. And then another Lebanese army soldier was killed and explosions in Doha, Qatar, and as well as the UAE. So there you go. I mean, this is all just in the last 30, 45 minutes.
You ready for this one?
Before we even done the show.
A top Iranian security official tells Trump, be careful not to get eliminated yourself. Oh my God. So this is the kind of rhetoric that, is coming from the Iranians. Does that sound like people who want to back down? Their leader now is the dude whose mom, dad, wife, and son you just murdered. Right. So you think
we missed
they're
a few relatives in there too.
There's other children, relatives, whatever. They all mass murdered. You think he's in a conciliatory mood? You think he's ready to shake hands and say, okay, well let's go back to the negotiating table? I don't think so. And by the way, with this sort of rhetoric, which is extreme, can you really complain when you just assassinated their head of state and are openly threatening the new one? I mean, Trump got asked about it. I don't think we pulled the clip, but Trump got asked, hey, are you thinking of killing the new supreme leader?
That really does make me think, in all seriousness, that J.D. Vance would have the biggest crush on Crystal specifically because of the patterns that she wears.
Maybe if he doesn't comply,
I don't know what it is about this lady, but God, she just does it for me.
Yeah, he kept that open, and you can already see how that is working. Now, again, we just want to stick...
God, he's wearing the dad's root beer tie.
...to show you the American press.
Guy.
Part of the reason we're so happy about the people who watch this show. So I'm watching this press conference yesterday. My wife's mad at me
moving into
about being able to
Oakland.
help out with the baby. It's late at night,
That means it's coming right
at 6
for us.
p.m. And I'm like, okay, let's get some good questions in here. And this is the shit that I hear. You see some reporter out there who goes, wait, but if you do Taco, then aren't you letting down the Iranian people? Let's take a listen.
You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of
Will
the
I
people?
help them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. They're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart.
Fuck, it's hitting Plainfield? I gotta hit
Brilliant,
that. I gotta call one of my friends.
energetic. They have a great, I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped.
Yeah, so the only the journalism that we occasionally get is a reporter being like, but if you end it, wouldn't that stop helping the Iranian people? You want to see how we're helping out the Iranian people? Let's go to A3. Let's show some of this stuff from last night. By the way, the president, in the middle of his speech, is talking about how, if Iran doesn't capitulate, we're going to go after their energy grid. Meanwhile, in the video that you all just saw, that was a strike in the middle of Tehran, where you see that massive flash, which analysts are indicating is a power transformer, which caused a massive blackout across the entire city. I mean, look at this. It's out of a movie. It's literally out of a movie in 4K video, where all of us just get to see what is happening with some of these explosions. So that's apparently how we're helping the Iranian people, the great people of Iran, who are just going to rally around the American flag and greet us and the Israelis as liberators. Meanwhile, by the way, as all indications go forward, A5 put this up here on the screen, more confirmation of everything that we warned you about yesterday, capturing Iran's highly
right
enriched
now, if
uranium
you're
would
anywhere near Plainfield, Illinois, or Joliet, Illinois, please take shelter.
require a large U.S. ground force.
Be prepared
sources
to
say.
take shelter.
So the president
it's coming
continues to
right
weigh
for you.
that special operation, which would go in and capture all of this nuclear material. And it would make sense, right, Chris? Look, that's an easy mission accomplished. Well, what did we tell you all yesterday? You can't just send in small team of Delta.
Americans impeach him. He's been compromised. Sash, I wish we had the power to just do that.
They know
Our Democratic Party is looking like they're going to vote to codify his war powers.
Coming.
Like, dude, seriously.
That's why
where
the
we're
82nd
at.
Airborne has...
You know those feckless Democrats that the fucking Republicans constantly shit on, say are the enemy of the people? Well, yeah, they're still fighting for the idea that, we got to keep our donors happy.
Currently been put on notice and is awaiting orders, and they can deploy anywhere in the world in like 72 hours. This is the exact...
Again, this idea that you don't trust any news, that was a sophisticated psyop to make you not trust anybody, you fucking dumb fuck.
Exact reason is that to be able to
take the information for what it is, and then compare it to other information. Then you can determine whether or not it's a fucking lie.
Do so.
But instead, again, you dumb cocksuckers are just sitting there just like, oh my God, CNN. I can't trust them. They told me I can't trust them. They're fake news. Everything's fake news unless it comes directly from the mouth of the Lord and Savior, Donald Trump himself.
Oh, it would require...
Dude,
yes, the
biggest retards on the planet.
The guys to go in it, but somebody's got to protect them. So you're going to need all these air.
I can't stand that fucking, again, pea-brain mentality of just, I cannot even entertain listening to the other side.
Air assets, you need a large ground force around the area. The Iranians know that you're coming. They're turning
doing the hard work
into
for
a
them.
Complete death trap if they have any, IQ left in their leadership or in their military. So that's why it would require more. And then who knows how many people are going to get killed in that type of mission. And it would be some sort of, I think, that would be their way of saying mission accomplished, is that they would knock it over.
Tammy, I actually watch it all.
It would have to end on the same note if this is the way that it's going to
try to source from pretty much everybody.
Go down the way that Afghanistan did. And look, you and
it's not owned by Larry Ellison right now. Stop. Skate Guitar Gardening. You are spreading misinformation. It's not owned by Ellison. They are proposing that it be owned by Ellison. They have not taken any steps to fucking pivot even more to the fucking center than they already had. They're owned by David Zaslav, who David Zaslav took over from Ted Turner, and he decided to make it more center by going center right. You guys didn't notice that. Notice how you don't even know who the fuck owns CNN.
And I were supportive of the decision to get out of Afghanistan, but you can't deny.
And yes, CNN is just a fine source of news, just like Fox News can be a fine source of news. But the second they get to the commentary part where you got, fucking Harris Faulkner and all those idiots chiming in, or fucking Sean Hannity, that's when you can just stop paying attention. You can do the same thing on CNN, where you guys, Wolf Blitzer, right? Or any of those fucking numbnuts, where you're just like, you know what? I can take the information, but I don't have to listen to the opinion piece. But god damn it, you guys are fucked in the head. Ground News literally sources CNN, Tammy.
It was an abject disaster, right? And that you had 13
Ground News is a news aggregation tool. Literally what I'm doing here for you with video.
Marines were blown up by some ISIS bomber who were right there.
But god damn it, you're so smart. Look, hey, you know what? Fuck this. God damn it, she pissed me off. I used to be fucking sponsored by Ground News. This is how I know this. I know exactly what they fucking do. Here, let's see. Let's take the Hegseth story. BBC, CNBC. Oh, this is not. Hold on. Whoa, why did it go to that? Oh, no. I don't like the. No. It took. I don't like it not being on dark mode. No. All right. God damn it. It's not helping me prove my point. But yes, they do use CNN. Let's fucking look. Axios reports. Oh, that's Axios. Oh, wait. That one had CNN. Ha ha ha. Where's it? There. Look. Untracked bias. CNN Greece. Bitcoin. Ooh, really? CNN Greece? That's interesting. But now you got me doing a commercial for fucking Ground News that I don't even want to do. Also, why did they take dark mode away? What's up with that? Oh, auto. The fuck is that? Where was I? Anyway.
At the end, and it sunk a decent part of Trump's
They source Ground News sources everybody, okay?
presidency. It looked like, Biden's presidency. It looked like a quagmire and a disaster. And
March 2026, led by David Ellison, backed by his father, is set to acquire Skate Guitar Gardening. I know that I pissed you off by proving you wrong. They do not own it yet.
And that's pretty much how this is looking.
They still have the hurdles that need, government approval. They'll probably get it, and it's likely that this is going to happen. I'm not fighting and saying this is never going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. That's why I'm calling what you just did, that's fake news. That's somebody reading an article, getting confused, and then trying to spout what they fucking learned, even though they learned the wrong fucking lesson.
Right now, for the plan to have all of these forces on the ground.
Well, I mean, honestly, I like your name. Honestly, skates, guitars, and gardening. I like to do all three of those things, but I'm just saying, you are just not right about this.
And not only would it require all of these forces, I mean, to say it would be risky is really to undersell it. One of the analysts that they interviewed here said the logistics and risk involved would be prohibitive.
You can't accuse me of doing misinfo.
Meaning that this isn't just risky, this is practically a death wish.
I got receipts.
You're talking about an operation that would require, require air cover, require security, require these guys on the ground. And then you have to find where this material even is. They have some idea. The thought
Mitch, taking off?
is that it's still.
Just want to come in, drop a like for my sanity. I'm not going to do politics tonight. Oh, Mitch, all right. Hey.
Buried,
peace, man.
in Isfahan, and that you'd have to be able to access it through these tunnels. I mean, that's why I think they haven't gone forward with this yet, because it's just such an insanely risky, difficult mission. You're begging for scores of U.S. service members to either be captured or killed.
Cool.
So, the quote-unquote easy mission accomplished moment is not going to be easy whatsoever.
Skate Guitar Gardening, I literally picture like an anime character where you got your backpack and you got you got the little spade, and then you got the little, you got your little shovel, and then you got, just a little bag of fertilizer and dirt.
And could
you're
only
just spreading
further
seeds on your
deepen and
skateboard.
entrench this conflict,
Meanwhile, I
not
got the
to
guitar
mention
on the other
kill
side.
a bunch of Americans. So that is the landscape that they're ultimately looking at here. There's another development. I'm curious what you think of this saga. This is, a little hard to parse. This comes from Barack Ravid. We could put this up on the screen. Trump apparently spoke with Putin. This is A6, claiming that they discussed an end to the Iran war in a phone call. The Kremlin says was that the Russian president presented a proposal. You know, it was the Russians who originally, you know, leaked the fact that this phone call happened, and then clearly the White House.
Really? Democrats are the ones that fearmonger, but you're just going to let Fox News have a pass on that one, huh? Okay.
Some details to Barack Ravid.
Tell me about how those transes are coming for your sports.
But this comes amidst reports that Russia has been helping Iran quite a bit with intelligence, which is crucial. I mean, we've been doing the same thing with Ukraine in terms of for years, and you know, certainly in the context of you know, after Russia invaded Ukraine.
Okay, so by that, so then we're just going to do the same thing that you were crying on January 6, 2020, all the way to January 6, 2025, right? Because that's all you were doing about Biden. So, I don't know.
And that has been incredibly important for the Ukrainians.
That's not the dunk you think it is.
Ukrainians and their ability to sustain, you know, the lines, the battle lines that they've been able to sustain, their ability to target, including targeting within Russia.
I mean, you want to talk about BDS? For real. You guys, you did a thing where you were just like, we have an inside joke and we put it on flags. We're so funny.
That has all been enabled by us.
Go Brandon. Let's go Brandon.
Us and
we're so clever. Let's go Brandon.
Russia reportedly
it means fuck Joe Biden. We're so clever.
Is doing the same for Iran. Which
we triggered the live. We triggered the live.
Which is why, you know, there have been a bunch of reports, including from our friends at DropSite.
That's you.
That the U.S. was shocked by some of the targeting, including the ability to know where service members were, which hotel rooms our service members were staying in, and other personnel.
Yeah, Kirk, my main
were
brother.
staying in. So, you know, that's the backstory here. So to have this conversation.
Damn. What are the odds of that?
Happening right now is, you know, it's an interesting development.
Well, there was another piece of the press conference where Trump did not get specific, but
I'm including Puerto Rico in there, and
he said we'll be removing sanctions from some
Venezuela
countries for oil.
You know, since that's our new territory, according to some MAGA.
It's obviously, you know, it's right after a call with Putin. Now, listen, I'm not for the oil sanctions, so I don't care. But if you're one of those neocons who's been beating their chest for Ukraine and you want to cut off Russian oil, how much of an idiot do you look like right now?
Well, India already got their waiver.
India got their waiver from Russian oil.
I mean, which is insane that they need such a thing, but whatever.
I couldn't agree more.
Pathetic on their
as
part,
you said, but all right, so let's put that to the side. So now Trump and Putin are in a long phone call, and Putin, I mean, what? You think he's not going to sweep? He's like, hey, you want to bring the price of oil down? I'll help you. Just take some of these sanctions off. No worries. It's all good.
Yeah, there was Russian collusion. Why do you think General Flynn got, you know, tried?
And even move toward,
you know, Peter Navarro, Michael Cohen. Look up what they went to jail for, and I'll wait.
Towards a peace settlement in Ukraine.
You guys are just, again, retarded, and you think that just because we were like, yeah, Trump did Russian collusion. Yeah, he did the whole, like, I didn't do it. Now, did I? You know what? These guys went on their own volition and did it themselves.
While Kremlin war coffers are going.
But no, just, again, objectively, he had people from his administration go to jail for Russision collusion.
Up like this. If you follow, there's one of his advisors, Putin's advisors. He's on Twitter. You guys should really go and follow them. His name is Kirill something. I forget. He's out. He's very open about it. He's like, thank you, United States, $100 per barrel. This is the best thing that's ever happened to us over at the Kremlin. We can use this to our advantage. You've just taken out a significant chunk of the global supply. He's like, oh, we're going to use all this money to kill the Ukrainian Nazis. That's how they talk, right? So they're open. You just massively empowered the Russians. Another huge piece of news about South Korea. I'll save that for our talk with Brandon. It's literally breaking right now. It's absolutely shocking. But the last thing I did want, of course, to note is about this strike on the girls' school, the elementary school.
And they got charged with it in a criminal court. Yeah.
Where Trump.
Yeah. That's how that works. Mike. Yeah.
Again, I could not believe that this was actually.
You know what's really funny?
Actually happened. Where
that was while Trump was still president, bro.
A reporter, I think it was Manu Raju,
whatever, man.
At CNN. He's a pretty good reporter.
It was James Comey. He was in collusion with them.
He's like, hey, so what happened with this Tomahawk missile? A video, and it shows.
So you're telling me that James Comey's so bad at this collusion thing again, since no Russian collusion, but James Comey collusion, because that's how that always works.
Hitting a girl's school, and Trump goes, well, a lot of people have Tomahawk missiles, including Iran. I'm not joking. That's what he said. Let's take a listen.
There's footage that shows that an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroy that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I
for that
haven't seen
strike?
it, and I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more, but whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic, it's sold to other countries, but that's being investigated right now.
Super generic missile that only the United States, Britain, and Australia have.
Even Israel does not have these things.
Right. So, I mean, it's like, I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing. I'm like,
Lake Michigan is throwing up
that's
a bubble
an insane
shield for
thing
you.
to say.
Yeah, it
And
looks like
actually,
it.
a reporter confronted him later on. It was great. Sean McCree,
mean,
shout out over at the New York Times.
It's
Been a
right
fan
on the cusp of Bolingbrook and Oak Lawn.
for a long time. And he
Again,
was like,
it's
why are
about
you
an
the
hour
only
south.
person in your government saying that Iran has a Tomahawk missile?
Yeah.
He's like, not even your own Secretary of Defense says that. And he goes, well, we're investigating it, and I'll live with whatever the report was. So even
No, I hated Trump before the media even told me to.
he walked it back.
Because I knew he was a lying sack of shit that fucking doesn't pay any of his contractors. He'll say whatever the fuck he can. Like, he's going to say whatever he can to get you to just be like, yeah, I will buy whatever you're selling. And then he's like, cool.
In the immediate term.
McCree was
Hey, where's that Trump phone, by the way?
like, you're saying that Iran somehow got a Tomahawk missile and bombed their own school. Nope.
The funniest part is that's the biggest bit of projection that I've heard from people like you, because it's just like, no, Trump literally says to hate the left. Here you are.
No one else is saying that. Why are you
Who's the useful idiot on this one? Who's the one that actually has a leader that tells them what to do and then they follow
the
it?
only person that's saying that? And then Trump backpedals to like, well,
You're literally talking to somebody that I roast my own, I roast the left. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal.
there's an investigation. I mean, just unbelievable bullshit that even Pete
Okay,
Hegseth
grow up leftards.
is, has enough shame that he won't go along with. So they default to like, oh, it's an investigation. And,
Yet you're the one who refers to name calling. Cool.
this has been
Right there.
like, it should be.
That's literally it. It's a bunch of children just like, you guys, you don't know how to fight fair.
And it is a
And then they fucking sucker punch you.
massive scandal. It should be an even bigger scandal. But I've seen even, Laura
by a
Ingrams,
con man,
like,
who
there
would
needs
guess?
to be
Yeah.
answers to this. Like, how did this happen? Because the other piece is,
I just feel bad because every time I see a MAGA, I now know it's like, oh, you guys are in really bad high interest loans. Oh my God.
best case
Somebody got a hold of you and took advantage. That's for sure.
scenario, it's just a horrific mistake. But then you're like,
They
why
saw
was
the
it a
MAGA
double
hat
tap
and we're
strike?
just like, ooh, he's about to sit pretty in a nice 39% loan. Woo-hoo, let's go.
How did that happen? And then the other question, obviously, is was this an AI-generated target? Is that why this occurred? Because there was another instance where they bombed something called Police Park. Now, this may have been the Israelis because it's been largely the Israelis who have been bombing the police stations, just trying to completely break down any sort of civil order and create the, foment the conditions for this, imaginary uprising. Same thing that they did in Gaza, by the way, when they were trying to get the people to rise up against Hamas. Obviously, that never happened either. But in any case, in the context of bombing all these police stations, they bombed something called Police Park, which is literally just a park. So would seem to indicate potentially, AI was just generating like anything that says police, let's just bomb that. There was no intensive human review to find out you're literally bombing like a playground and a soccer field or something like that. And so they go forward with that. Like, how did this happen? Because bombing in an elementary school where you have 168 girls who are now murdered and more than a dozen of their teachers who are now murdered on the very first day of the war is a moral atrocity. And it also, we're going to show you some of the hardening of nationalist sentiment within the country. Like, when you see your little children being murdered at the hands of this, enemy government that illegally attacked you out of the blue and killed your leader, et cetera, how do you think that's going to make people feel? It's going to make them much more committed to want to fight and die for the cause of their country. So, just disgusting for Trump to lie. And it's so honestly, it's so disrespectful to the people of the world and the people of this country to think we're just going to buy this bullshit. You know, I'm sure his cult members will, but the rest of the country is going to look at this and be like, that is utter and complete garbage.
No, again, and the cult members are under 30% of this country at this point. So most the independents are like just the, again, apolitical types. They see the gas prices and they're like, what's going on? So then they look at the news real quick because, again, I brought this up yesterday. I finally had one of those conversations that really gave me like pause because I was like, oh, shit. Like, yeah, I am too online brain because I just instantly thought that everybody knew about this shit. Nope. I have friends out there that have no idea they had no idea that we were at war even. They were just like, oh, I heard that Trump did something with Iran, but I just figured he was, doing, just standard military stuff. It's like, dude, we went to a war. He's just like, really?
Horrified by it. I also think that it's a massive disservice to the
Like
military.
I said, the algorithms are definitely playing games here because I'm telling you, man, they used to feed a lot of political content into like your TikTok feeds and just even your YouTube Shorts feeds, although that one does still tend to be happening. But goddamn,
it's one of those where we had a culture originally. And again, you can say a lot of bad things about Iraq and Afghanistan, but generally there was a culture, and I covered many of these. Where when you did something like this, you were gonna pay.
It was a scandal. There was going to be a real investigation. There were likely to be some kind of consequences.
And the thing is that, and think about this too. Now you've got the person who probably fired the Tomahawk. They've got to live with this forever. The only way that they should be able to live with it is to know that there's accountability up the chain of command. Because again, the individual sailors or any of the people who fire these, they don't know. They're just programming things, from the Pentagon. Who in the Pentagon created the strike package? What was the process where the strike package happened? Remember My Lai? I mean, we did a whole after-action thing on the My Lai massacre, or any of the atrocities. The Kunduz Hospital. I read the whole report. You can Google it. You can go and read it for yourself if you want to know the step-by-step process. It used to be one where we would take this stuff very seriously. Now, it was Iran. I mean, again, the way that you know that it wasn't, because I even saw some cope, not even cope, but somebody said, one alternative, which is even more horrifying, is that whenever we struck Iran previously, that they were able to acquire a dud Tomahawk missile. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. But if it did, that would be as much of a scandal, at the same time. But
well, I mean, unexploded ordnance is not, it's not unheard of.
Beyond like all of this.
Yeah, it's so far-fetched.
Right, we call them duds.
Pretty far-fetched.
Preposterous.
It has to be fired and create, it's like, it's not so simple as just like getting a Tomahawk missile. But the whole point around
the good faith will have to come from the middle up to top down isn't working.
Our military culture is one where you don't want to encourage, cover up, or, or make it so that you don't acknowledge these types of incidents, because we know from our long history that would only encourage and institutionalize a bad process. And that's not what we want. It's counter to our strategic aims, our tactical aims, obviously. And also 168 people or 168 little girls are literally dead. It's insane. Yeah. Not to mention, 7 U.S. soldiers. I just saw the news. One of those guys who they're claiming, one of those guys who were claiming he died of a
medical incident.
He's an NYPD cop, father of 6 children, coming back in a coffin. Like it's the worst.
Wait, you mean the Black Lives Matter guy that got caught beating his girlfriend? Yeah.
Possible thing.
The organization got rid of him, right?
Yeah.
For all of these people who are,
and we're all kind of appalled that he had that behavior
involved.
It's kind of weird. I know. See, this is the thing. You guys like to act outraged, and then we actually hold the person to account, and then you're just like, what are you gonna do? You can't support Black Lives Matter anymore.
Okay, to your point about, look, obviously I have long-term critiques of the U.S. military and, the lack of care for civilians and all of that. But I mean, the first big video that WikiLeaks published was the collateral murder video.
Yeah, try and brainstorm something for the 420.
Showed an Apache helicopter targeting, journalists and civilians, and that was a massive scandal.
Honestly, I'm thinking something like, maybe 30 seconds to maybe a minute long.
And so, I think partly too, what has happened here is with all of us watching the Gaza genocide happen on our timelines, they do think that they can just get away with anything. And now you see the U.S. directly copying the Israeli tactics of, okay, if we spark a little public outrage, we'll just say, you know, oh, we don't know, maybe it was them. Maybe first we'll try, oh, maybe it was actually the Iranians who, you know, bombed their own elementary school. See if people will buy that. And if they won't, then you say, oh, there'll be an investigation, and then you just, you know, let the news cycle move on. And that's where we are.
Last thing we wanted to show you was this report from inside of Iran, Dr. Mohammed Moran. Now, again, he joined John Kirikow. We always give the caveat, he's very pro-regime. He has sources, though, so we try to show you all sides of the conflict. He says that Iran wants to wait until the midterms are over in order to keep this war going as long as possible. Let's take a listen.
I've been informed today by
that's kind of funny.
A significant political figure that Iran
that backfired
plans
on him.
to continue this war until the midterms in the United States. And they are planning to force the United States to leave. And the more this war escalates, the darker it becomes for U.S. allies across the region.
Crystal wearing the Rooms to Go collection.
For the Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf, this,
dude, is that a thing? That sounds like a real thing. Is that a thing?
They won't survive. Remember, these are all dictatorships, family dictatorships. And the passport holders in these small entities are sometimes 10, 15% of the whole population. So in the Emirates, you have 1.4 million people who are Emiratis. The rest, the 10 million or so, I guess, they're there. But if the state collapses, those slaves and indentured servants and the underclass, they may have something to say about the future of the Emirates or Qatar or Kuwait.
So you could see there the strategic calculus from inside. And here's the thing, you don't even really need to trust him. I think you just need to look at their public statements. We're not going to surrender. They're going after President Trump in retaliation for some sort of fire and fury. I also think everyone should really pay
hope your wife wins her battle. Cancer
attention
sucks.
to all of our interviews with Dr. Trita Parsi, because he was
about halfway
dead
through
on before the war, and he's been dead on.
Just a little over halfway, actually.
He's like,
she's on the second part of her
war
treatment
right now. They're going to be very weak.
Again, thank you for everybody that has donated, and also just in general the well wishes and the positive vibes. It goes a long way, guys. Thank you so
they
much.
believe in their hearts that the 12-day war ending was a disaster because it gave the Israelis and the U.S. time to rearm before they hit them again. How could they possibly have any assurance that they won't get hit again after we bombed them twice that we've launched wars with them after, you know, and under the cover of diplomacy? You would never trust that ever again. The only way to make any sort of
pre-1985 Godzilla movie? You mean outside of just Godzilla?
Inflict maximum
54?
damage for as long as possible, try and destroy the global economy. Like, that's their one chance at being able to survive. You've got the new Ayatollah, who's
Godzilla versus Megalodon.
I mean, I can't even give you the list of how many relatives this guy is.
Or Megalon.
I read a profile of him yesterday. We really don't know much about him. We only heard his voice once, apparently, in public in 2024. But the only propaganda video of him released is cleaning his gun during the Iran-Iraq War.
Kong vs. Godzilla's good.
Also, somebody who had
but it's between that and
apparently long fostered relations with the IRGC and tried to put down or bolster some of the hardline factions during protests in 2009. So you've got the ideological component, the fact that his father has been killed, his wife, his daughter, his son, one of his children who was killed in this strike, and you're like, oh man, like we're dealing with somebody. If anything, this is the guy who's going to repeal a fatwa on nuclear weapons.
Yeah, Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
You could understand from a psychological, personal perspective and an ideological. You fuse those two things together, what would you do?
And a tactical perspective.
I'm with you on that one.
This is from their own strategic perspective. They should have pursued a nuke. That would have been a deterrent.
Godzilla versus King Kong is good.
Right. I mean, so and there have been many hardliners who have pushed in that direction, but it has not happened, I think, predominantly because of the fatwa that was issued by the now dead Ayatollah. And so you could easily see and think of the insanity of that. So one of the many stated goals of this whole war is to prevent them from acquiring a nuclear weapon. And there is a very strong possibility you've just made it more likely that they will pursue a nuclear weapon, not less. Last thing to your point about Trita Parsi, I just wanted to read his analysis he posted about the Trump press conference, which was, as we said, all over the place. He said Trump's all over the place presser appears to have had two key objectives. A, calm the markets by signaling the conflict may soon be over because it had been so, quote unquote, successful. And B, prepare the ground for Trump ending the war through a unilateral declaration of victory, though ending a war that never should have started in the first place rather than fighting it endlessly in the pursuit of an illusory victory, as the U.S. did in Afghanistan, is the right move. It will not be as easy as Trump appears to think. Tehran also has a vote, and there is little to suggest that it will agree that the war is over. And then he goes on to talk more about the Iranian perspective. But that is really,
guys, seriously,
the bottom line here. Even if Trump wants to taco,
not exactly
and there are some indications here that he and his advisors are trying to look for a way to taco, which would be great. Even if he does that, he may be already in a trap. The Iranians do not seem to be in any mood.
No, I think if he chickens out, then we're fucked either way.
To back down. So that is the lay of the land as of today. It is.
No, and trust me, dude. You want to talk about American propaganda? Right now, the American Trump propaganda machine is saying that we are about to win this war. Like, they think it's almost over.
Looks like we are in an
short-term pain for long-term gain.
Escalation trap. Looks like this thing.
I heard that when he was doing the tariffs.
Is only expanding, only going to get more deadly, only going to grind on further into, what may end up being sort of war of attrition, where, that's why we're going to talk to Brandon Weichert later on. What lasts longer, our interceptors or their drones, which they're able, by the way, to continuously manufacture? Which one is willing to bear more pain? The Iranians, for whom this is literally existential in terms of both their lives and their country, or the Americans who do not even want this war and are not interested in paying any sort of price for it? I think most Americans probably sort of like the idea of, oh, the Iranians are bad, let's overthrow.
Yeah, the thing is, Iran doesn't really use their navy. Like, this is the thing. He was talking about the Strait of Hormuz, right? And he's just like, that we've obliterated their navy. Their navy doesn't have anything to do with protecting the Strait of Hormuz. If you look at the fucking region, the mountains protect them, and they have missiles all up and down that shit.
For their regime, but they do.
So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, like, doing this victory lap over, like, taking out a bunch of their boats isn't really going to do much. Jesus Christ, you guys really learned nothing from Iraq.
Support this. And they're
it's crazy to me how little people actually learn from this or even know about it. Like, fucking A. Anybody that's under the age of, like, 30 right now, I truly do feel, like, kind of sorry for, where it's like, wow, you guys can't conceptualize this.
Willing to bear much of any cost in order to accomplish the ever-shifting goals articulated by the Trump regime.
Yeah. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
They're crushing that shit. Oh, let's piss off some people.
On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to...
soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact...
No, they just appointed new leadership. Everything is still very much there.
There are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
That was President Trump yesterday. Hello.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I'm not even looking for their opinions. I was just looking for the clip. This one, I was looking for the clip.
Republicans face the possibility of a brutal midterm loss. Donald Trump is once again floating voter fraud conspiracy theories as an excuse to interfere in U.S. elections. Earlier today, he took to Truth Social saying he will not sign any other bills until the controversial Save America Act, which could block millions of Americans from voting, is passed. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer responded to Trump's threat on X, writing, quote, "If Trump is saying he won't sign any bills until the SAVE Act is passed, then so be it. There will be total gridlock in the Senate. Senate Democrats will not help the SAVE Act under any circumstances." This comes as Republicans target swing states like Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina. They're alleging voter fraud and pushing for more control over the voting process. It should be noted that all four of those states have crucial Senate elections this year, which could determine which party controls the Senate. And Trump has been giving his fellow Republicans the go-ahead to try to take over elections. Listen to this.
The Republicans should say,
we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
What exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections? And which 15 states are you talking about?
I want to see elections be honest. And if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it.
Literally just calling on them to steal the fucking elections.
Joining us now to discuss is James
So
Sample,
much
professor of
fucking
law at
projection,
Hofstra
it's
University
insane.
and author of the Who Decides.
The Democrats are going to steal the elections. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to steal the elections before they do.
Decides Substack. James, you put out a new piece today called The
world we live in.
Imperial Presidency. And in addition to discussing tariffs, the tariff case, and the war with Iran, you talked a little bit about how this could define the constitutional settlement of this era, in your words. What does that mean?
What it means is that there are a range of issues where President Trump and the administration is basically bypassing entirely. It's not just that Congress is supine, which pretty much everyone agrees that it is. It's that there is an affirmative attempt to circumvent the separation of powers, to circumvent the idea of it's difficult to get legislation through two houses of Congress. The founders set up a very clear system. It's Sesame Street civics, bicameralism, presentment. The fact that you cannot get legislation through Congress, the SAVE Act, for example, does not empower the executive to then do it unilaterally under the guise of emergency powers. So whether it's...
No, that's literally him being a little bitch because he keeps losing.
Tariffs or spending or sanctions against universities.
He's already treated Congress like the fucking Duma, and now he's literally reaching like the limit of his power, and he's just like, fuck it, we're just going to do it anyway.
Or acts of wartime
Same energy
hostility.
as fucking Bill O'Reilly. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Putting Congress completely to the side, then not listening to the courts. Think about the immigration
Any
context.
scenario where they pass a bill, yeah, it's almost like they need to take the poison pills out to work with a bipartisan legislature to, you know, get something that helps all Americans. But instead, it's always the fucking party in power that they just put a whole bunch of garbage in there. Like, trust me, the Democrats do this too. They stack bills just as bad. But for real, you can't be mad at Democrats if you're not mad at your own party about this shit. It should be as simple as this. Just work to make a fucking deal. Put all your fucking ideological bullshit aside and then sign it for the fucking people of America.
The court,
but nah,
courts are being aggressively ignored, defied by the administration. We have conservative judges going and writing opinions saying that they are seeing more court orders openly defied by federal agencies this year than they've seen in their entire career. So what I mean by the
maggots love trans people. They can't help it.
President.
I mean, I think they literally.
And it certainly applies to the specter of nationalizing elections. Is that we have systems in place, and one of the most basic fundamental tenets of democracy is that no presidency, no Congress is forever. If you tear apart the scaffolding that makes American democracy, it will be torn apart for the next president, too.
Can we just go back to the here and now of the bill? Because this is going nowhere in the Senate. They only have 53 Republicans. He's got to get to 60 votes. So are you concerned if Trump decides to do this?
I just got a tornado warning.
An executive order, but he wouldn't be able to do that, would he?
He definitely wouldn't be able
Panic, if you're still in chat, what's a mesoscale?
But that doesn't mean he won't try. And I think that
mesoscale discussion concerning severe potential peak tornado intensity, 85 miles per hour.
In the Senate because there are only 53-ish votes.
Holy shit, dude! It's all of northern. Dude, it's literally all of it. Northern Illinois going down to, oh my God, it goes all the way to the center. Valparaiso, fucking Pontiac, Peoria. Holy fuck, dude, this storm cell is insane.
Holdouts are essentially holdouts at bypassing the filibuster or doing away with the filibuster, doing away with cloture. And
I'm okay right now, you think? Okay.
Filibuster, a so-called speaking filibuster.
Yeah, they literally, they moved the scale up to red.
Including John Cornyn, who's taken that position.
Sorry, guys.
The idea there is that
made me freak out a little.
filibuster, the Senate is a kind of anti-democratic, and I mean that in a small d sense, institution to begin with. By design, the Senate represents a lot more land than people. Wyoming gets the same representation as California. But if you add on to that the filibuster as an extra anti-democratic layer, which it absolutely is, you need 60 votes in an already non-representative body to get something through. It is very, very difficult. People think of the United States democracy as about majoritarian. It is a super majoritarian,
which is good. Honestly, that's good. If anybody ever tries to tell you that this is an impediment on passing bills or we need to get rid of the filibuster, they are doing that because they have their own agenda. And then they're going to do a thing to recodify the fucking filibuster after they get all their shit passed. Which, yeah, we'll see if that actually, like, again, getting rid of the filibuster is pretty much like the ultimate, like, okay,
that is required.
We're going to have power forever now because we're just going to do it.
Through. Depending on...
We're going to let Trump just be the king.
The continuation of the filibuster in order to prevent the SAVE Act from going forward, that's a precarious position to be in, especially if you have concerns about the filibuster as a general matter.
Everybody has their own agenda. Yes, but sometimes that agenda hurts people. Like, the thing is, we're letting rich motherfuckers continue to make themselves rich at the expense of us.
Also right about...
Again, this doesn't have anything to do with your D or R or red, blue fucking politics.
This war.
It has everything to do with their fucking you, dumbass.
In Iran. And I want to thread the needle between the...
And you guys are sitting here rah-rahing your one side going, yeah, keep fucking us. Meanwhile, we're sitting here and, like, again, you guys think it's a dunk where it's just like, yeah, did you know the Democrats are actually, like, less popular than a whole lot of the, like, ICE even? It's just like, yeah, we know because we're the ones answering those polls saying you're unpopular. The thing is, they don't fucking listen to us. They don't give a shit. They're giving the game away.
These two things a little bit as Americans try to make sense of what's happening domestically and concerns rising as we head toward the midterms, as they also fear for what could happen if this war is drawn out. One of the things that we hear...
Yeah, it's ruling class first, working class. Always has been, always... No, see, that's the thing. It shouldn't always be.
From experts is the possibility of domestic threats here.
We're kind of at a point where we have had enough historical context to try and do something a little bit better. The fact is, we have other countries that have figured this out. Norway, Sweden, some of these Eastern European countries where we're just, yeah, they're Eastern, right? Or Western European. I don't even fucking know. Who cares? The fact is, they have good systems. The fact is, they take care of their people. The fact is, they have happy people.
States because of what we are doing in Iran and around the world.
Oh, D-Man's a fucking straight up bot. Oh, okay, yeah. Get out of here.
Is there a possibility here? I guess I'll pose a hypothetical to you of these things converging. A kind of retaliatory terror attack happening here.
He literally just, the ICE doing pretty good job. Like, that's just, it's a bot. That's a bot prompt, guys.
On U.S. soil. And the president having the opportunity to do something that we know he is interested in doing, which is declaring an emergency that allows him to make changes to the upcoming elections.
It's a concern, and Antonia sent me a remarkable piece that I recommend to everyone by Tim Snyder, also on Substack earlier today.
Y'all are like the ducks before Bombay came in.
Absolutely concerned that he will try to do so, but let's be clear.
God damn it.
There is an emergency powers statute in place, the National Emergencies Act. But what a statutory grant of
ducks stick together
emergency power grants is
Thank you. That was me, Spy, so you can thank me.
Power that is specific and curtailed.
Me and Pinkerbell. That was a team effort. Pinkerbell was giving him one more shot. I decided to make the executive decision.
Is curtailed and tailored to the situations that Congress has anticipated and the specific powers that Congress has delegated. There is, and let's be absolutely clear about this, there is no delegation.
What, oil fucking traded back? What, it was I think it was 90 instead of 120?
Of constitutional power to the President of the United States to do anything vis-a-vis elections. The states have that power, and Congress has that power. And let's just put a fine historical point on this.
Yeah, sure.
November 8th, 1864. That's the date of a presidential election in which Abraham Lincoln ran for re-election in the midst of the Civil War. He thought it was that important. And it was a closely contested race for a time because of Northern Democratic opposition to emancipation at that time. It was not guaranteed that he would win. Lincoln had the courage to hold a presidential election in the middle of the Civil War. Donald Trump is threatening to take over elections because of a midterm election that he thinks will go
because people are literally anticipating that he's going to fucking chicken out of the war.
badly for
You understand that, right?
for him based on the
And then you're going to watch it go back up.
false pretenses.
He also talked about how I'm toying with going to the reserves, which again, 90 days, yay.
Of invented or perhaps created crises.
James Sample, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
And you meant barrels, right? Every time he totally chickens out. What are you talking about? He walks back all of his fucking bullshit. He walked back the tariffs. He walked back all of his bullshit.
We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion.
He keeps saying that. He keeps saying it.
How good is our military, right? Amazing.
It's so awesome that we haven't won an actual war for fucking, what? Actual century at this point?
How good? Short term.
80-something years?
We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory.
Yeah, business doesn't usually include, lives.
President Donald Trump seems to be signaling that we're looking for an exit from this disastrous war that's playing out in the Middle East against Iran, of course. It looks like Israel is badly hurt, even though there are censors basically preventing reporting on casualties and things like that. But Jake, maybe I'm getting this wrong. Your 2 cents.
Oh, no, you're not getting it wrong at all. So when Donald Trump started saying this in the middle of the day, that's not the only time he said it, we got more for you. I was like, wow, I wrote on social media, look, if he...
Pinkerbell, AJ LaCostume, please, if you don't mind.
Doesn't do ground troops, I'll give him some credit. Like, he doesn't deserve any credit for a war he started, but at least we're not getting further into the morass, which is really, really important, right?
Got it, thank you.
And most importantly, like, wow, he's gonna defy Israel. And then we found out later in the day, no, he's not defying Israel. Israel is in a panic about losing this war. And so they're now considering withdrawing. I think it's called FAFO.
I believe so.
Okay,
yeah, that is what the kids call it.
Yeah, so there's 2 awesome developments.
Guys, I'm literally getting slammed by the storm right now.
Here. Potentially no ground troops and the war not going as well as the people who started thought that it would.
It's likely.
So let's get to the details here, because earlier today, President Trump said the following during an interview with CBS News, quote, "I think the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications. They've
really Vietnam
got no Air Force." Well, it's
that was an L.
Funny thing to say, considering the fact the
20-year conflict, or actually no, there were wars.
Tel Aviv.
Is it? Yeah, it's strong
is
already.
Being pounded as we speak. So really,
yeah,
is that really what's happening
right
here?
Now.
He continues. Trump added that the U.S. is very far ahead of its initial 4 to 5 week estimated time frame. And believe it or not, it seems as though the Israelis, or at least some in the higher levels of the Israeli government, would like this war to come to an end. Now, before I read you their statements, let me just remind you all that the United States went into this disastrous war with 25% of its missile interceptors depleted. So Iran knew that. And so Iran has been taking some pretty devastating strikes in Tehran, which we're going to talk about later in the show today. But I think their war strategy has been from the very beginning, short-term pain. Once they run out.
Did I end up doing the wallet investigation? Yeah, I can't find anything on it. It's bothering
me. The
me.
Interceptors, then we cause the damage.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like is happening now. In fact, there was reports that Iran was using decoys to get Israel and America to waste our $4 million interceptors.
And it worked.
Yeah, yep. and they apparently have 100,000 drones stocked up. They only cost $35,000. Knocking them down cost millions. So they had a long-term strategy of basically depleting us, and then forcing America into a decision. And so what we thought was going to happen first was America was going to start to run low on defensive missiles and think, what am I going to do with these ships? All these drones are coming. We can't expose our aircraft carriers, et cetera, without enough interceptor missiles. We got to get out of there. But now it turns out before we even come to that conclusion, the Israelis are coming to the conclusion, oh no, we're running out of missiles, and our civilians, of course, are the most precious people on earth.
The war must go on.
Right. So
this is a really important war. They've been wanting it for many decades.
Yeah, but
it must go on.
Yeah, but so I'll say this. Of course, they don't mind killing Iranians and Lebanese and Palestinians to no end, to no end. Those lives don't count. But precious Israeli lives are now on the line for a war they started. And they're like, wait, we get to murder everyone and no one's allowed to strike us back. Yeah, sometimes things go wrong in a war. Very happy that you're finding that out, because otherwise you're going to start 100 new wars, right? They had to get to a point where they start to lose so that we could end their offensive wars that
Sorry, guys, that
go
just shook
on
my
time
fucking
and time
house.
again. What I wanted to say though is about Trump's comment. Great, I'll take it, man. What you want to lie about how you're winning and you won and you won the greatest victory in human history and you're leaving? Great. As long as you leave and you don't do ground troops,
he's already
and then
down here.
Israel
They
and
both
Iran
are.
can deal with it however they like, okay? But our business is concluded. Donald Trump is right. We've destroyed their Navy, their Air
sorry,
Force.
guys. We just had I just had a thunder, just had thunder hit so hard that my entire house just shook.
Nuclear facilities and every top leader they had in their regime. Let's pack up and go home. Israel and Iran, up to you guys. You do whatever the hell you like.
So what are the Israeli officials telling the Washington Post? Well, in their latest report, the Washington Post says that a few senior officials in Israel are starting to voice concern about the escalating
I have water and snacks and everything. The fridge is already fixed, or like already filled with that. So
possible
no, we're good.
exit ramps that might
prepared
halt
for this.
the war before it further damages the region. They mean Israel.
I'm not gonna lie, my fucking heart is pounding
And
right
the global
now.
economy. And by
this
the
is
way, the
scary as
global
shit.
economy has been hurt already. I'm sure many of you have noticed at the gas pump. But nonetheless, in an telephone conversation on Sunday, a senior Israeli official familiar with the planning and strategy for the Iran war discussed alternatives to Trump's call for unconditional surrender. The official requested anonymity because of the sensitivity of the Iran situation. And this is one of the rare instances where I think the anonymity is necessary because of the fact that even when it comes to the damage Iran has done to Israel, that type of information is being censored from the media. In fact, there are consequences for anyone who dare report on the number of casualties on the Israeli side.
No, guys,
now,
I mean,
with that in mind, the Israeli official.
I'm on the far end of the storm right now, but the red, I'm about to be smack dab in the red area of this storm.
Also told the Washington Post, quote, I'm not sure it's in our interest to fight until the regime is toppled. Nobody wants a never-ending story.
How many subscribers does MSN have? I don't know.
Okay, they
like MSNBC? Is that what you're talking about?
Definitely want the regime to
I think it was close to 10 million.
be toppled. It's just that they
It was like 9.44 million.
underestimated how challenging that would be. And as a result, Israel, at least some of the officials in the Israeli government, are looking for an exit ramp before more people get killed and more damage is done to the Israelis. This individual continues to say, we don't see anyone who can replace the regime.
You know the hardest part of starting.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to pay attention to this and also pay attention to the weather just in case, because, I mean, dude, it sounds like it's getting fucking intense up there. Shopify, huh?
As this war with Iran drags out, and this person hilariously is also concerned that if this war with Iran continues, it could permanently damage American support for the state of Israel. That damage is done. Now, our government, that's a different story, right? They're either paid or blackmailed. But when it comes to the American people, poll after poll now shows it's over, Israel. You've lost our support for good reason. You keep dragging our soldiers into war. We are in debt because of you. Israel has destroyed this country, and I think more and more Americans have woken up to that.
Yeah, there's two more things here. Number one, they're comical reasons that they're giving for wanting to end the war. I mean, this is rich. Okay.
I used to watch the Young Turks until they went really.
So one of the ones they gave was, Well, we're worried about the damage it's doing to our neighbors, like the Gulf countries.
Oh, yeah. You're super worried about the Gulf countries that you've done false flag bombings of to make it look like Iran bombed them.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So
Spy, I'm going to leave right now. I got to get more college work done. I will catch you later, Spy. Thank you for being here.
Countries are livid,
Really
not with
appreciate
Iran,
you.
but with Israel, because they thought making an alliance with
By the
Israel
way, guys,
would.
if you are enjoying the show and you haven't already subbed to the channel, I would like to have you as part of the community. We have a pretty good crew here, and we have a lot of fun.
Protect them.
I stream daily, and also please hit the like button. It really, really helps out my stream.
With the United States would protect them.
Yeah, well, UAE also with Israel in a big, big way. Now they're realizing, it turns out Israel does not have our best interests in mind.
Yeah, they're snakes.
Oh, you didn't see that coming, United Arab Emirates?
So enjoy it, UAE. Enjoy it. Enjoy
Okay,
it. Yeah.
so anyways.
Yeah, they deserve
Does
that.
Israel care about UAE? Of course not. It doesn't care about the Gulf region. I'm going to get to the funniest one in a second. But them
only
giving
care that
up
they
on
can
regime
preserve it
change
so they
is
can
not
get
a
in on
small
it.
news item, guys.
Again, they want greater Israel. Just remember that.
So again, the government in Israel is a little bit split between the Netanyahu
That is our fearless
lunatics
leader. Thanks, Dennis.
and the folks who are like, hey, we already got a lot of land. We already got a lot of our mission here. We stole half of Gaza. Let's get out of here before we endanger the.
Is it Dennis or is it Denny?
Money from America. And remember, we own their politicians and we own their media, but the people are angry, right? But if we just get out now, we'll be able to tell the media and the government, okay, shut everyone up again and pretend we're the good guys who chose to leave voluntarily, and partly because we care so much about America. So that leads to this hilarious quote from that same Ignatius article in the Washington Post. The Israeli official said, quote, "We won't drag the US into an endless war."
Dennis. Okay, cool.
Right.
Quote, "Israel is a reliable ally, not a burden."
Right. No, Israel has been nothing but a burden. We have gotten
You guys just claim lies anytime that it's something you don't like.
Nothing.
Is that how that works?
nothing out of Israel. Israel.
That's all I've seen. Like, I've been doing this for a while now, and I'll just say, every single time that I get a MAGA like right winger in chat, and they just like, fuck CNN, and I know I've gone through this, but it's always the same shit where they have no substance to prove whatever is being said is false. They just say, it's false. No, you guys are just, you're liars. You guys suck. And then again, nothing past that.
Has taken hundreds of.
I just do actual research. Okay. Like what? What is your scientific process that you go about when you are looking at the news? What news do you trust? Who are the on the ground journalists that you trust over everybody else? And how can you confirm that they're not biased?
Billions of dollars from American taxpayers, driven us to debt, dragged us into endless wars in the Middle East, and we're in a world of trouble as a result of Israel. Israel is not an ally. Israel should be seen as an enemy by the United States government. But again, going back to the point I made earlier, they're all bought or blackmailed by the Israeli government. With that in mind, I want to just quickly go to some of the messaging that's coming out of Iranian officials in regard to the possibility of a ceasefire. They're not buying it. So in one post on X, they write that Trump is seeking.
Wait, you're a felon, so wouldn't you vote? Like if they put it up to a vote to let felons vote, you wouldn't go and vote for that.
Through intermediaries to connect with us and Washington to end the war, but at the same time.
But I'm also dead serious. I don't care if you don't vote or not.
He claims
you can't say I do actual research. And you use the term actual, by the way, like really?
The opposite. Trump states in interviews with American media that there is no specific.
I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Timeline for ending the war.
You know, ground news. Yes, and I've already gone through ground news being a news aggregation tool. So what they do is they take all of the news, right, and then they just kind of list who did what, center, left, right. It doesn't mean that ground news is reporting on it. Oh my God. AI is really fucking broken, people. Like that's because like ground news used to be fucking like a viable tool, but now it's like this where they see the fucking headline, they're just like, I read ground news,
which contradicts the messages he is sending to us.
Holy shit! You don't do the hard work that is required with ground news, where you look at that little bar, you know, with the white, the blue, and the red. It's not like you're actually doing anything.
Contradiction reflects a state of chaos and deep crisis that Trump is going through, where he has found himself in a major predicament without processing.
I stopped trusting ground news when they started listing Midas Touch as a fucking source.
Clear path out of this quagmire.
Right, my dog is literally
Tehran has
barking at the
firmly informed the intermediaries that it is not receiving any message from the American side and will not respond to it. In other words, we're not interested in negotiating for a ceasefire. So I want to go to the last paragraph here where they write that Iran has a firm and resolute stance with a strategic objective, something that the United States does not have, by the way, which is not to respond to any initiative until the Zionist entity retreats and completely collapses after all the crimes it has committed in the region and the chaos it has caused in the world. Now, on top of that, Amal Saad, who's a lecturer at Cardiff University, spoke to Dropsite and said that Iran will not accept any ceasefire at this stage because what it is pursuing is not a mere end to hostilities, which can and will be easily broken by Israel and the United States, but a deterrence-restoring outcome that creates the conditions for a lasting and enforceable settlement. So this is about preventing the same.
He's a little scared of the loud booms, and also it didn't help that my neighbor was outside trying to fucking lock down his stuff as everything is starting. It's almost like we've had a warning about this.
Doesn't want to find itself in the same position 6 months from now. In other words, they know quite well that the U.S. and Israel, if they're looking for a ceasefire, want like a pause.
I don't want things that benefit me as a really cuck mentality. Yep.
In the fighting, so they can
Midas
probably.
touch. It's not what's necessarily wrong. It's just, God damn it, they're just so sensational. Like they're what's wrong. That they are what your average right winger thinks all left wing media is. The clickbait. And honestly, I'm just over, fucking sleepy Ben Mycelis with his big eyes that are always so dry and itchy. I mean, he always looks like he's seen a ghost. I'm Ben Mycelis. Welcome to the Midas Touch. All hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump does another thing that we all expected him to do. And I'm going to report it here at the Midas Touch. And hopefully you guys take it seriously.
Replenish their military capabilities and go right back at it. Iran would be dumb to accept a ceasefire like that.
Okay, so first on the ceasefire, Iran can easily say to them, oh, we'd love to send our negotiators, but Israel already murdered them. So I guess we can't get to a peace deal.
I see what you're saying.
Because you killed the people who were interested in peace.
Like I actually like what Midas Touch is doing with like when they got Adam Mockler, they got Status Coup, like
Iran, and they did that in the first attack against Iran in June.
That's exactly like him.
So, and Israel consistently murders peace negotiators.
I totally.
And now all of a sudden, when they're begging for peace, oh look, we can't find any negotiators. But more importantly, guys, in the 12-day war, Iran now realizes that it made a mistake.
Yeah, Ben Mycelis is the Victorian lawyer who calls you for a reading, but or a reading of the will, but you die before you hear the end of it.
Should not have agreed to a ceasefire. This is based on quotes that we shared with you guys earlier. And so they realized, oh, they're
how far out west can I see? Dude, the entire sky is just fucking black right now.
Interceptors, and how we told you we already
it's scary
had
out
spent
there, man.
25% of our
scary.
interceptors already before this particular war began. That's because during the 12-day war, we used them all to defend Israel. So, of course, American defense is not that important, so we had to spend all of our money and resources protecting Israel. But Israel started to worry because they were starting to run low too, and that's why they were okay.
Midas got too reliant on being able to repeat themselves all the time, all day. You can miss the entire week and hear nothing new for most days. Yes, literally. I got confused because I thought I was watching the same video, actually just today. And that's where I got the impression. And like, I created that impression just this morning because the very first thing he said is, all hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump is losing control of the war front.
Hey, with a
and I was just like, I feel like I've seen this. And then I went back and I was like, oh, that's how he started the video yesterday. Again, like it's a series. All hell is breaking loose.
Ceasefire at 12 days. And Iran now thinks that was a mistake.
My favorite
because
is when
every
his voice
time
cracks
we do a ceasefire, Israel never listens to it, whether it's Iran or Lebanon or the Palestinians. Israel has violated every ceasefire. For example, with the Hezbollah, they have violated that ceasefire over 1,000.
Oh, I'm Savage Page. Welcome to the show and welcome to the channel. I'm not sure if you guys knew, but yeah, I rip on my own side.
Times. Over 1,000.
And yes, we are going through some severe thunderstorms in Chicago right now. Like I am, oh my God.
So they think, you know what?
I'm just watching the little red setter go right over my house.
Better to deplete their defenses completely and to keep going, because the ceasefires don't mean anything other than Israel reloading and then counterattacking again and again and again. So we're not going to fall for that. So now, when you turn to why Israel's in a panic, well, there's
I don't have a very long straight view. I got a bunch of houses around me, bro.
Donald Trump said, "We demand unilateral surrender from the Iranians," and the Israelis are like, Donald, the drones are starting to land their bombs in Tel Aviv.
Pep, are you telling me you're not in a cult?
On the unilateral surrender, okay? So let's walk that one back, because they're now worried, oh my God, only others are supposed to get hurt, but now we're getting hurt. So the fact that they're
that is Charlie.
telling Donald Trump to warmonger less is extraordinary and unprecedented, okay? So that means they're really hurt. So now let's talk about the drones. So why are is half the army and apparently intelligence and officials in Israel starting to get away from Netanyahu's ideas and propose a second alternative?
All right, it's starting to move out to the middle of the lake.
Because
now
Netanyahu had the army ready to go for a ground invasion in southern Lebanon. That was part of what they were supposed to do while pretending to do self-defense in the middle of this war, right? Oh, perfect opportunity. Let's go.
Dude, I have a 90% chance of getting hit with the freaking hail, tornado, and wind.
Occupy southern Lebanon. Now, in the 1980s, when they tried that turned into a disaster. So the Israelis are a little skittish about that, because that was a rare time where they also lost a significant number of their guys, and they have no tolerance for that. They have tremendous tolerance for murdering
huge storm
all their
cell
neighbors.
freaking
But for them,
my
it's like
entire
almost
area.
no tolerance for casualties. And the drones that Hezbollah is using, whatever is left of Hezbollah, is now constantly getting past the interceptors and actually doing damage inside Israel. So half the military is now like, whoa, maybe we reel this back. Collect our gains. We stole a lot of land in Gaza. We've got some in Lebanon and Syria. Let's consolidate our gains, right? And so honestly, that is a smarter strategy. But Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, et cetera, are insatiable, and
if it keeps going straight, it actually might miss me.
Can't stop. But so finally, we get to that line that I read you guys before, where they're like, well, we don't want to drag America into endless wars. We're such a good ally. We don't want to be a burden, right?
Such a joke.
So the reason why they're doing that is because it is an infinitely better talking point.
Do I have to worry about? Yes, that's the number one thing I'm personally worried about. The wind damage, not so much, because I'm in like a.
We effed around and we found out, almost. And now we'd like to run for our lives, right? So they want to if they have
the buildings around me kind of protect me from that.
Decided, and they haven't yet decided. There's an internal battle within Israel. If they decide to run for their
shit, though, no, we're getting flood warnings galore
lives,
here.
They're not going to say that. They're not going to say they lost the war. They're not going to say any of that stuff. Instead, they will try to frame it as, "We're doing you guys a favor." We're such generous people, the Israelis.
We don't just go along with whatever someone says because they are on our side. That's how you end up electing PDFs like MAGA.
And after we've dragged you into endless wars.
True.
Now that we're losing a little bit, you know what? We're going to spare America any more losses. We're such a good ally.
Right.
And by the way, every politician and everyone in national media will repeat that garbage as if it's true. From here, Anna and I will be debating that on Piers Morgan for the whole next year. Everyone will.
They know.
Every one of their forces, including everyone in mainstream media, will come out and go, Israel's the best ally. They just were they didn't want America to take any more losses.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It looks like the core is gonna.
No,
it's gonna hit us right dead center of the city.
Hey, look, America should leave. And then, like I said earlier, Israel and Iran, you guys keep going as long as you like. But we got no interest in this war. We've already destroyed whatever we need to destroy. Let's get out of there right now.
I just want to make sure that it's not a fucking tornado.
Nothing to do with us.
Can you imagine? I get just covering my random days politics here, and then we have a tornado in the middle of Chicago.
Every time you're.
Oh God, that hasn't happened in I don't think that's happened since the 70s. Fuck, I know it's happened. My dad fucking reminded me, where he's just like, "Oh no, we've had a tornado downtown." I was just like, "We have." Oh fuck me, man. Yeah, it's coming like the entire North Side, Lincoln Park, West Town, Logan Square, Belmont.
So we wanted to ask in this show just how bad are things and just how bad could things get? Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who
yes, this
you
was
know,
the one I
we've had
wanted
on
to
this
get to.
program a number of times, was speaking to Glenn Deason over on his YouTube program. And he said that he believes we are already in the early stages of World War III. Let's go ahead and take
Lincoln Park, what I've
listen
done.
to that.
Israel is a crazy rogue.
Is it bad that every time I hear like the beginning of that song, if it doesn't go right into like the actual like guitar solo, or it's just, you know, the little do 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 do, then I do like the whole Optimus Prime
state with half its political leadership in the mindset of the 5th century BC. Reading some.
Oh, hey, that's a right winger that was on Piers Morgan with
text from King
the
Josiah.
last episode we watched.
And Israel has just plunged the world into probably the Third World War, but into a phenomenal economic crisis. This is the timing, the instigation is Israel's. The fact that the U.S. goes along with it is because it's complete.
What's the end game? They to get us distracted off the Epstein files and to make Trump look a little bit better, get oil prices down.
Completely coherent with the,
which again, oxymoron there.
U.S. hegemonic project.
And then he has an excuse for him being able to maintain war powers, so he doesn't have to allow an election in 2028, even though this midterm's already gotten away from him.
But this is Israel. Complete madness. And because of the hold of the Israel lobby in the United States, that madness isn't even examined.
I don't want to be alarmist, but I also want to be clear-eyed about where we are and where this could go. And already we can put the next piece up on the screen. We have reports that Russia is providing Iran with intel, which makes perfect sense about the locations and movements of American troop ships and aircraft, according to multiple people familiar with U.S. intelligence reporting on the issue. In the same way we viewed Russia's invasion of Ukraine as an opportunity, hey, let's get involved. Let's do a proxy war. Maybe we can hurt Russia. Maybe we can degrade their capability. They are viewing this as a similar opportunity. In addition, U.S. also has intelligence suggesting, I'm reading from the CNN report, that China may be preparing to provide Iran with financial assistance, spare parts, and missile components. 3 people familiar with the matter said, though Beijing has stayed out of the war up until now, China relies heavily on Iranian oil and has reportedly been pressuring Tehran to allow safe passage for vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. So we have directly impacted their interests in terms of their energy landscape, although I don't want to overstate that, because China, I think some 10 to 15% of their oil comes from Iran. So, you know, it's not great for them, but it's not a total and complete disaster the way that it has been portrayed. I mean, the people who are arguing, oh, this is all about hurting China, this is all about hurting China, the math doesn't really math when you consider that the country that is being, you know, one of the countries that is being hardest hit by this is us, their geopolitical rival. So when you look at that, when you look at the fact we're already in this proxy conflict in Ukraine with Russia, when you look at, you know, you've got a proxy conflict going on in Sudan as well. Obviously, we're, you know, in our own hemisphere, Venezuela, you know, kidnapping Maduro and quote unquote taking over there. Now we're belligerently threatening Cuba as well. It does have some of the ingredients, and especially with the uncontrolled escalation spiral that we're already in, it does have some of the ingredients of a broader conflagration, especially when you add on the table the possibility of deployment of nuclear weapons, which I don't think either one of us can rule out.
I mean, I wouldn't put it at 0, which is scary enough. I don't know, what, 5%? What are you at? I'm at like 3%. Which is, I mean, it's too high.
For what, nukes or World War III?
Okay, but
3%.
Let's talk
really?
about the whole World War thing. So even when people say World War,
I mean, I don't know. That's where Trump is doing major bluster, because even his generals were just like, yeah, you do that, and then the entire Middle East, including Israel, gets hit.
The expectation,
like, you guys don't understand. Just because, you know, you boom in one place, it doesn't mean that all that radiation just stays in that one place.
Of World War III is this going to look like World War II? Well,
you know, you also fucked the weather patterns with this climate change bullshit, so have fun with that.
World War II looked nothing like World War I, okay? So the idea that the new frontier of battle...
I mean, we're about to fucking have a tornado in Chicago.
Is going to look exactly like some carbon copy of something that happened 80 years ago is preposterous. It is going to look actually exactly like it does right now. You and I consider the Ukraine war to be a proxy conflict, yes? Well, that is a global conflict, because all of NATO, the United States, sanctions, the entire economic system, all of these U.S. institutions which were designed post-World War II were leveraged against Russia. That, it literally, to me, is basically warfare. You could call it what you want, whether U.S. boots are on the ground. If Russians are providing intelligence, it's the same thing. Also, who are we to complain? How many times do we do battle damage assessments? And we do more for the Ukrainians than the Russians have done for Tehran so far. And now we're complaining? Good luck selling that
I mean,
to
it's
Moscow.
not even close.
Right. No,
when
literally.
you consider, you know, all of the weapons transfers and the financial
intelligence,
support and the intelligence and the
everything.
training that we've been doing for years and years in Ukraine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and
what
the coup that we fomented, how about that?
But think about, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, not to turn it into a Ukraine thing, but that already was a proxy conflict. This is a proxy conflict. Now, but it's got a long history in the post-World War II era. This is what global conflicts look like. Afghanistan became globalized. Vietnam became globalized. Syria, globalized. Libya became global. Like, every one of these interventions, the Iraq conflict, right? The war in Iraq was not between the U.S. and Saddam. That portion only lasted like 3 weeks. It was the U.S. versus Iran versus all of these other...
You and everyone else are so stupid.
You know, it was during the Syrians, during Al-Qaeda, like...
Guys, I wasn't aware we had the most interesting and smart man in the world in the chat here.
All of these people coming from all over the globe.
Oh, man.
Same in Syria. I mean, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United States, Israel, Hezbollah from Lebanon. Like, all of these people were involved. So
No, they only siren when there's an actual
War
like
III,
thing to
if you
siren
will,
for.
is going to look a lot
no,
more
we did get the flood warning
like
though.
this because of
like, I just
mutually
got
assured
that on my
destruction
phone.
and nuclear weapons between the great superpowers.
I mean, I'm keeping an
it
eye
will
out.
look
If
a lot
water starts
more
leaking
like
through my ceiling, then we know what's happening.
Those conflicts that happened throughout the Cold War. That it is, you know, less destructive in terms of our overall human life, but it, I mean, it could still be an abject disaster. Like, how many people died in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan? Americans. Maybe 7,000, right? I mean, there were more people killed in a single hour of combat in like some of the world wars in that. But that doesn't mean that the strategic implication was not an absolute nightmare for all of us. So I think that's why we need to recalibrate some of our expectations. And I don't think Jeffrey Sachs is wrong. Really, what I'm the most worried about is the climb up the escalation ladder, which we talked about, from oil and to water, because there's no coming back from that. Like, once you start going after civilian infrastructure, it's a disaster because everyone has to fight to the death. There's a clip going around I was telling you earlier where Trump said unconditional surrender. I talked about that with Tucker. And Tucker made a comment, and he was like, unconditional surrender means that foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter. Provocative, but I mean, look at the history of unconditional surrender. That is unambiguously true. Randy Fine and Laura Loomer are all like, Tucker says American troops are going to be... It's like, that's not the point, guys. The point is that when you're faced with that, as the Germans were with...
All right, they said that this should be over in 11 minutes.
The Soviet Union. You want to know how many... I mean, you know, not a lot of people talk about it. It's something like 2.5 million rapes that occurred over the battle, through the conquest of Germany. It's dark. Like, it's really, really dark. Genghis Khan, that was unconditional surrender. And that's the point, is that when you impose that on a foreign populace, you have to do either what the United States or the Union Army did to the South during the Civil War, is burn their civilian...
So instead of sending bombs, let's send 100 million hookers.
Infrastructure to the ground, take away all their food. In World War II...
If it's the 72 virgins thing and it's all sexual repression...
Literally have to invade and go block by block the Soviet Union. They incurred 400,000 casualties in 1945. Just in the last 6 months of the war, there were 400,000 casualties on the front line. Whenever, you know, in the Battle of Berlin. Think, the United States... How did we get unconditional surrender in World War II? We had to...
It's not even... I was about to say, that was a no-effects reference.
Drop 2 atomic bombs to force them.
Well,
and then
I don't know that we had to, but anyway.
Okay, well, it was either 2 atomic bombs, which, I mean, if you look at the decision matrix, it was either 2 atomic bombs or hundreds of thousands
100,000 hookers could be our one recourse
of American casualties. There was no other option. That was it. If you wanted unconditional surrender. And even then, we still had to revise our unconditional...
What was it? We'll send them to Afghanistan. They'll gladly blow the shakes.
Surrender to make it so that the emperor could stay as some sort of figurehead. That's what it takes to achieve something like this. And that's effectively, like, we're on the road now, and it's only been 8 days. Usually it doesn't even take... It usually takes much longer than this to get to some sort of disastrous position.
Also, you have to think of this from the perspective of the rest of the world, right?
I'm just glad that he changed his name to Secretary of War so we can fucking try him for, you know, war crimes.
It was
and we can just call him the Secretary of War crimes. He made it so easy on us.
One thing when
Thank you.
Trump is like, okay, we're going to dominate our hemisphere.
That
right?
awkward
We're
moment
going
that
to
they
do
dunk on themselves.
we're going to do whatever we want. We're going to make sure we've installed these puppet regimes, or we've kidnapped leaders and we've brought everybody to heel. We're going to do that. And Russia and China, you've got your, China in particular, you've got your spheres of influence. You do what you want over. Okay, that's one thing.
They love that.
That's one
They're
thing.
like, we believe. We're like, sure, Donroe Doctrine. We're cool
Let's
with
go
that.
with-
Yeah.
But
they're like, then we get Taiwan and Ukraine is ours.
Right.
Yeah.
But now, especially when you consider Trump has not solved the Ukraine conflict. We are, in endless war in Ukraine. We're locked in a proxy war with Russia and Ukraine. Okay. And now you add to the mix.
I don't know. So when we are back in power, because you're very confident in that, but when we're back in power, are you guys going to bitch as much? I don't know. All right, you guys did a lot of bitching during the Biden years. So since you guys are just like TDS, blah, blah, blah. So now we get to call, AOC DS or whatever. AOC DS.
Oh, by the way, we're going to destroy Iran. We're going to do regime change or collapse the regime or whatever.
It's going to be funny, though. It is really going to be funny when they start crying or they're just like, oh, he couldn't do the full takeover. Oh, no. Oh, no.
In that region. Well, that's not our hemisphere.
I mean, how's that going to happen? You guys steal elections? What's up with that?
It becomes clear that the point is to dominate.
Yeah, who the fuck is actually championing Trump right now? It's Russian, it's foreign bots. That's obvious. I don't know, man. I've been in the YouTube Shorts algorithm long enough to just see it where it's like, holy fuck. This is where they spend their money.
Our world.
I don't know who they're trying to fucking sway,
from the Trump
though.
administration to, the decline of our empire and the decline of our superpower status as the sole global hegemon is not to say, all right, let's come to some sort of accommodation with the world. The response is no. We're going to have a $1.5 trillion defense budget, and we're going to dominate the entire world. We're going to do whatever we want to whoever we want, no holds barred.
Where in the fuck did you hear that, Chamberhouse? Please, cite your source.
Of the jungle.
I'm not even kidding. If you're that confident in his polling, please cite your source. What poll are you looking at? Seriously. Dead serious. Did you guys see what this guy said? Highest approval rating of any president during this portion of his presidency. Uh-huh.
And I have to think
that's adorable.
that if you're a China, if you're a Russia, if you're any other, significant power in the world.
That awkward moment when they start thinking like him.
That
while his brain is leaking out of his ears, that's kind of funny.
That is an unacceptable.
You couldn't even start thinking like him when he was at the peak.
Approach to you. So,
meanwhile, you got Sleepy Don with his diaper change.
So it is intentionally bringing us into direct conflict with these other countries. And again, this isn't theoretical. This is already
probably lowest of all time, dipshit.
Happening now, especially with China considering, involving themselves directly in our war in Iran. And you can understand why. We're messing with their stuff. We're messing with their oil. And we are also asserting to the world that we are going to try to dominate
every MAGA bot in here is just one Russian team with 4 different monitors.
The entire world. We're going to blow up the UN and these other, institutions of global cooperation. We're going to put Trump at the head of the quote unquote board of peace and, allow him to serve in perpetuity and get to appoint his successor. And you have to pay to get in. And ultimately he has veto power. That is the direction that they have clearly broadcast to the world. And so, the rest.
They're just saying, guys, just read this comment thread for every threat that they're making. MAGA, apply that to you.
Of the world at some point.
Just remember, they don't give a shit.
And already is going to have something.
You're going to be relegated to slave labor. Uh-huh. Okay. That's very American of you.
To say about that. So that's one piece. The other piece here is the possibility of the deployment of nuclear weapons, because now you have, obviously, Israel also a nuclear power and completely psychotic and, parts of it driven by these, religious fanaticism, parts of our government driven by religious fanaticism, which makes this whole thing scary as well. Obviously, Iran is a literal theocracy, so you have religious fanaticism there as well. And you had these very ominous comments recently from Netanyahu. Let's put E6 up on the screen, where he is
Anna time. I wasn't saying you.
I'm saying some sort of a major surprise for Iran, he says, that will completely destabilize the country. Netanyahu is asking Iranians to lay down their weapons and surrender or face death. He said, quote, the moment of truth is approaching and he will free Iran.
I mean, you're looking at the actual president right here. This is who you support. You don't even support Trump anymore. You support Benjamin Netanyahu.
And make Iran and Israel
Dude, Trump is just a puppet now.
allies. Okay.
Like, and we watched it. We watched him get worked real bad, dude. Like, and I'm talking not even like marionette puppet. This guy stuck his hand so far up his ass that Trump he made a little squeal, but then he was just like, oh, turns out I kind of like it.
Okay, so we have that. So what is that major surprise? That's a little uncomfortable. And then
how's it feel
this
to
also
just
came out.
be
We
a
can
fucking
put E7
puppet for
up on the
Israel?
screen. You've got this guy who makes these like doomsday bunkers that are supposed to be, you know, to allow you to survive drone attacks, ballistic missile strikes, or even nuclear Armageddon. And he claims that 2 senior cabinet members in the Trump administration are among his clients. One of them texted me yesterday asking me, quote, when will my bunker be ready? So not exactly comforting when the people who are in charge here are preparing their doomsday bunkers and trying to rush delivery concerned
Good. Let him have the irradiated fucking wasteland.
about how
Seriously.
quickly they will have access to
God.
this.
This is the number one thing about like them being as arrogant as they are. They haven't read anything like Lord of the Flies or just anything that has like a social implication into why that would be a bad idea.
Anti-Armageddon
They really are that arrogant where they just think, oh, we'll be fine.
bunker for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but it is crazy. And I do think, you know, to the whole World War point, and actually what you were saying about how others will react.
Sella Berlin.
I'm
Hello.
very World War I brain, so
Welcome
to me,
to the show.
it's like everyone's like, oh.
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us, hit the like button and sub to the channel if you're enjoying yourself. And you know what? Even if you're not.
This is going to cause World War III.
Hang
I'm like,
out.
no, I don't think so. If we
some,
were to have like a real
little troll
massive
fun,
thing. But
do
what it
whatever
does
you
is it
guys do.
shatters the illusions and the understandings that we all have. So there was the Boer War, which a lot of people don't know about, but you know, it was between Britain, and what it did is it pierced like this idea of splendid isolation. It really heightened the tensions between the Anglos and the Germans. It led to the Triple Entente, but more importantly, it normalized like a lot of the modern trench warfare, the concentration camp. That's where a lot of that stuff came from. But what it did is it set.
Where's Trump on my screen? When am I rocking back and forth watching Trump? What the fuck? You're literally sitting here just like, ooh, no, Trump, the big strong man on TV, the big president. He's just so strong. He makes me feel so weak.
Stage for, well, wow.
There, clip it.
Britain is not nearly
Have
as
fun.
invincible as we all thought, which means we need to rearm because, oh, it's a paper tiger, maybe. And that's what leads to the Great Clash in 1914.
Yeah.
Well, I could see this very similarly. It's like you have this, I mean, nobody could say that this was essential for U.S. security, just like Iraq. So you have this,
Look,
you know,
I called them
foreign
out about it, and
adventurous
then they went
conflict.
insane. I mean,
Some Americans will die.
Totally not triggered.
But not hundreds of thousands or anything like that. I'm not minimizing their deaths in any way. I'm saying
Projecting much.
domestically, we can absorb that. If we could absorb 7,000 casualties from the global war on terror.
I don't think you understand what projection means.
Most people, how did the GWAT impact them? Well, we all knew somebody who maybe have deployed.
All right. At least graduate 6th grade before you start joining chats, okay?
And came back with PTSD. But
Okay,
for
nice.
most people, it was high
Elementary school dropouts here.
gas prices, bad politics, etc. But it wasn't like an attack literally on our everyday civilization. This is very similar. Most people will be very upset, but it's not going to directly impact your life in the way that a real war would. But China, Russia, any of these other, you know, countries, what they're watching for is any of the, you know, kinks in our armor. Interceptors, for example, the breakdown in the global order. The GCC countries, after this is all over, you really think they're going to be great friends with America? So if we have to rebuild all these radar systems, we need permission. You have status of force agreements with every one of these countries. Are you re-signing? I don't think so. I really don't. Or we're going to have to bribe the shit out of them with weapons we don't have.
Yeah.
Or we'll have to take from somebody else.
And how about this? Let's say China does take this as the opportunity to move on Taiwan.
Yeah, what are we going to do?
What then? We're not ready for that. We're not militarily. I mean, I personally think it would be insane to get in a fight with China over Taiwan ever, but especially at this point. But we're also
You know what? We said that about Iran too,
not
but here we are.
prepared domestically to. We have not spun up the
Rain stopped.
semiconductor
Yes, it did.
capacity
No,
that
the rain's
we
still
need.
going,
We're
but
fucked.
the
So,
main
I mean,
cell is past me.
That's the reason that anyone cares about Taiwan, really, it's not about, human rights and democracy, total and complete bullshit. It's the semiconductors. That's the whole thing. We aren't prepared for that.
Shit.
So what are we going to do then? Then we're, in a direct conflict with China. So
I'm gonna
I don't
make
know.
sure my
I mean,
street's not
I
fucking
do
flooded.
sort of agree with Jeffrey Sachs and
I mean, it
also
does
with your
sound like
point
calm
that, in a sense, we are already in that conflict. Now, it doesn't look like World War I. It doesn't look like World War II. To your point, it's not going to, especially in, the nuclear age where you have not just us, but Israel and Russia and China, all these, nuclear powers that are, hopefully not itching to destroy the entire world, hopefully. But in terms of the lines of conflict and being engaged in these various proxy fights, I mean, it's already on. And there's something else that I saw online that I thought was an intelligent point as well. We talked a lot in the show about the possibility of boots on the ground, and we're talking about specifically, probably special forces to begin with, at least raid into Iran to try to recover this loose nuclear material, whatever. But in a broader sense, we already have boots on the ground. I mean, this is a regional war, and we have a lot of American service members who are in the region, boots on the ground, getting killed in action right now and getting wounded. We don't know how many right now as part of this fight. So in a sense, it's a bit of a distinction without a difference, because there is no doubt there are already American service member boots on the ground in the middle of this war, in the theater of combat where all of the action is happening.
Of course. Yeah, you're right. We have boots on the ground in the forward deployed bases, which for what? To defend who? Israel? Well, no, they would say, no, it's not
Still
to
a
defend
little windy outside, but most of the rain's stopping.
Israel. It's to defend the Gulf countries. How's that working out? How's that working out for the Gulf countries?
Yeah,
They're
I'm sure they're
furious.
feeling very defended right now.
They are furious. On the timeline, Emirati billionaires with massive amounts of money invested here are all posting about how upset they are with the United States. Also, just so people know, the billionaires are the cutouts for the royal family. That's how it works over there. You don't have free speech. You don't put.
The fact is, this is my favorite part. You guys are panicking about who's gonna run. Just know it's likely to be somebody that you wouldn't expect, and then, you know what? They might just fucking pull it off. I look back to how Obama did it. We didn't know who he was, right up until the primary. I remember even him in the primary, I was just like, oh, who the fuck is this guy?
Put out long essays criticizing the U.S. government without at least tacit admission.
Say what you will. I don't care what you have to say about him, as a president, because honestly, I got some disagreements with him. But realistically, he was one of the best candidates that's ever run.
Or without tacit permission from the monarchy.
No, if you want my honest assessment, I think that Jon Stewart's going to announce a run, and then MAGA's going to collectively shit their pants.
And the people who are in charge. These are all messages which are intended for the United States. Again, not that anybody cares. Last point on this, because it really makes me upset. Our actual allies, really good allies, South Korea and Japan, South Korea's stock market is down 14%. Japan is down 8%. It's a disaster. The vast majority of their oil comes from the Middle East. Their economies are getting hammered.
I don't give a fuck. Never voting red again, ever. Nice.
And we're losing, we're taking away possibly interceptors and others.
Someone actually learned.
I mean, South Korea, Japan, these are...
Jon Stewart, AOC 2028.
Not Israel, where we do...
Dude, you know what? That little Jon Stewart LOL comment, that's how I reacted to Trump. Legitimately.
53 billion.
I was like, haha, you mean the Apprentice guy? The guy, the one that fucking Macaulay Culkin even knew was kind of a loser in fucking Home Alone 2? You mean that guy?
Bilateral trade. I'm talking about hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars for the global economy. And those people, hung, left out to dry.
Yeah, he doesn't want the position, but that's what makes him more than qualified for the position. And he has even seen that now's the time that if he were to fucking, I don't know, do something very, very substantive for the country, that might be it.
By Washington. It's so disgraceful. All right, let's get to Lindsey Graham. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really,
Trump is a joke.
Helps get the show.
He won. In a free and fair election, according to, according to MAGA for 2020, what was it, 2024? No problem with that one, but 2020 was a bridge too far. Even though we didn't change shit. So, interesting.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there betrayed his base with another massive war in the Middle East. We're going to talk about that. I have some videos about that. We also have...
Stewart would be the American Zelensky. Well, Zelensky was the Ukrainian Jon Stewart.
The Trump regime, different members of the cabinet are building nuclear
Please let AOC run. Well,
doomsday bunkers.
The thing is, she can actually talk. That whole Taiwan debacle.
as they destroy.
Yeah, tell me how much do you know about that? What are your policies on Taiwan?
The world. So if you thought, hey, maybe this is more under control than I think it is, wrong. It is not. It's actually much more out of control than you think it is, which is why people in the regime are building doomsday bunkers. So we have that as well. Later on, Graham Plattner gives us a master class in smacking.
All right, I'm not out of the woods yet, so it looks like in about an hour or so, I have another round of storms coming up.
Down anti-trans bigots. That's a glorious clip. And also, we all know Netanyahu dog-walked Donald Trump. That's a fact, okay? But I'm going to tell you what happened when he tried the exact same thing on Obama. That's a really, really interesting story. So you guys know the deal, man. Everybody, please do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon so you get a notification every time a video drops. You can also support the show on Patreon.
Just to give you an idea of how big this cell is, it's literally at Lake Michigan, and it stretches all the way down to Kansas.
That link is below, or tip with that thanks button on YouTube below me here. Remember, guys, the reason I mention that is because this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read.
Damn,
I don't take money from PACs
too.
or governments or billionaires or anything like that. You guys support the show through small dollar donations, and we also have the default ads on YouTube, and that's it. I'm very proud of what we built here and how we built Silent Friends. That link is below as well. And go subscribe to us. You can come hang out with us live Monday nights when we shoot the shit and we have some fun. All right, guys, let's go ahead and jump right in. So let me point this out first, because obviously this war...
Well, he did lose, so...
...has been just an utter catastrophe. It's been a total disaster. It's been an illegal and offensive...
I don't know. I'm actually kind of... I'm starting to think that, yeah, he might have actually stolen the election. The more he focuses on elections getting stolen and just being like, the Democrats are coming for it, the more I feel like he's telling on himself.
...offensive war against a country that didn't attack us.
This will be interesting.
No threat to us
Hopefully
whatsoever.
I don't lose power. Yeah, same, Matt.
War crime after war crime after
lose
war
power
crime
through this first
is being
one,
committed.
but
It's
I'm
just
probably
an
going
absolute
to,
horror show.
If this second one hits me, holy fuck, this one's huge.
You'll notice something here as we go through it, but they can't fucking get their story straight, bro.
4.5 hours?
They cannot get their story
Jesus,
straight.
dude.
They don't know whether they're coming or going. They don't know what's true and false. They pitch a new thing seemingly every single day. So Rubio comes out the other
Trump only won against women in presidential elections.
day, and he says,
you know what? I've never thought of that angle.
The goals of the mission against the Iranian regime are clear. Destroy their ability to launch missiles, destroy factories making these missiles, and destroy their navy. Now, you might be looking at that and thinking, wait, excuse me? That's not like, we weren't told that was the case at all. In fact, as is pointed out right here by Jimmy Rushton, he says, no mention of removing the regime, no mention of destroying the Iranian nuclear program, no mention of destroying Iran's ability to project power via proxy forces. The administration's aims are constantly changing. And their feelings are changing from minute to minute, too. So they go, we're in this.
I just realized I had the funniest pause face on the last one with Kyle.
For the long haul, we can do this forever.
Jesus.
In fact, he literally announced another, quote, forever war the other day, as we covered on the show, right? But then we get stuff like this leaking out from the Daily Mail. Iran won't surrender, and fighting until regime collapse may not be in our interest, says Israeli official. What? Excuse me?
Well, there that goes.
And so, Washington Post. Look at this, guys. Philip Pilkington says,
man.
Israeli officials seem to be in a panic. They are leaking about off-ramps to the Washington Post. The Israelis had a magic conception of American power. Now that they see there are no magic beans, they're realizing the status quo is just constant drone and missile strikes.
Yep.
So Tel Aviv is getting hammered ski.
Oh, yeah, dude. They thought that they were going to fucking get, like, everything that Ukraine had.
It's just obliterated.
Not realizing that Ukraine still gets,
Iron Dome, it has been
they still get hit.
Basically fallen apart. Yes, it can stop like Hamas bottle rockets. When you have like ballistic missiles and shit, and some of these Shahed drones that they're using.
Yeah, he did it right. If there's a right way to do it, he did it right.
Dude, Dickie McGee's axe to it, bro. They're extracting.
And honestly, the Syrian people are happier. I thought you'd be like, come on, man.
Retribution. That's.
You ever hear a argument come from a different person, but it's your argument, and you're just like, that's a really stupid argument.
What's happening. So they say a few senior officials in Israel are starting to voice concern about the escalating open-ended attack on Iran and suggesting possible exit ramps that might halt the war before it further damages the region and global economy. Talk of an endgame is early, and a decision about...
It feels so hard to validate my political opinion because because when people ask me where did you get your news from, I can't exactly say YouTubers.
Whether to stop...
I mean, you can, but then it just kind of gives like the game away where it's like depending on what your opinion is. But also, if you're well informed, it could also lead to some other people coming to the said YouTuber to get a little bit of an education.
The attacks rest largely with President Trump, who continues to seek all-out victory. But in a telephone conversation Sunday, a senior Israeli official familiar with the planning and strategy for the war for the...
Honestly, how do you ignore the Epstein files? I don't ignore the Epstein
Iran
files.
war discussed alternatives to Trump's call for
I have been covering the Epstein files and the stuff coming out of the Epstein files. The thing is, right now, so like the way that these news cycles work, I talked to a left-winger about this, and he brought up some really good points about how Trump is at least good at this. He's good at the distraction, but what he's not good at is when he gets bored of something, he just moves on. And once he does that, that's when the Democrats have, you know what, strategically I got to give them credit on this, and it pains me to do so, but that's when they bring the Epstein stuff back because they still have a few Trump cards hidden. I gotta say, like,
conditional.
It's gonna be interesting to see too.
Surrender. The official requested anonymity because of the sensitivity of the Iran situation. So they're
right winger. Get it? Stupid. Stupid.
We're in a bind here, bro, because Netanyahu wants to make Iran a complete failed state so Israel can do a greater Israel and take over more of the Middle East. But at the same time, both Israel and the U.S. kind of want a ceasefire right now because they need to reload and refresh. We're running low on our interceptors. Iran is doing much more damage than they thought. The global economy is fucking imploding right in front of us. Oil prices, of course, skyrocketing. Stock markets tanking. Like, this is a 5-alarm fire type situation. So they're kind of scrambling. Now, even the Israelis are going, yeah, perhaps we underestimated these people a little bit. And now they realize, holy shit, the U.S.'s giant military is kind of a paper tiger. Well, yeah, no shit. It's all, I mean, think about it. The military-industrial complex, it's nothing but a fucking ruse. It's a scam. It's a con so that Raytheon and Boeing and Honeywell can make all this money. And, you know, Trump can do multi-trillion-dollar defense budgets. And 63% of the money goes missing that the Pentagon has. And they fail 8 audits in a row. Like everything in this country, it's a fucking scam. And so now...
Wow. Hey, like one of those sensible fucking, like, just... the middle of the road people. Biden wasn't a great president, but he was better than Trump. Economy was far better off before Trump took office.
Mask has been...
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Fake news. Fake news. That's fake news.
Been ripped off, and we appear...
The economy was in shambles, and Trump saved us. Come on, man.
So much fucking weaker than people thought we were, you know, not that long ago, right? So as all of this is going on, you need to realize the right is collapsing. The right is crumbling.
It is.
The MAGA pundit class.
Yeah, the pundits, they don't know what to do. They're all fighting with each other. TPUSA is fighting with Candace Owens. Like, there's so much chaos over there.
They're all fighting with each other.
Yeah, no. That's why I'm convinced that like 99% of the fucking interactions I have in this chat are just bots.
The whole movement has caved in on itself. This was basically a massive betrayal that Trump did an illegal and offensive war.
I'd be a little, you know, nervous. This, like, I was nervous when fucking, before even the elections. Dude, I brought this up, how even with Biden, I would watch him go on TV and immediately just be like, oh, there he goes. He's about to say some fucking wacky shit.
Against Iran. Of course, there was reporting.
Not like Trump, where it's just like, oh, he's about to say some shit that can move markets just because, you know, he had a thought. It's like, oh, God.
And then Yahoo said, we're going to attack. And then that's when Rubio and Trump were like,
Biden just fucking rambled.
I guess we'll attack with you. So in other words, you're the beta. You're the cuck. You're following. You're like validating conspiracy theories by following right along with this shit, right? And so here is Tucker Carlson behind the scenes. Man, he allegedly was talking to Trump and trying to talk him out of it. And then Trump told him to fucking kick rocks. Listen to this.
So as I said, I flipped to D.C. 3 times in the last month to try to convince Trump not to do this. It didn't work. It happens. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, boy, this is not going to get better. So then I think I'll fly up again and ask him. I mean,
Biden was in his own world. Yeah,
anyone else doing it, so I'm going to try.
And the fact that the Democratic Party was just constantly ignoring our calls to just be like, hey, he really shouldn't vote. He shouldn't run for another term. He really shouldn't run for another term. He kind of made us a promise that he wouldn't run for another term. And for a little bit there, we were all just like, yeah, he did promise, so he's likely not going to. Boy, were we wrong.
To just declare victory and go home. Like you killed an 86-year-old cleric.
This is why I do actually have confidence that the left will end up winning. Not the Democrats. I have a feeling that the left will end up taking over the Democratic Party, and then MAGA's really going to start shitting their pants.
Just call that a win and then pull back.
Can you imagine when they don't have like the status quo AIPAC funded Democrats that they can always count on to fucking capitulate to them?
And so then, meantime, he got convinced to denounce me. Okay.
That's going to be rough.
I don't care. I'm going to fly up anyway and see him, right? Even though he's like denouncing me. So I call over there to see, call someone who knows him. To see, I said, I'm just going to fly up anyway and tell him this because I think it's so important. And the person says, don't bother because he's being shown.
Imagine if Obama went on TV and said, it turns out I was Jesus all along and all you Republicans failed the test.
Polling.
Oh, damn. I fucked up the impression right at the end.
That this war is like a 90-10 win for him.
Started good. Yeah.
And I said, I don't know where that polling is coming from. It's like, I guess you could make any kind of poll. And he's watching Fox News, which is telling him the same thing. And he's getting fake polling. I guess they're only polling Sean Hannity's viewers or something.
Yeah, that's what happens when you apparently just have a whole bunch of bots that come into your stream. Yeah, that's how that works.
And so I don't
know. I'm waiting for Google to do something about it.
Sure that there's a sense as if this was yesterday.
I just know what it is.
Because I was getting so agitated and worried.
My only question is, do right-wing accounts get botted with a whole bunch of left-wingers?
I don't think that there's...
So they think that this is what discourse is? Because, I know this is not what actual discourse is.
That this is unpopular.
Damn. Now, the thing that annoys me about this shit is that there's always an attempt.
This is just a game.
To be like,
at this fucking point.
Well, it's anybody's fault but Donald J. Trump.
Spot the bot. That's the game.
Right? It's his advisors. It's, it's somebody else. It's not him.
For everybody sitting here thinking that my opinion doesn't matter, just imagine being somebody that's in this chat right now that disagrees with me, thinking that they're actually making a point or like they're doing something.
For one.
Like that's kind of funny.
But he's just getting bad information. And it's like, well, what if he's all...
It is kind of like, wow. This is what you spend your time doing? There. We got a few that just realized that too, where they're just like, oh shit, I am a loser.
Also a massive fucking warmonger. And what if the Israelis have Epstein blackmail that they're holding over his head, right? Like, what if this actually is exactly who he is?
He is right.
And you were fucking warned, and it didn't matter because you still decided to hop on that Trump train. And that's the reality. And according to him,
so funny to hear Tucker Carlson talk shit about Fox News. My brother in Christ, you were there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I have a feeling that with him and Megyn Kelly, the C&Ds,
he's fucking too far gone now, bro.
Whatever.
According to him, he's saying that. So here you have one of MAGA's
the fucking agreements,
strongest soldiers, and you can see now,
Their
like
NDAs
the mood is very somber now. The mood is very somber, and we'll know that it is actually fully over for MAGA when instead of like the somber, tepid criticisms where you criticize Trump, but you don't really bring up his name and you sort of dance around it and blame people around.
Potters need to be paid, so no, the lefties don't have the capital.
It just becomes
that
like,
makes sense.
No, fuck this whole regime. Fuck Trump. Fuck everybody around him. Fuck the horses they rode in on. Fuck these people. But we are getting closer, y'all. We are getting closer. So we also have this. Couple examples for you here. Watch.
This is not the United States' war.
My own feeling is no one should have to die for a foreign country. Our government's job is not to look out for Iran or for Israel. It's to look out for us.
I'm just going to be brutally frank. If it's going to be...
Didn't they want to impeach Obama over a beige suit, yet they turned a blind eye to Trump possibly diddling kids and protecting other diddlers?
A hard slog. I mean, that was not pitched in the 2020.
Yeah, they stopped right there, literally. They stopped at like, wait a minute. What do you mean that there's a deposition? Well, it's a fake deposition. Everything that is anti-Trump is fake.
Before campaign, it just wasn't. We're going to bleed support.
I was promised that this wouldn't turn into a larger regional conflict. It's hard to believe it. It's hard to believe that at this point.
He was the No More Endless Wars candidate in 2016 and 2024, particularly, and this looks like an open betrayal of the base.
So stop and think about it. The ascendant wing of the party is like Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Tucker. When you look at young, even right-leaning voters, they fucking hate Israel. They don't want this war. So you're actually seeing a situation where there's a massive split among the MAGA commentariat, the pundits, right? And then to this point, that hasn't fully leaked down into the actual base yet, but in enough time, this keeps dragging on.
Trump was impeached.
Gas prices,
so is Bill Clinton.
Prices keep going up. You know, the result.
Just a fact.
Culture as disaster.
He's a twice impeached president. And then Bill Clinton was also a single impeached president. So,
as they appear to be.
That works.
Yeah, it's gonna trickle down. So you have a situation now where it's about 82% of the MAGA base actually supports this. But the MAGA base is slowly over time becoming a smaller and smaller and smaller self-defined group, right? So that's how that's how they get the polls to for Trump to look at it and go, it's actually really popular. Because if you ask people, are you a MAGA Republican? Do you support this? Almost by definition, MAGA Republican is like, I'm a Trump cultist. And so they agree with it.
Yeah.
But that's becoming a smaller and smaller and smaller portion of the American electorate. And like everybody else is like, fuck this.
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys, but it was 92% of the country supported the war in Afghanistan when that happened. 72% supported the war in Iraq when that happened. This was like 34% on average. Numbers as low as 37 and as high as like 40 or so. But I mean, that's like humiliatingly low. That's embarrassingly low. And that's not even factoring in what happens with the massive supply shocks now, right? And so that's why it's the beginning of the end. I think functionally his presidency is over. And now it's all over, but the attempt to rig the next election. And that'll be really interesting to see. What happens when he tries to rig the next election? Because how many of these people will tell the fucking truth? The last time, most of them did not tell the truth.
Yeah,
and they were all on board with it's rigged and, Joe Biden stole it and this and that and look at all the irregularities in the voting. Bullshit, all total bullshit. But last time they did that, what are you going to do this time? What are you going to do this time? He's already betrayed you and stabbed you in the back 1,000 times. Are you still going to ride for his fucking new big lie when that happens? Because we all know it's coming. We all know it's coming. He does not have the ability to just hold the L. He doesn't have it. He never has had that ability to just hold an L. Yeah. His fucking fragile, insecure ego, he can't help it. He just lashes out, acts
That's true.
Like he's right
that
about
is actually very true.
Everything.
He can't just lose gracefully or just like ignore it. He has to go and lash out.
Like everybody else
and then
is
tell
crazy.
on himself too.
Acts like Republicans are winning,
Goddamn,
right?
Dude.
But are they going to go long?
Somebody said that their 10-year-old nephew has like better common sense than MAGA.
With it this time? I guess we'll all find out together. But what you see in this moment,
hey, did you see Texas? They're about to switch blue.
Very clearly, is that the pundits are coming unglued as Trump betrays the base and Trump destroys absolutely everything around them.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Just remember, you guys are so confident. You guys don't even need to vote. Like for real, you have such a lock on this next election, like in the midterms here, that you guys don't need to get out and vote. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, dude, Dems are just going to lose because they're so unpopular. So no reason for you to go out.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we've got some 11th hour drama here at the hands of some Republicans who are just making sure to push through their extrajudicial anti-democratic measures. So can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, so, the Republicans in Utah have been waging a war against fair maps in that state for, I don't know, Brian, months.
Send
and
Stan
you and I
a
have
super
covered this
stack?
now in several videos. And if you are not subscribed to this channel, then you are making a huge mistake because it is one of the few places that you are going to get the information you need between now and Election Day. And go ahead and hit that subscribe right now and also hit the bell to make sure you know when there's new content posted because, frankly, you're one of the few people who has me on to talk about this. What Republicans in Utah are doing is they're waging this war over fair maps. They tried to invalidate the fair maps in court. They tried to pass laws to invalidate fair maps. They want to break up Salt Lake City into a million little pieces to gerrymander so the Democrats can't win. They lost and lost and lost in the state courts and the federal courts. Then they launched a ballot measure effort to try to put on the ballot and freeze these victories, a change to their state constitution. That was like a calamity. I mean, it was marred by fraud. It was marred by all kinds of irregularities in signature gathering. Again, something that only, Brian, you had me on to talk about. No one else asked me to come on and talk about that. This is critically important stuff. And, finally, it looked like they were going to fail because part of the process that takes place in these ballot measures is to get them on is one side collects signatures. The other side both invalidates some of those signatures because in this case, like I said, there seemed to have been a lot of irregularity. But the other thing that the folks opposing the ballot measure do is they get people to revoke their signatures because part of the irregularities that takes place is that the Republicans here lie to people about what it means for them to sign the petition. right? So they say, well, if you really like, fair maps and Republicans having a good shot in Congress, sign this petition. Well, that isn't at all what they're asking. They're asking you to repeal fair maps. They're asking you to gerrymander, right? So what happens is some number of people then send in a revocation of their signature.
Lots of bots in chat tonight. Yeah.
And so the team that is opposing this ballot measure has been helping those people send in their revocations and giving them envelopes.
Yeah, and there's not much I can do about it.
They're prepaid for them to do the revocation. And literally in the final moments of their state legislative session, they put a provision in the law that says that any revocation that comes in a prepaid envelope is not valid. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah. I mean, why on earth would that be the case? Like, why on earth would a prepaid envelope all of a sudden spoil a otherwise valid revocation? Other than Republicans are trying to make it harder for you to vote and easier for them to cheat, and they got caught red-handed in Utah by my media company, Democracy Docket, that wrote about this. And like, we should be outraged, and we need to be sharing this. So go ahead. The first thing you can do for me right now is you can share this video. So hit the share button, post it on social media, share it out to your friends, email it, wherever it is, because people need to know what's going on, and not enough people do because the legacy media is not telling you about it.
I would also request that people subscribe to Democracy Docket, which is the news outlet you founded. You are the only outlet that is covering any of this in depth. And this is extremely important because this will determine who runs the House in the next cycle. Yeah. We're talking about all of these redrawn maps and this redistricting cycle. This is going to determine whether Donald Trump has Mike Johnson in charge of the House because they've engineered themselves a permanent majority, or if Democrats can run the House themselves and actually act as a check on the Trump administration. And
yeah, but Brian, that also requires you to stand the fuck up against people like Hakeem Jeffries for being so fucking feckless, bro.
Nobody else is talking.
Come on. You're a fucking party hack.
About it, except for Democracy.
That's part of the problem.
Docket. So I'm going to put the link to your outlet right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. For everybody.
This is the type of fucking pundit I would never want to be like this guy, like fucking Brian Tyler Cohen, where it's just he's a mouthpiece for the fucking DNC.
Who's watching? If you're not yet subscribed, please go.
How fucking just exhausting is that? Where you cannot even criticize them.
Do yourself a favor and subscribe, not only for the great content that's included in it, but also to elevate Mark's voice in this ecosystem, which could not be more important. So, Mark, it's worth asking here, recognizing that there is this battle back and forth to make sure that Democrats have one congressional district in Utah. Where do we stand with midterms just 6 months away?
God forbid if Democrats control the House.
Look, this signature revocation process is still going on. And
why? You afraid of a lame duck presidency and him getting impeached?
It means that it's going to be
just
harder,
more of
but
that
it's not
shit.
going to stop it from happening because my strong suspicion.
Trust me, there's a bunch of Republicans in the House right now that want the Democrats to win, so they can go back to blaming the Democrats for not passing anything, and then they can blame the Democrats for all their failure. You do understand that if they keep failing the way that they are and they maintain power, that's not going to be great for them. I'm just going to say that much too.
A lot of voters were lied to about what they were signing.
And now, here's where I can just say, again, going to shit on my own fucking team here. They really don't have a plan.
And those folks,
their plan is just maintain, again, power and status quo. That's it.
They're now going to have to provide their own envelopes and their own stamps, and that is what it is. But it will still go forward. It also would not surprise me if there was a lawsuit that challenged this provision because, how is this legal? How is this constitutional? I mean, this seems bonkers crazy. And
take another 24 hours off.
Get overturned in litigation, or it may be worked around. But one way or another, I don't think anyone's given up on this. But
yeah, my team.
Brian, I got to add one other point.
Yeah, the blue team.
You and I are constantly being lectured about moderate Republicans. We're told Brad Rassenberger was a moderate Republican, then he came out and supported voter suppression laws in Georgia. Now he's in court trying to strike down.
And
that was like SB 202. Wouldn't even allow people to eat and drink in line. God forbid somebody had water while waiting for 4 hours to vote.
Yeah. Then we were told Susan Collins. We were told she was a moderate, and she's literally the 50th vote in the Republican Senate for the SAVE Act. They literally, when they needed that final vote, they went to Susan Collins.
Right.
Mitch McConnell hadn't signed on. He still hasn't. Right. Like they got to Susan Collins.
Well, but she was concerned while she signed on, so there's at least that.
Yeah, and then finally, we're told that Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, is this raging moderate. He's a reasonable Republican. Well, he's in on this. I mean, his fingerprints are all over this. He signed this bill. And so I just want to implore the audience, be jealous in guarding who you give praise to. Don't sell yourself short in finding heroes. And do not feel...
What is it with MAGA's ongoing war with literacy?
To grade on a curve when it comes to Republicans. You hold Democrats to this standard and Republicans to this standard.
Every once in a while, a chatter will comment something where it's just like, fuck, yeah, you nailed that.
Because you're searching for a good Republican. Here's the deal. The only kind of Republicans in office today, they're either scared MAGA or they're proud MAGA. The proud MAGA tell you up front what they're going to be and who they are. And in some ways, I respect that more. The scared MAGA are the ones who won't tell you to your face that they're just part of MAGA, but then pull this kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
So, I'm thrilled that you and I.
The only knee bending that's happening is fucking Donald Trump choosing whose dick he's going to suck between Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu.
I have been doing this series now in the hundreds of videos.
I think he's sucking Putin's tonight, though.
And people can go back and watch what we have said about this issue over and over again. And we have been a clear moral voice for free and fair elections. In the days,
Who's got the even days?
After the loss in 2024, you had me on so that we actually said, you know what? Donald Trump won the election, Kamala Harris lost. We don't sell you a bunch of bullshit, even if it would gain us followers, gain us subscribers. Like, we are here to tell you the way it is. But part of that has to be a two-way street. You need to support independent media, like what Brian's doing here with his channel. And you also, though, not need to grade on a curve and give Republicans the benefit out when we tell you from the get-go, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, perfectly put. Mark, it's worth asking here.
Yeah, that's why you're here.
As we head toward mid.
You're so secure that you had to come into a chat to tell everybody how secure you are.
And watch this process, for example, in Utah play out. This whole redistricting
again
Cold War has quelled
Holy
a little
shit.
bit as we get closer and closer to the election, because of course the Purcell doctrine will kick in and you can't have changes too close to an election. But where is litigation still out?
A room temperature IQ in there.
Standing. Like, where might we still expect to see some change in these maps, which you and I have spoken about? I would presume.
Well, the SAVE Act failed, so
more than anybody else on the internet, but that you and I have spoken about
So you're just gonna voluntarily go get a passport, make sure that you're showing all the IDs that you would anyway. Is that how that works?
Regard to what the House is
literally, there's no there isn't a law for voter ID in the midterms now, and there won't be.
It's gonna look like in 2026.
Yeah, look, like I said, I feel like I'm a walking billboard for
Whatever, man.
We have to talk more about redistricting than anyone else. And I'm widely available to people. I'm happy to talk to a lot of people, but Brian is deeply interested in this and understands why it's important for our democracy. So look, the biggest fights in front of us are going to be in Virginia and in
I'll assume your gender's retarded.
Florida. Virginia, because Democrats are early voting has begun. It actually began on Friday for a ballot measure there that, if successful, would gain Democrats 4 seats in the state of Virginia. Florida, we know Ron DeSantis.
I can't imagine having such a lame life that I go into chats of people I don't like just to argue with low IQ points.
This is planning a special session for next month to start the process.
It is hilarious to me, I have to say.
Also redrawing the maps. I don't know how.
Again, so confident in their side, so confident in their policies, politics, and president that they're just like, I'm going to go spend an hour and a half in a chat of someone that I don't like because he's just a stupid person.
How aggressive they'll be. I would have told you 2 months ago that they'll be super aggressive.
Yeah.
Now they've got to be looking over their shoulders a little bit.
Right, especially given the fact that a big part of Florida's population is Latino voters, and we've seen the swings in Latino voters from 2024 to 2025 or 2026.
Yeah, and that brings me back to where this all started, which was the Texas-California thing. Originally Republicans thought it was a no-lose for them. They'd get 5 seats, and the worst thing that would happen is that California offset it with 5 seats of their own. I think everyone needs to go back and re-look at those assumptions. And by the way, you and I were calling them out at the time. Okay, so it's all on videotape. But you go back and look at that, and the fact is, I don't think...
Ain't that a bitch? I'm stuck. When I can recognize their names, it's like, no, you've been here before.
Anyone thinks now that Republicans will gain 5 seats in Texas. I don't think anyone thinks.
And by the way, I should note...
whatever,
Kevin Kiley, who's like another one of these frauds, who's now claiming he's an independent. I mean, this guy has like a 90++ Donald Trump voting record.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he wants to say he's an independent voice in California. It's not going to work. And I think Democrats are going to win all those 5 seats in California, but I don't think Republicans are going to win their 5 seats in Texas.
Well, and in fact, that's buttressed by the actual numbers that we saw in Texas's primary election. In 4 of those 5 seats, Democrats actually showed up in bigger numbers than the Republican voters in those districts. So if that trend holds, and granted, I know it's the primary, so things could always be different between the primary and the actual election itself, the midterm election itself. But right now, more Democrats are engaged in these elections than Republicans. So these were drawn. These districts were stretched thin to give Republicans maximum advantage. But now, because we have a more juiced up Democratic electorate than Republicans, we may see 4 of those seats actually stay in Democratic hands and just 1. And the ultimate irony would be that the only reason the redistricting process sparked off in California was to counteract what we saw in Texas. So we may be in a world where Texas has maybe 1 seat flipped to the Republicans and California gives 5 to the Democrats.
Right. And this is why, when you go back to the state of Utah, where we started, every seat matters. Like, every seat is a fight. I mean, if you're out there thinking, well, why is all this going on in Utah? It's because Democrats are fighting hard to try to make sure that there is at least the semblance of a fair map. That if you live in Salt Lake City, the dominant city in the state, biggest population center, that you have a district that represents your interests. And Republicans are trying to break those apart in places like St. Louis and where they've done so already, and now in Kansas City, where my law firm is involved in litigation, try to stop them in Kansas City. And that's another place where there's like a 1 seat fight going on. And you need to be supporting fighters. You need to be supporting the people who every day are scrapping hard for every inch, for every centimeter of ground in the fight for free and fair elections. And the guy you need to start by supporting is staring you in the face, and that's Brian Tyler Cohen. This guy, day in, day out, delivers the news that you need. He does the interviews that you need to be informed about.
Yes, you guys care about primaries. You guys literally want the dude to fucking just like pass an office so he can just give it to JD, and then you got, again, in your perfect world, they would rig everything. They would never leave, which is insane to me, by the way. Like, just as an objective fucking American, where I'm like, I'm pretty sure people would get very sick of that. But again, these are the dumbest of all of us that are, again, sitting in a chat that of a person that they disagree with that is a small ass YouTuber, by the way.
I just watched.
Like, they're not even going to like the bigger chats to do this. Notice that.
He did a great interview with Bernie Sanders. I worked for Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, not necessarily where I come from in the party, but hey,
no, I get it.
I respect the hell out of the guy, and Brian did a great interview. He did an hour long talk with Gavin Newsom of the state of the governor of California, covered a lot of topics. So make sure
don't be surprised when it's so easy to ignore you.
Are giving this guy his due, and the best way to do it is by subscribing to this channel and hitting the bell to make sure you get content.
I appreciate that. I'm going to put the link to this channel right here on the screen. And while we're talking about fighters, there is no bigger fighter on the left more broadly in the pro-democracy ecosystem than Mark and his team, not only in the media space where they're bringing you news that you're not going to find in any of these other legacy media outlets, but literally on the front lines in the courts, making sure to go to each individual state and protect voting rights in all of those states across the country. Nearly 100 cases happening right now, most of them flying under the radar, but this guy is fighting for democracy harder than anybody. So I'm going to put the link to Democracy Docket right here on the screen and also in the post description. If you're not yet
do you think that haircut was a little too like close to Benino? I don't know. I think it did. All right, let's go.
Benjamin Netanyahu told us in a tweet last week this fulfills a dream of 40 years. This is a joint Israel-U.S. madness creating havoc for the world.
With all due respect to this so-called
it's the
professor, Iran is the aggressor. Iran is the one who is spreading this radical ideology.
I'm struggling right now over.
I don't know how he sounds so much like Arnold Schwarzenegger, when he's not even from Austria.
This definition of evil. What about the decades in which Palestinians lived under a brutal regime of structural apartheid?
It's simply revisionist history. Over the last 2.5 years, Israelis have been living in shelters, attacked over our peaceful border, and it all leads back to Iran.
This has nothing to do with America. This is Israel's problem. Yeah, you wiped that smile off your face real quick there, Mr. Israeli spokesman.
The new Ayatollah shares not only a name and a bloodline with his assassinated father, but also many of his hardline views. America and Israel are sworn enemies. Dissent and protest must be crushed. Weakness and chaos in the region makes its neighbors easier to control. It's therefore no surprise, under current circumstances, that Israel says it will kill the new Ayatollah and the one after that. None of this brings us anywhere closer to any of the stated justifications for going to war. In fact, it's the opposite. And many people are still struggling to...
Imagine hating me so much that you have to troll my chat while I'm just sitting here chilling, watching Piers Morgan, eating some Cheetos with chopsticks.
Answer the two prerequisite questions. Why is the U.S. at war? And why does it have to be now? Last week, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, and many others said it had to be now.
Your life the way you want to spend
Israel
it.
was going to do it anyway. The so-called imminent threat was actually the threat of a retaliation to Israeli aggression. Unsurprisingly, they hurriedly walked that back. But this narrative that the Israeli tail wagged the American dog is not going away. The Wall Street Journal reports that Senator Lindsey Graham flew several times to Israel in order to coach Netanyahu on how to persuade President Trump to join the war. And Antony Blinken, the former Secretary of State, said they've seen this playbook before.
This has been a long story when it comes to Iran. And back during the Obama administration, the Israelis were pushing President Obama to take military action against Iran, and were warning that they would do it themselves if he didn't. And he wouldn't, because he thought the better way to get at the nuclear program, which is what we were focused on, was through very muscular diplomacy backed up by very, very strong sanctions that we rallied the world to put in place. And then we got the Iran nuclear agreement.
An esteemed panel is standing by, and in a moment we'll hear from UN Ambassador Danny Danon, one of Israel's most senior diplomats who lives and works in New York. We will begin with Professor Jeffrey Sachs, a senior advisor to United Nations, who joins me now. Professor Sachs, always great to have you on Uncensored, but particularly after the...
Let's be real. Half the mouth breathers from MAGA in chat here They don't know how to use chopsticks.
Last week or so. Just first of all, your overview about this war, which nobody wants to call a war, and where we are 9-10 days into it.
It's a war, and thousands are being killed. Israel and the United States are carpet bombing Tehran, and there's lots of death. Schoolgirls being killed, a bloodbath underway. At the same time, the world economy is about to go into one of the biggest crises in the modern period, driven by the complete collapse of oil supplies coming from this region, a predictable consequence of the Israeli-U.S. aggression. So this is a calamity.
Yeah,
this was a war of choice. Benjamin Netanyahu told us in a tweet last week, this fulfills a dream of 40 years. This is a war not caused only by Israel. This is a joint Israel-U.S. madness. The U.S. wants to rule the world, and Israel wants to rule its region, the Middle East, and they partner together. So it's not really right to say that Israel determined this or the U.S. determined this. This is a partnership. It was interesting that you had Tony Blinken on just a moment ago. He partnered in the genocide in Gaza. It was the same with his administration, a U.S.-Israel partnership that goes back decades. It has created a disaster around the Middle East, absolute disaster from Libya to Iran, with many countries desolate and destroyed in between. And it now will create a disaster for the whole world. I know you're going to have Ambassador Danny Dunn on after me. He represents, in my view, a government that is doing more damage to the world and to humanity than any other government. He doesn't like my saying that, but that is...
Or I just removed the, one reason that most people don't like eating Cheetos.
Actually the point, together with his partner, the United States. Both of them are rogue nations led by megalomaniacs creating havoc for the world completely unnecessarily.
Well, you actually confronted Danny Danon at the UN. Let's take a look.
Mark my word, every place, every time, whatever.
Snack. My chopsticks. I'm all ready for round two whenever I want to go.
You can join
Suicide. Suicide.
You're welcome.
No, it's suicide.
You're welcome to support Iran.
Destroying
Hamas and Hezbollah. You can fly there if you want.
That was actually...
Yes.
Well, it was an extraordinary encounter. What were you actually saying to him?
I was saying that Israel is committing...
Dang, how do people get...
suicide.
Don't find anything.
Because it is destroying any remnant of sympathy or empathy in the United States and all over the world.
Dude, they get mad at my hair part. They get mad at me having long hair. They get mad at me for being a hippie. People, if there's one thing I have noticed, is that MAGA seems to just be mad all the time.
So I said that suicide was tragic.
I don't know. For all the winning happening in the world, they sure are insecure and feel the need to go out there and just tell you how insecure they are and how angry they are.
We have polls, Pierce, that show that for decades, U.S. sympathy ran 60 to 70% for Israel, 15% for Palestine. Now they run 41% for Palestine, 36% for Israel. In other words, the American public is on the side of Palestine, and that's going to grow dramatically. What's going to happen, whether Mr. Danon or his colleagues like it or not, the world is going into a profound economic crisis in the coming weeks.
Looks like I'm about to get round two of storms.
And this is Israel's choice. Israel set this off.
And the next 3 hours it's looking like.
Together with the United States,
I'm gonna
the
get round
world
two.
will pay
Sucks.
a fearsome price for this delusion, and people will know where this came from. It's very, very sad. Very sad. It's suicidal for Israel.
Is there a...
I mean, he said it.
Right. Is there a way that it could work? In the sense that it appears from the amount of missiles that they're putting...
No, you guys, again, this is the bitch about having, like, limited intelligence, because no matter what, we don't know everything about Iran's defensive or offensive capabilities. That's just how this goes. That's what, military secrets are for. And they have a whole lot of people thinking that we're just that superior, that, our CIA and our intelligence, we just know everything about everything. And you know what? There's no way that they could know that we know everything. And we know that they know that we know.
Putting up that the Iranian capacity
you already hear that
to
thunder?
attack back is receding very quickly,
there.
which is
Dude,
unsurprising given the overwhelming superiority, of course, of the American military coupled with the Israeli military. But is there a moment in here where if
Stan just heard it.
all their military firepower is pretty well taken out, that the regime begins to collapse from within?
Look, I'm not able to answer any.
I'm gonna just announce this. The Razor 25 is 1,025% a fucking bot.
Definitive military.
Saying the same fucking thing every goddamn day.
Judgment, but the people who are...
This is what, the only reason I make these announcements is because I try not to ban people just willy-nilly. I really don't, I've allowed a whole bunch of bullshit in my chat today, which most other lefty streamers do not even allow as a modicum of that.
Opining on this around the world, I believe.
But yeah, trying to stay away from the bubbles, but goddamn. I mean, I see what the bots are doing. They're trying to make it so it is that. So they want me to not try to even get my message out to other people that might agree with me or might just think see the insanity that is just being part of a cult that you never question.
Is not the case.
Where the cat be? He went upstairs. I need to go get him. If
has held together,
sirens
will
go
continue
on.
to hold together, has vast arsenals of missiles and drones, and we'll see, because this war is not ending in the next few days. And Israeli generals themselves have said publicly this could go on into the fall, and the American public is being prepared for a long war. So even the progenitors of this war are not claiming that this is about to be.
By the way, guys, anybody that thinks you're trolling my numbers, dude, I'm used to doing maybe 300 fucking per stream, so whatever.
Be one. I don't hear that from anybody. I don't.
You're not fucking, dude. Teflon here, bitch. You can't do anything to fucking get to me on that one. That's just how this game goes. I've only been doing this 2 years, and you know what? Think I'm doing all right. I got your fucking attention.
I don't see it in the markets either, in the
Whatever,
soaring
man.
oil prices. I don't see it in the behavior of the energy
Little do you know, you idiots are helping me grow. Thanks.
producers, suppliers, and shippers.
Creating the next wave of lefty propaganda, and you're contributing. Cool.
I don't see it in the
you own
shutdown of
that.
production in Qatar on its gas, and Iraq on its oil, and the destruction of oil fields. I see a calamity building, and a lot of blood flowing. It's a kind of mass murder of civilians by
Do you think that some of them just kind of went, he's right?
Israel and
Jingle some
the
keys for
United
him?
States.
Yeah, right.
This is shocking, actually. We should keep it in mind. This is not targeted bombing. This is carpet bombing Tehran. And I've been speaking on the phone with absolutely desperate people in Tehran in the last 48 hours, and it's carpet bombing. And they're killing.
It doesn't take much for them to color outside the lines.
Indiscriminately. So this is a disaster that is not likely to go away. No one's claiming in Israel or the U.S.
It's cool to get up and create a channel. It takes a lot of work.
That it's likely to go away. And
maintaining an audience and actually having growth. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people understand how hard it is to actually get traction on YouTube.
the consequences for the world will be
But here I am. I don't know, love it or hate it.
utterly awful. And Piers, we have a lot of Americans.
You're 100% not a but I care about the USA and their citizens.
We have a very particular.
God, I wish I had a CAPTCHA.
Society. We have a lot of Americans who are saying,
guys, out of these 6 squares, can you select the 4 that is indeed the street corner?
Move on. This is Armageddon coming. This is the problem.
It's a round corner. They're just like,
on this end of the world. We are hearing lots of.
Am I a Trump bootlicker? Fuck no.
Reports
Don hates Trumbo.
About this being preached in
Trumbo.
The military.
Isn't that a fucking movie? What was that weird movie that's like supposed to be like artsy, but like the whole art, like it's like a weird look into like poor life, and it's got a kid like eating spaghetti in a milk bathtub. I don't know why I remember that, but goddamn, that was a weird ass movie.
A lot of people who believe that the worse it gets, the closer we are to the second coming of Jesus Christ, and that's a motivating factor in the United States. I have to tell you, it's a significant part of Mr. Trump's base, and so
you seem like you're not exactly MAGA, so hey. Sub to the channel, especially guys. If you're enjoying yourselves and having a good time, fuck. Even if you're fucking MAGA and you're enjoying yourself, hit the sub button.
Deterrence. It may
come
just
on back. Have yourself a good old time.
It is a grim situation that we're in.
Armageddon, dude's brain dead. Dude, like Pete Hegseth literally said that we're doing this to usher in Armageddon. Do you not listen to their words? Oh shit, Chamberhouse, thank you for the $20. I appreciate that, man.
At Chamberhouse, $20.
Actually,
thank you.
Since World War II,
I know you heard that.
This is even beyond.
He heard the
Iraq
chime, and
War.
he's just like, "Ooh."
They then had, I won't say the dignity, but they then had the impulse to hide the motivations. Here, there is no impulse to hide the motivations. It's just complete kill anybody. And kill everybody and overturn this society of 100 million people.
We'll give the cat some treats when he gets down here too.
The society of 5,000 years. So it's dreadful.
Also, if you guys can't afford to donate to the stream or just hit the like button, obviously, but you guys can also just spam unicorns in chat, and that's the only time I'll give permission to spam. Just because if my wife is here. And she sees the unicorns in chat, she knows that's for her.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, I've interviewed you many times. I don't think I've ever heard you speaking with such raw emotion, but I appreciate you coming back.
We're heading to World War III, and we're being led by extraordinarily violent governments in Israel and the United States. And you'll hear a great defense in a moment by a skilled Israeli diplomat. But what they are doing to the world is absolutely unforgivable, and it will be recognized as such. And it's a tragedy. That's why I didn't use the word homicide when I talked to Mr. Dan, and I used the word suicide, because what Israel is doing is committing suicide.
Jeffrey Sachs, thank you very much indeed. I appreciate you coming on Uncensored again.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
Well, joining me now is Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon. Danny, welcome back to Uncensored. You heard Jeffrey Sachs there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you heard him in person in the UN when he confronted you. Very emotional, very angry, talks about what you have embarked on here with this war in Iran as
Feed the pup. Thank
suicide.
you for the wow. I don't know why that one didn't go through. What the hell? Thank you for the $20 again. Fuck.
Mission that will trigger World War III. What is your response to him?
You know, there's so many lies.
Feed the pup.
So many hate. You know, he's driven by an agenda, you know, to go against Israel no matter what. You know, we saw it during the war we had with Hamas and now with Iran, but no connection to reality. You know, he's a professor. He's teaching economics. So I hope he knows economics better than he knows geopolitics, because let's go for the basic facts. Why we are now in a war with Iran.
Look at that poor dog. He's starving. Oh, don't be fooled.
Not because he's like a conflict between the
He's also a foxhound. He's always that skinny.
American people or the Iranian people, not because we have a dispute over borders or over resources. Basically, the cause of the conflict is the radical regime. They decided they don't like the US and they don't like Israel without us saying anything or doing anything. And they took it to the next step, building the capabilities to actually destroy us. And we decided enough is enough. We are not going to wait for them to achieve the ability to destroy us. So with all due respect to this so-called professor, we have facts. And the facts are that Iran is the aggressor. Iran is the one who is spreading this radical ideology. When you speak with Israelis, we love the Iranian people. We have good memories from the days we actually used to go and visit Tehran before the revolution. We admire the wisdom of the...
Shut the fuck up. None of you were even alive at that point. Jesus Christ. The fact that they're talking about the 70s, like something that happened in the fucking mid-70s, when this guy was a kid at best. This idea, like, this is the same shit that drives me nuts in America, where you got a bunch of fucking Republicans. I almost said Republicards, but that didn't work. We got a whole bunch of Republicans that are just talking about like the 50s and the 60s and this golden age of America that they never experienced. Fucking Christ. LARP harder.
Iranian people, but once the revolution happened, and all of a sudden Iran became a rogue state, and they promote the radical ideas of the Ayatollahs. That's why we are where we are.
Okay, I mean, you say you love the Iranian people. The cold, hard reality on the ground is that more Iranian civilians have now been killed in the last 8-9 days of this war than Hamas killed on October the 7th, that's according to the official figures. That doesn't sit very easily with your love of Iranian civilians.
I beg to differ with you. I think the Iranian people, they cannot say it out loud, but when they look up in the sky and they see the Israeli aircraft and the U.S. Air Force, they are grateful. They have been waiting for those moments for 40.
You realize that this is the same shit that these Trumpers in chat have been saying? Like, I've been calling them IDF shills.
7 years, they were oppressed, and today we
You don't want to be fucking called, pawns of Israel. I don't know. Maybe don't do everything that Israel wants you to do. Weird.
To unchain them.
God damn.
To give them the tools to rise up. Yes, it's going to be painful. Also, it's painful for us in Israel. It's painful for the Gulf countries.
When I pay too close attention to this stuff, I get less happy. I battle with I need to convince someone of what I know, and I know everything will be okay whether I change their minds or not.
They're attacking more.
I'll be honest, dude. This is the first time that I've felt like that. Like, I felt like this in 2016 too. Like, dude, Trump he's a dangerous moron. Like, he's the most useful pawn of any actual ruler. Like, this is gonna sound bad, but most the ruling class are so much smarter than Trump. That's why Bibi actually worked Trump so easily. He didn't even have to work that hard. That's why Putin can work Trump. That's why all these guys can work him. And it's not because he's somehow brilliant and makes these deals. It's because he's retarded and they're just like, oh, we got his number.
Arab countries.
Fuck. I wouldn't doubt that they also have some blackmail too.
In 10 days.
But we'll see.
And Israel did in 77 years. So it's not easy for anyone today around the world. But that's a price we have to pay in order to make this place a better, safer place.
It's been reported that up to 170 schoolgirls were killed in an airstrike on a school that was next to an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Yeah. He's literally calling that his Tuesday.
Base. We still don't appear to know
Street Fighter, anyway.
For certain who caused that strike. Can you give any clarity on that? It's been a week now.
So we are looking into that incident.
Yeah, Trump is the easiest puppet. He's a stupid narcissist. You have to limit his information flow and clap for him every time now and then. Yeah. He's like a child. He's like a petulant little child where you literally have to be like, oh, good job, Trump. Everybody loves you, Trump. Here, let's get everybody in a cabinet meeting and tell you how great you're doing and how much we love you.
I don't think it.
Yeah, it's totally normal.
Was our involvement. We regret a lot.
Do you guys do that for the patriarch of your family? Like, for anybody that lives in a multi-family home, which we all know how America works, but for anyone that does, like, is that what you guys do? You guys like bloviate or you blow the fucking the grandfather or whatever, and you just make your entire family sit down at dinner and just tell grandpa how awesome he is?
Of life of any civilian. It doesn't matter who.
Do you guys understand that how weird it is? Huh? Yeah.
Behind it, whether it was the IRGC or someone else, but we regret the loss of life of civilians, and we target military infrastructure.
The fact that you guys like aren't weirded out by that, I do have to say that in itself is weird. Like, that's why we all look at you and we're like, no, you guys are total cultists. It's like we don't have to mince words at all. Like, goddamn.
When I say we, it's Israel.
I do my own research. I think for myself. Except I just let the Orange Man just say anything that he wants, and then I go, yeah, I agree, Orange Man.
And the U.S., Iran, they're doing exactly the opposite. You know, and I saw the interviews of Iranian officials, and they are saying we are not targeting civilians, only military targets in the Gulf. They are lying. Look at the airports in Dubai.
It's weird. We're actually engaging with like the war that Trump started, and here you guys are trying to talk about the genders thing. That tells me everything I need to know about how fucking confident MAGA is.
Abu Dhabi. Look what
Anytime that you see somebody start trying to take it back to gender stuff while we're in the middle of a fucking wartime, just turn around and just ignore them. It's that easy. Just ignore the fucking.
For the last 10 days.
They're so fucking stupid.
They are targeting only civilian targets. So there's a huge difference about the intentions. But, you know.
Yes, everyone supports this man.
We regret the loss of life. I just finished now an event at the UN where I hosted brave women from Iran who came to share with my colleagues about their experiences with this regime. One of them...
Every confident person I know has to constantly go into chats just to reaffirm how confident they are in their Lord and Savior.
A very brave young woman lost her eye in a demonstration. The other was not allowed to come back into Iran. So we know that the people of Iran, they pay a heavy price. And I believe that soon they will be able to take the future in their own hands.
You must know, Ambassador.
I literally have a no caps rule, so you've broken it. You've spammed my chat enough. You can fuck off.
Now, whether it was an Israeli...
We get it. No one pays attention to you, so you have to use all caps.
...plane that fired the missile into that girls' school, albeit...
Even the rest of the people in chat know how to behave. Weird.
It may have done so unintentionally. It may be naming
he's not answering
base. I don't want to prejudge what may have happened there. But you must know as a country whether it was one of your planes that did that or not. So can you rule out that it was an Israeli plane?
No, first I have to tell you that from my experience in Gaza, and I think we spoke about it in the past, there were incidents that Hamas or the Islamic Jihad launched rockets into Israel, and they fell in Gaza. And there was an incident, a very tragic incident in a hospital. It took a few hours for everybody to realize it wasn't us. It was actually a rocket that flew from Gaza and fell in Gaza. So we don't know the details.
They're still they're going with that story, huh?
The information
literally bombed the entire strip. But yeah, you can't blame us for the hospital. Yeah, you got to, we hit the targets that we wanted, and technically that was the Hamas. Hamas hit themselves.
I don't think that our Air Force was involved in that incident. I know it's being investigated both by the IDF and also by the U.S. Air Force.
People are looking at what's
I like how
happening,
he just sputters out there because he's just like, I don't even believe my own bullshit.
And they're seeing a regime which remains intact. They're seeing the Ayatollah that was killed replaced by his youngest son.
America needs term limits. Fuck yeah, I agree with that.
Also Khomeini. They're seeing the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps still exercising ruthless control over.
No, I just hate him because he's literally poison to this country. The fact that you guys are like anybody out there that could just be like, I love Trump. Why are you guys so hateful? And not recognize what you guys are doing to the fucking country. Yeah, not even wasting my breath on you.
There's no sign of any uprising by the Iranian people, perhaps because they're fearful of.
No, did the trolls get bored? Did I kind of hurt their feelings by pointing out that they're losers?
Perhaps because they're fearful
of hanging around a stream.
RGC, but they're certainly not rising up in the way that Donald Trump was talking about his hopes would be happening. And we're seeing massive global economic
United States of Israel. Yeah, we are.
Mayhem driven by the virtual closure of the Strait of Hormuz and by the attacks by Iran on all the neighboring Gulf states, which are severely damaging the economies of all those countries. And that has a knock-on effect, obviously, for the global economy. And the longer this goes on, the worse the global economy will suffer, the more lives are going to get lost on all sides. And if ultimately the regime remains intact, how will you claim victory? What is victory?
So first, allow me to look at the upside also. Today we are degrading the capabilities of Iran. They don't have the same capabilities that they had 10 days ago, and we haven't finished yet. We will continue to hammer the infrastructure of this terror machine.
So how are you making all these strides if they still have the same firepower as before? Wait a minute.
When I speak about capabilities,
Jesus,
you focus on
sometimes they don't even try
on the nuclear capabilities and their proxies. So I think we can agree that it will not be
Someone's
the same.
happy with his
It
tree
will
time.
be a weakened regime. The question is whether there will be a regime change. I hope so. I pray for that. But it is up for the Iranian people to decide when they do it, when they rise up. If they are watching us now, I'm telling them, Mardumei Iran, the people of Iran, be brave, be strong. Your time is coming very soon to go back to the streets and to lead this nation after 47 years of oppression. I think it will come. We know in the first few days, we focused on targeting the launchers to minimize the casualties in the area and in Israel. But I think in the next few days, we will continue to target the IRGC and regime's assets, and hopefully it will encourage the people to move to the next stage.
Danny Danon, Israel's ambassador to the UN. I appreciate you coming back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to be joined now by my panel, Doron Spielman.
Conricus now?
He's
Jesus.
the former IDF international spokesman and author of When Stones Speak. Daniel
Jekyll.
Levy, the former Israeli negotiator and president of the US Middle East Peace Project, and Scott Horton, author of Provoked. Welcome to all of you. Scott Horton, let me start with you. Clearly very different views of what
I have modular shelving like that when you have nothing in the modular shelves.
Jeffrey Sachs and Danny Danon, they had a very heated exchange in the UN, which says it all. I imagine that your agreement probably lies a lot more with Jeffrey Sachs than Danny Danon. But again, I'll put the same question to you about the possibility that this could eventually work, in the sense that Israel believes, with good reason, that Iran has been the tentacle, the octopus with tentacles, for all the terrorism in the region that's been aimed at them through the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and so on.
Hey, Meta, thank you for the unicorns. Appreciate that.
That it's run by an evil, repressive regime,
is still off.
which has been that way for 47 years, repressing its own people, repressing everything else in the region it can repress.
I love seeing dog. And he's a happy dog, too. He just had some treats. We had a very kind... we had two chatters donate $20. So
and by decapitating the regime,
he got himself
you may then
nice
lead to an uprising from the Iranian people, many of whom hate the regime, and that in 5-10 years we may look back in history. This is what I hear from many Israelis, and be grateful for what has happened. What would you say to that?
Well, I mean, it's built into the question, of course, that this is all Israel's interests at play here. The
God, it is creepy how much he looks like my father-in-law.
Great revolutionary.
Holy shit!
Shiite men.
You just put some fucking like thin wire glasses on him. That's my father-in-law.
And this is their problem, not ours.
Crazy.
Our problem is the Bin Ladenites, Al Qaeda, and ISIS, the radical Salafi edge of Wahhabi Sunni Islam,
and his computer
their terrorist
programmer.
movement.
Fits,
Mostly
right?
America and Britain and Saudi Arabia's pet terrorists, although they oftentimes turn on us and kill us too. But the Shiites are the Israelis' problem. And even though every time America runs an errand over there to try to spite them, we end up empowering them like we did in Iraq War II. And then inadvertently, when Obama built the caliphate to spite them, we ended up, that blew up too big. So they had to take the Iranian side again in Iraq War III, which is, that we have strikes going on against Shiite targets in Iraq right now because that's the regime that we put in power. You quoted David Petraeus a minute ago. tell us how this ends. Well, Iraq War II ended with David Petraeus putting Iran's best friends in power there and training up their army, the Badr Brigade, to be the Iraqi army. And that's who we got a problem with as the war spreads right now. But then secondly, as far as will the war work? No. And as far as, well, it depends on who you ask what their goals are. The Trump administration says they want stability. And they even told the Wall Street Journal, anonymous officials told the Wall Street Journal, they might be happy with the Ayatollah Khomeini's grandson. They don't like Khamenei's son. They want Khomeini's grandson instead. They have no capability, as Marco Rubio testified to the Senate. They have no one to put in power. They don't think for a minute they can parachute the monarchists in there. They don't think for a minute that the Mujahideen e-cult, communist terrorist cult, can take over. They don't think that the Kurdish communists, the PJAK, which are the Iranian Kurdish branch of the PKK in Turkey, they don't think that they can take over. They don't think that the Baluchi suicide bombers, Jandala, that America and Israel backed 10, 15 years ago, can take over the country.
God damn. I love these moments where you actually have like a true intellectual, somebody that's studied on this shit, just talking to us bunch of morons. Just wait, though. Just wait. Because Piers Morgan is not going to miss an opportunity to be a narcissist. So let's see how he tries to make himself feel smart in this one.
But as the Israelis told the Financial Times, that's
does he
fine.
agree,
what they
or
want to
does
see
he
is civil
like
war.
try to make a
what they want to see is
counterpoint?
chaos and destruction and Iran taken off the board. They don't want to see a friendly new Iran, as Donald Trump said. They want chaos. They want Iran to look like Obama helped Israel turn Syria into back 15 and 10 years ago.
Professor Yang actually is, you do understand how valuable that kind of content is. Like, there's the entertainment aspect that's dangerous, where it's like, if you're just watching his speeches to be entertained, that could be an issue. But if you're doing it with like an educational purpose and you're truly like trying to get, like, you take notes, you are getting the value of a class.
All right, Doris
Not
Spellman.
a full value, but you're getting the value.
There are many people who think that is exactly what Israel wants. They just want total chaos, a sort of rudderless.
That's just my roundabout way of saying college is overrated.
That's why they're blowing up all the oil refineries. That's why their general view seems to be to cause as much mayhem as possible. What do you say to that?
Pierce, it's simply revisionist history. Listening to Jeffrey Sachs and, Scott, it's ridiculous. It ignores the reality that over the last 2.5 years and before, Israelis have been living in shelters, running in and out of shelters, attacked over our peaceful border with Gaza, received thousands of missiles from Hezbollah, thousands of missiles from the Houthis. We've been targeted in Israel and overseas, and it all leads back to Iran. It's as if Israel woke up one morning and said, we've got a great idea. Let's fly 2,000 kilometers and try to attack a country that has 95 million people, and we have 10 million people, that is 90 times bigger than Israel. Put our soldiers
That was my favorite caps user.
Just out of the blue, because Israel wants to take over the world. I mean, there's not a single shred of truth about this scenario. Let's wake up, everybody. At what point does a country have the right to defend its civilians against an enemy country that not only has said it wants to
PhD in politics
destroy
has no value? What are you talking about?
but has launched 500
Studying the history of political, like,
ballistic missiles in
No. Oh man, come on, don't do that.
June? Another series of ballistic
As
missiles,
much as I'm like, dude, and this is coming from me, where I'm just like, yeah, college is overrated, but
including one that
I'm not
flew
saying
over
that,
my
like,
house
he's not
and killed a
valuable.
worker in the middle of Tel Aviv today who will not go home to his family. At what point do we have the most basic right to defend our country? Should we just sit here and wait for them to keep firing and lay down and roll over? There is such absolute hypocrisy. I'm listening to Jeffrey Sachs, so Pierce, you let him speak for half an hour, and it was, so emotional.
I just found it
Israel's
funny
committing suicide.
that Trump toyed with like firing Fauci, but he never did it. Weird.
Well, let me ask Jeffrey Sachs and you, how do you suppose that Israel should respond to the Iranian terror threats?
I'll never understand MAGA's whole thing where they're like, the fucking vaccine and Dr. Fauci ouchie. It's just like, you do know that Trump was the one who greenlit that, dude. So by your admission, Trump was technically the pawn of the CDC?
4 different countries that have been attacking Israel. Should we not fight back? Should we just lay down? Is that not suicide? At the end of the day, Pierce, we are leading.
Thank you for proving my point.
Telling me that Trump can actually just listen to another source of power like Bibi Netanyahu, huh?
Israel's not an ally of the United States.
Scott, just one second. At the end of the day, this will go down in history the exact opposite of what Jeffrey Sachs said. You have Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. Mark my words, they will go down in history like Churchill and Roosevelt, who were the first ones to confront the evil that spread throughout Germany and save the West. We are the very first.
That's revisionist history like a motherfucker. No. What? And that's also way to try to take the British fucking, like, W there, but also forget about how Trump simultaneously said, like, Winston Churchill wasn't a great guy. You know what? Technically, it was just as bad.
First ones, because there's an imminent threat against us that are going to stop this threat before it hits American soil. It already hit it already hit Israeli soil. They will go down in history. And everybody else that decries this war will be a minor footnote of those who said we should give.
No, actually, it's going to be the majority. The way that you disingenuous dude, these fuckers are the ones that were like, yeah, you know what, this war's going on too long, and by 2016 they probably they called themselves anti-war, anti-interventionist. They probably throughout the Ukraine thing were saying we definitely shouldn't be intervening. We shouldn't be giving, sending over U.S. tax dollars to protect Ukraine. And now they're loving this shit. Tell us how you're not just Israeli pawns. Okay.
Into the regime. We can't defeat the regime. If this was 1945, they'd
shit. The IDF's gonna go broke just from fucking trying to pay these fucks off.
They just said, no, let's not finish off with Germany. Let's just let them reconstitute with Hitler's son, which is what Mujata is. He is Khomeini's son. For heaven's sake.
Okay, let me bring in. Let me bring in.
Real quick.
Hang on.
Just give me 1 second.
Hang on, Scott.
Okay.
No.
Well, very quickly, because Daniel's been waiting patiently.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Just very quickly. I said, this has nothing to do with America. This is Israel's problem. And he said, this is Israel's problem for 5 minutes. Yeah, that's what I said. Israel's not a state in the union. We have no treaty of alliance with Israel.
I'd like to respond. I think that the United States wants a secure Middle East. I don't think anybody wants a destabilized Middle East. When Israel, which is the United States' greatest ally, is under mortal threat, as we now see Saudi Arabia, Scott, who is the United States' supposed ally, is now also under threat. You've got the UAE, who is under threat. All of them are under threat by Iran.
Because you started
a war. The United States has the courage, and this president has the courage, Scott, beyond just protecting the U.S. troops, thousands of which have died over Iran over the last few decades, to say, you know what, I'm going to support the friends of the United States and to do the very simple act, which seems like none of you can accept, of defeating evil. Good standing up against evil. It can be defeated, and it must be defeated.
The point I would make to that, Doran, is that you're very optimistic that the regime is going to be defeated. And I think that the problem at the moment is there is no immediate sign of that.
I just found out that bartender that we've all been searching for after he got in a car accident, he possibly was confused and all that. They found him dead.
Happening. In fact, the opposite seems to be the case.
That sucks. He's a really nice guy.
Let me bring in Daniel
9 days. This is not a fairy tale.
Okay.
We actually have to fight to defeat the enemy.
Yeah, but we were told a year ago, actually not even a year ago, that the attack on the nuclear installations was incredibly successful and had neutralized the threat of Iran and its nuclear capability. And yet here we are, less than a year
Thanks, I appreciate
later,
that.
launching
His name is Dan. He was a really, really good guy.
a massive war in Iran because apparently they were, imminently about to acquire the ability for a nuclear weapon. And those two positions seem to be completely incompatible. It's like either it was neutralized last June.
Shall I force my way in?
Okay,
or...
but it's stretching. It is stretching.
Shall I force my way in, or
Yeah, Daniel, let me bring in Daniel. Daniel, you've been very patient. Thank you. Over to you.
First, I'm struggling right now over this definition of evil. I saw a country lay waste to Gaza. I've seen a country that occupied Palestinians. October 7th was a crime. But what about the decades in which Palestinians lived under a brutal occupation,
Yeah, blink
a
faster,
regime
asshole.
of structural apartheid, and then I look at what was done subsequently, and I'm shaking because when I hear these glib comparisons to the Holocaust and to the Nazi regime, I feel it's a form of cheapening, almost of Holocaust revisionism. You know, I'm quite confident that the Jewish population in Germany was not keeping the Germans under a brutal occupation for decades. What a horrible analogy to draw to call this some kind of Holocaust. Now, first of all, if one's talking about evil, what we have witnessed in Gaza should be painful and shameful to anyone who has grown up in
near the end of stream, just so you guys know, I'm
a tradition which respects and values
Dan was like a big PBR guy.
Jewish life, and which considers never again to not be
Yeah.
a parochial call,
Might have
but
to
a
crack one
universal global call. Now let's come on to the subject at hand, which is what is going on with Iran. Iran didn't attack Israel. Iran
hoping they'd find him.
hasn't attacked Israel. I wish I could say that Israel hadn't attacked Iran, but as in your expressions of astonishment are wonderful, but they
I just
belie
heard
a
a missile fly
revisionist view
over
of
my
history.
head that came
The
from
attack
Iran.
in the
It
attack
landed near
in
you,
June,
Daniel, in Tel Aviv.
the attack in June was initiated by Israel. The attack earlier this month, earlier this year, was initiated by Israel. And my question is twofold. First of all,
Oh, that is not my intent there, Mouse.
is this extreme ambition, extremism, this maximalism, likely
Honestly.
to play out well for Israel? And what do we think is going to happen as this plays out, as Mr. Horton just suggested, with the US? Because I would argue that you have an Iran that has a strategy, and you have an Israel that has a strategy. It seems very clear, very transparent, that the Israeli strategy is not some fairy tale of a happy new regime coming into place. It is precisely regime collapse, state implosion, dismantlement, and chaos. Why? Because Israel has been very clear that it has an agenda of regional domination here. Why does it need an agenda of regional domination? Because that's not about security. We can come back and talk about that. But that is central to the notion of a zero-sum endgame versus the Palestinians. I think the Iranians have come into this with strategic coherence. This time around, they've changed their national security posture and said, if this is going to be done against us, if this kind of a war is going to be launched against us, we will make it costly. We will establish a deterrence, and we will challenge the notion that America can stay cost-free in the West Asia region. The worry I have, amongst others, is that the party Israel is relying on, I don't think, has a strategy whatsoever. America used to go to wars that were often problematic for the world, for those who suffered, for America itself, with some degree of competence and coherence, some degree of a multi-layered interagency process. Today, I think you have rank incompetence and incoherence.
Did I see the monster tornado? No. What? Hopefully no one gets hurt or worse. Was so
But
violent.
on any given
What?
day, the question is, what
the
is
fuck,
this about?
man?
You
I
can
just
make
turned
a
my
geopolitical
weather
case.
thing up.
You could say this is
Daniel,
about
let me ask
oil.
you this.
Oh my
If I
God.
can finish just this one thought, Piers, I'd be appreciative.
Yeah.
Yo,
You
is
could
it,
say-
where's it being reported? Because, oh, dude, that looks like Bartlett. That's not too far from Chicago here. So hold on. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we're getting slammed twice now? Yeah, because I don't think I'll be able to see that, but holy shit.
This is about a chokehold,
Kankakee.
like they see Greenland
fuck. Here,
in
you know what? I might be able to see
geopolitical,
that.
geoeconomic terms
I'll
about
be right
oil. But you can also hear them talking about
Listening to this.
capitulation.
Hold on.
You can hear them
This was hours ago? Oh, then I wouldn't have seen that.
suggesting
Okay.
this can be a Venezuela 2.0. You can perhaps hear people saying that this
You're getting slammed
Sorry,
right now?
Who's the they, Daniel?
the spokespeople of the administration that is carrying out this
Which
illegal
administration?
war, Mr. Spielman. So
Which administration?
It's coming right towards me.
I would suggest that this could end in a couple of
I'm about to
days,
get
or it could go on indefinitely. But what you have here is Iran has not tried to say we will escalate toe-to-toe.
Fun. I have a 98% chance of hitting. This is just hitting me, so I'll just take that as
They
what
have
it is.
said we will go vertical. We will expand the theater of war and make this a question not of military capacity.
Serious
where
storm
the
yeah.
balance of
There's a huge storm cell that's pretty much encapsulating all the way from Chicago to Kansas, and it is hitting us really fucking hard.
power is clear, but of political endurance. And if you go into war, not like Afghanistan, if you're America, with 90% public support, not like Iraq, with 70% public support, but with barely 30% public support, bipartisan, criticism inside MAGA, your economy taking the stress, then the question of political endurance, which I think will decide this, I don't think looks good from an American and by extension, Israeli perspective.
let me jump in. Okay, let me jump in. I would say the political stroke economic part of this cannot be understated because the economy is getting shredded globally. Oil and gas prices are absolutely rocketing. No one can get through the Strait of Hormuz pretty much without Iran say so. So this is a very perilous moment for the global economy, I would say, notwithstanding the military part of this, where the strategy of Iran has been just to scattergun attack its neighboring Gulf states because they know that by effectively doing that and the way that they've been doing by targeting hotels and airports and so on, they are acting as a massive deterrent to people who are not naturally born in those states to want to go back to wherever they came from. You've seen lots of Brits go back to Britain, for example, because they suddenly think that this safe oasis is not as safe as they thought. But let me just ask you one question, Daniel, before I go to the others for their response to what you said. And it's this: when you said that Iran has not attacked Israel, and the two examples you cite were indeed retaliatory, but surely that ignores the reality, which is for decades the Iranian regime, which has publicly talked about being wedded to the annihilation of Israel, and here the chance of death to America at the same time, and has killed lots of Americans and Israelis. But the part you're missing, which I'm really curious about your response to, is that surely you would accept that by propping up and supporting with arms and lots of cash Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, they have been attacking Israel relentlessly for decades, but doing it through their proxies. And that is, to me, that is the same thing. Whether they're doing it directly or whether they're doing it through proxies, they have been attacking Israel. Now, you might have concerns about the way Israel has responded, and I would share many of those concerns. I've expressed them, but no one can persuade me that Israel isn't fundamentally justified in trying to defend itself from the tentacled attacks by the Iranian regime through its proxies for many, many years.
So I'm not going to carry the brief for the Iranian governing structure and what it has set out to do. What troubles me is...
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Apply...
Daniel, what's your answer to Pierce? What does that mean? Just answer the simple question. Do you consider the fact that Iran has funded and trained Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis to kill Israelis and offense? So are they actually attacking Israel, or are they some parallel vertical regime? What's your answer?
Here's my response. I would consider it highly problematic if the
whole bunch of debris outside.
The response to Israel's genocide.
I don't know how I haven't lost power to it.
Against the Palestinians.
It's crazy.
If the response to Israel being led by a woman.
I'll be honest, dude. Like, no sirens, no nothing on it, and I didn't get any warnings, but yeah, it looks bad out there.
Criminal with an international criminal court arrest warrant against his name. If the response to that would be an attempt to wipe the Israeli Jewish community off the map. Israel is a nuclear. Israel is a nuclear.
Hey, Carlos, how's it going?
Israel
the show.
Daniel, is there any
Heck no, got to put the kiddo to bed. Good night. I will see you later, man.
point at which you think Israel is
I'm sure
justified
I'm
in
sure
carrying out
you'd be a
military
fabulous
intervention
stand-in
at
for
all?
Piers Morgan,
Wait, give me
but
one
I believe
instance.
that Piers
Is there
asked me a
any
question,
moment?
Mr.
Is there
Spielman.
anyone?
You see, when
any
you
terror
can't,
regime
if you
Israel's
can't
justified
listen
at
to a
carrying out
response to your
military
argument,
intervention, Daniel?
are we just going to shout over each other?
No, I'm
Okay,
trying to ask
can
you
I
a real
now
question because I don't understand
Can you
your answer.
shut up and I'll answer Piers'
Whoa,
question?
Daniel, take it easy. Take it easy now. We don't have to get overly upset.
Well, I think this is
Okay,
I
Daniel,
think this is
let
Between El Mencho and La Nina, this is not my year.
Daniel answer the question.
Shit.
Let Daniel answer the question.
So I think the fact that Israel has
I had to deal with this in the fall too.
maintained control of the sovereign skies of Lebanon, violated Lebanese sovereignty for decades. The fact that Israel has maintained a vicious, violent occupation against the Palestinians does not mean that the
happy Tuesday, Daniel.
solution is a military solution. I think we should eschew and avoid
You're from
war.
Panama, nice.
And war in this instance was avoidable. Iran was manageable, not through kinetic military means. I don't think this is going to make the Jewish population of Israel or anywhere else even safer. I think quite the opposite. It will be more dangerous. Israel is going to have to step back from its illegal criminal activity. Iran should step back from its illegal
you're in the
criminal
safe place
activity.
right here, buddy.
And I would
Come on.
suggest that the way to do that is not by bombing schools, whether they're in
come
Gaza,
here.
in Israel, or in Iran. I would suggest the way you do that is you pursue other options. And if anyone told me that Israel, as a nuclear power, which has attacked Iran, not been attacked by Iran, where Iran's so-called proxies were more of a deterrence than an offense, that Israel is more than capable of handling itself militarily, but apparently absolutely incapable of handling itself politically
Daniel,
and of
it sounds
having
like
a
you're defending
diplomatic
Iran.
game.
It sounds like you're defending Iran and persecuting Israel.
Sorry, I'm not defending
And
Iran,
is
but
there
it
a
sounds a heck of a lot
Daniel,
like
is there
you're
a
defending
single
Israeli genocide.
moment in which I just
So
want to ask
my
you one
question
question
to you, Mr.
Daniel, is there a
Spielman, is,
single
are you
moment,
ashamed and are you against the Israeli genocide
Daniel,
of the Palestinian
I'm trying to
people?
ask a question. Can I just ask one
Sorry,
question?
I didn't realize that was your job.
I
but
promise I'll
fine.
be quiet.
I didn't
Daniel, is there a
realize the gentleman on
single moment at which you think Israel is justified in carrying out
Panic, where'd you send
military
it? I'm looking for
intervention against one of the enemies that are facing it, Hamas, Hezbollah, or Iran? Is there a single instance?
Yes, but I do not think
What
that
is it?
Israel is going to succeed militarily
what is
if the premise of its position is we will continue to manage a permanent illegal occupation against the Palestinians. If you
I understand, but we weren't occupying
sorry,
Gaza.
because you are therefore in a belligerent state in the region. Israel has bombed several countries in the
We were
region.
attacked
Israel
on October
hasn't
7th.
tried
You said it
the
was a
other
tragedy.
path.
What should we have
Sorry?
done after October
All right.
7th, Daniel?
Let me
When
bring
Hamas
in.
attacked
Let me
done
bring in.
before October 7th.
All right.
No, but what
Gentlemen,
after they attacked
gentlemen,
us, Daniel, should we not?
Gentlemen, I'm just going to call a
Go ahead.
timeout. Let me call a timeout because Scott has been waiting very patiently.
It's not there.
Scott, look, there are passionate arguments on all sides of this. Of course, there are.
Oh, I guess.
Do you have any sympathy with Israel's clear? Look, there's a massive majority support for this in Israel for what's happening in Iran because the Israeli people have reached a general consensus that they believe Iran has been
holy
responsible
shit.
for
Holy shit.
most of their problems in the last few decades with these
That was in
proxy terror
Kankakee?
groups just constantly trying to attack them. And that has caused this massive security
Holy
crisis
crap.
as they see it, which has to be somehow brought to an end. Do you have any sympathy with the way the average Israeli feels about this and why they're supporting this?
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Well, I understand it, just the same as if you swapped them out with any other nation in the world in the same position, if there was such a situation. It's fine, but it has nothing to do with the United States. And this goes back to a falsehood that Danny Danon said earlier.
Yeah, it's pretty south for me,
in your
but
show, where he was claiming that ever since the Iranian Revolution of 1979, Iran has been at war with Israel this way.
Yeah,
That's
here,
not true. Israel stayed
I
friends
got
with
it.
Iran all through the 1980s. As everyone knows, when Ronald Reagan switched sides in the Iran-Iraq war for a minute and sold weapons to the Ayatollah, he used the Israelis as the cutout because they had the ongoing operation. And I highly suggest everyone, especially you, Pierce, read this fantastic book by Trita Parsi called Treacherous Alliance, about the real history of America, Israel, and Iran's relationship throughout that period. And where he shows that it was in 1993 when Yitzhak Rabin
for
simply
anybody that's
changed
in
his
Illinois, if you're like all the way from the northern border to the southern border, please be careful tonight.
strategy, and
Holy
Israel
shit.
turned on Iran, and Iran started funding Hamas after that. And
These storm
now,
cells are no
after
fucking
Rabin was
joke.
killed, the Likud basically took up the same policy of demonizing Iran, but instead of using it as an excuse for dealing with the Palestinians, they used it as an excuse to distract from the fact that they were going to never deal with the Palestinians in good faith. But it was the Israelis who turned on the Iranians first, and that wasn't until 1993. And Parsi even has Clinton administration officials laughing because the Israelis are demanding that America be hard on Iran when 1 week ago they were taking Iran's side in the
Yo, I'm so like fucking conspiracy pill at this point with everything going on in the news and with Trump and all this shit that if all of a sudden all these like big storms started happening in just blue cities, I would legit think I'd be like, oh, I'm pretty sure that they got the weather control machine.
the very same type arguments and all that. The book is called Treacherous Alliance. It's absolutely fantastic. And it shows all
You're
that.
in the car right now?
And then,
Dude, you got to be safe. Oh, fuck, dude.
This is
also
depending
on where you're at. Hold on,
the
here.
basis for the
I'm not
argument
sure,
in
like,
the clean
I'm
break
assuming that
strategy
you're heading towards
by
the city.
David Wormser and Richard Pearl in 1996 when Benjamin Netanyahu was
If
first
you're
coming
like
to office the
near
first time.
Arlington Heights
These are
dash
American
Rosemont,
neoconservatives.
you're gonna be at like right at the tip of the storm, but it's moving northeast, so it's going to start encapsulating like over by the lake. It looks like it's gonna hit Niles next, Glenview, Wilmette, Logan. Yeah, it's going back over like Logan Square, Lincoln Park. Near North Side's about to get slammed. Oh, fuck me,
who
man.
wrote this policy that
That's
says
so
the
much
clean
sh-
break is with Oslo.
Jesus
Said we're never
Christ.
going to deal with the Palestinians. We're going to take what
All right,
they
now I
have.
see why the
But in order
warning
to be
was
able to
this
get
long.
away with that, we
And
need
then we
a
got
whole
this
new
huge cell that's coming down from Sugar Grove from like I-39. And it's moving northbound, man.
position of dominance in the region. And in order to do that, our first priority is we have to break the arch of power between Iran, Syria, and Hezbollah. And they said the way we want to do
Where
that
are
is by
they?
getting rid of Saddam Hussein, which sounds insane, and it is. He was the Sunni roadblock in this Shiite arc of power here. But they thought
Oddly enough,
that
it's actually starting at Broadview right now.
Turkey and Jordan would be dominant in the new Iraq, and then
Guys
they
have been
would
paying
get
attention in the
the
news.
Iraqi Shiites to tell Hezbollah to stop being friends with Iran and start making nice with Israel. It's
This
called
is
the
a
Clean
really
Break, a
weird
new
system.
strategy for securing the realm. And the partner companion piece is called Coping with Crumbling States. And this is the naive pipe dream of the neoconservatives and the Likud. And this was the policy behind Iraq War II, which Netanyahu, of course, championed, and his neoconservative fifth column in America championed, and which backfired and only resulted in America fighting an 8-year war to install Iran's best friends from Dawa and the Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in power there, and to build their militias into the Iraqi army. And as I said, Iraq War III against the Caliphate also was literally for Iran and their friends on the ground. When the Iranian Quds Force liberated Tikrit from ISIS, they had American airplanes flying overhead. And all this just goes to show to show the vast divergence of interests between Israel and the United States. And one more point here, and I'll be quiet, and you guys can keep arguing for the rest of the show. But we already, on the first day, had a blowback terrorist attack from Israel's war in my hometown of Austin, Texas. And 3 innocent people were murdered by a Muslim immigrant who went down to the bar. Yeah, you wiped that smile off your face real quick there, Mr. Israeli spokesman. Murdered 3 of my hometown
I think it's horrible. Why would I not? Why would I smile when you got a Muslim that's killing a bunch of
and there was
Americans?
shut your damn mouth while I'm talking. And there was also an attempted bombing attack at the
What
American
happened to manners
embassy in
here, Pierce,
Norway
on your
last
show?
night. And Americans are already dying and suffering blowback terrorism from another war on behalf of Israel. Just like Omar Mateen's slaughter in Orlando, just like San Bernardino.
Scott, I've got to
this
jump
is all
in.
blowback from Israel's foreign policy.
Be careful. Dude, I'm keeping an eye out. But yeah, this is...
I just want to end very quickly
gonna be
with
bad.
you, Doran, if I may. Looking at the prediction markets, poly market, they asked what price will crude oil hit by the end of March?
Yeah, you hear that?
A lot of money coming in here with
scared?
options ranging from $40 to a lot less than it is now to $200. I don't think it's too big a stretch to say that politically, I saw Netanyahu is calling for a potential election in Israel.
Can't see the
in
road for
summer.
shit. God damn it, dude.
Donald Trump is facing the midterms in America in November. Should oil reach $200 a barrel, then it is, I would argue, never mind militarily, never mind all the reasons you put forward for why this is a good idea. Never mind anything else.
Matt, please be safe.
Purely economically stroke politically, that one fact alone could bring down both the Netanyahu government and the
joining late and worried about the weather. I am
presidency.
terrified right now because I'm watching how this giant cell is about to hit right where I'm at.
In terms of its effectiveness to govern.
And this is the one that was down south a little bit.
Past the midterms.
Fuck.
What would you say to that?
I'm glad
quickly?
you asked me, Pierce. I think that it really lays bare the question, are we going to allow Iran to blackmail the entire world by saying, we are either going to close the Straits of Hormuz and drive up oil prices, or you're going to allow us, the Iranian regime, to survive, to create a nuclear program, which they threaten out loud and say death to America and death to Israel. A ballistic missile program, which will reach 8,000 ballistic missiles by 2027. Multiply 8,000.
The southernmost point of it is the most dangerous.
10 people that died in Beit Shemesh. That's 80,000 Israelis alone.
Let's see.
Are we going to allow the largest terror cancer in the world to survive because of oil prices?
Honestly, that might not
I think,
hit
Pierce,
me.
the answer is that we need to have steel nerves.
The
I think that
southernmost
we
part
have
might
to not
actually
lose
miss.
faith in the American people, the Israeli people, most of which understand, maybe not the two guests that I'm
I don't know, man. There's like this little gap that if it keeps holding, it might miss me.
on the show with, that you have to have courage to defeat evil. If you think that we're going to leave the Iranian regime alone and it is just going to become a peaceful regime, that is a pipe dream. They are going to develop a nuclear weapon, and had we not struck them in June, the same ballistic missile that landed near Daniel today would have had a nuclear warhead on it. Every time we ask anyone on this panel, it is U.S. interests, it is Israel interests, and if we do not defeat Iran now and give those Iranian people, which is where this began a month and a half ago when Trump said help is on its way, 32,000 people were massacred in the streets. If we do not continue to deplete this regime and allow those people to bring in a leader, then we will be back in the same spot with a nuclear regime. And then I ask one question: what will be the price of oil when Iran has a nuclear regime and it strangles Hormuz and it says, you're going to give me whatever I want, otherwise I'm going to drop a nuclear bomb on you? That is not far away.
Piers,
guys, I'm sorry. We've run.
May I come in
way
with
over
one
time.
point, Piers?
The dog's not worried.
As long as it's very, very brief.
Yeah.
It will be very brief, because I think what we've heard here, and this is important, is a very glib, unfact-based, fantastical position from an Israeli spokesperson, or spokesperson of a nuclear power. And we've heard something from Mr. Horton, which I think should really have Israelis thinking long and hard. This is America. Israel is dependent on America. What are you doing to an Israeli image in America, which has already tanked during the relentless assault on Gaza? Americans are going to blame Israel for this, and they'll have a reason. This is seen as Israel first, and I think Israel is playing with fire in ways that could be spectacularly a blowback.
Well, I think my overview would be, I think it was Doran who said earlier that history will look back on this and judge accordingly. I completely concur. I just have no confidence that it will look back in quite the way you think it might.
Oh, no, Groove. I mean, here's the bitch of it. So we got two warnings. We got a tornado warning and a flash flood warning, which never good, because if the flash flood happens very quickly and you're in the basement where you're supposed to be during a tornado, that's bad.
But it may be.
But also because, here,
the
you have
history
power.
will look back and say this was the moment when Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu conspired to destroy their legacies. Or it will end up being their legacy in the way they see it. But I do think the stakes are incredibly high.
I mean, I haven't lost power yet, and again,
anyone who says with any confidence they know how this is going to play out is living in cloud cuckoo land.
We'll see.
I've got to leave it
Gonna
there.
be
Very
here for a
interesting debate.
minute.
Thank you all very much, because joining me now, live from Tehran, is Dr. Fouad Izzadi, professor at Tehran
This is a pretty good episode, though.
University. Dr. Izzadi, thank you for joining me on Uncensored. What is
I
it
mean, for as much as I've been able to pay attention to, because holy fuck, man, this is definitely weird.
like to be in Tehran at the moment?
We had the bombardment just a couple of hours ago. We have lost over 1,400 civilians, including 165 little girls. We are dealing with the Epstein class. They are bombing and killing little Iranian girls and raping little American girls.
The Americans and the Israelis believe that ultimately this is the beginning of the end of the Iranian regime, which has been obviously in power since 1979. Right. What do you say to them?
You know, Netanyahu asked the Iranians on the first day of war to come.
So I'm gonna guess that DBZ's decibels are, I don't know, but all I know is that I'm watching it. It goes from like 20 to 171
to the streets in millions, and they are every night shouting against him and Trump. He has managed to unify Iranians. We have the Israeli around the flag effect. Trump single-handedly has unified Iranians more than any Iranian politician could ever do. It's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. We have the Iranians have elected a new leader. The country is resilient. There is this culture of resistance. And you cannot bomb people and expect them to.
I was about to say, no, it only goes to 100.
People are not going to be foot soldiers of Trump and Netanyahu. They know.
No, 17.
These guys, they just finished conducting a genocide in Palestine. Why would you want to work for them?
But if that is your position, then why would you think you could bomb all your neighboring Gulf states?
I hope that'll be safe from the bad weather. Thanks.
The same reaction
appreciate that.
from them. I mean, we've seen the Prime Minister of Qatar overnight in an interview with Sky News.
It's bad.
So, expressing his outrage at what Iran has done in attacking Qatar.
I hope there's no damage to my house either.
And we've seen Iran attacking Saudi
that hail is so loud.
Arabia, the UAE, other
Made it home.
Gulf states, Bahrain. Why is Iran doing that? It seems to me that
the white spots are hail. Yeah, that's what we're getting right now.
Which would be the most self-defeating, attacking your own neighboring Gulf states and alienating all of them in the way that you're doing, is the last thing you should be doing.
You know, we have U.S. bases there. After the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general, Iranians' response to that assassination was minimal.
420.
After the killing of Ismail Haniyeh, the Palestinian leader, minimal. And after the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon,
minimal. I caught that.
After the 12-day war, Iranians announced they're going to hit one U.S. base. They announced the timing. They announced the number of missiles.
Now we have the sirens going.
That they're going to use. And the base was empty. Minimum. No American soldier was killed in all these attacks on Iran. In the 12-day war, we lost over 1,200 civilians. The people who were exercising restraint are no longer with us. They were all killed by the Americans and Israelis. The new leaders
just in time for the fun half.
Realized that unless
I literally just got a warning on my my watch, and
Israel pay a price.
Hold on, guys.
These type of attacks will continue every few months.
I mean, what's the point?
You cannot run a country when two nuclear regimes attack you every few months. So the decision is to attack U.S. bases, not these countries. The only problem is that the U.S. bases are in these countries. So Iran is attacking.
This is going to last another 20 minutes, man. I am on, oh my God.
U.S. bases. Iran is attacking hotels.
That sucks.
They are full of American soldiers.
Oh, man.
What they have done is that they have evacuated the bases. They have put the soldiers in hotels. That becomes a legitimate military target. CIA offices, headquarters, in office areas in the cities.
I can't go outside right now, dude. It's hailing.
Legitimate military targets. CIA is providing the data.
What do the sirens mean?
These attacks on Iran.
Most of the time, it means a tornado.
And then you have Iranian missiles. Some of the missiles
they must have caught rotation on the. I'm not seeing any rotation though.
Debris and Iran cannot control where the debris falls. I was watching CNN. We had this oil facility in UAE in fire because of the debris. And then we had Tucker Carlson, the American journalist, reporting that in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, they have arrested
6 minutes of Toluca
Mossad agents trying to blow up things so they can blame it on Iran. I think Netanyahu has done a good job using American soldiers to fight his war against Iran. I think he wants to use Saudi soldiers, Qatari soldiers to do the same. I think the leaders of these countries realize that's not a good idea.
Nope.
Okay, but
notice how they don't want to get played by Netanyahu.
I would counter. Let me counter to you, which is that the leader of your country, both the assassinated leader, the Ayatollah Khomeini, and now his son, but also the previous supreme leader as well, have waged a systematic policy as a country of funding and sponsoring terrorism through proxies like the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas against Israel, with a specific aim of killing Israelis and trying to extinguish Israel as an entity, as a country. Why shouldn't Israel seek to properly defend itself in that eventuality?
Last time I was on your show, we went through this. Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization. They were formed after Lebanon was occupied by Israel.
We go back to live
defending
radar.
your territory, pushing out.
Every chaser there on the bottom of your screen is literally looking most
allowed
directly
under
at this. We got 3 different chasers.
And you can use force
right in
to
the
do
side
that.
of this.
And so these are freedom fighters, and Iran wanted to make sure that Israelis would not do to Iran what they are doing today. Iran created deterrence in these countries like Lebanon, like Yemen.
Nice groove dragon. Nice, like it.
Israelis would think that the cost of attacking.
If it's my time, it's my time. That's how I feel about this. That's how I feel about like any of it.
Now that these organizations are weakened, you see what happened. They're killing Iranian leaders. This is a war of choice.
Especially weather. There's nothing I can do. There's literally nothing I can do. Like, dude was asking me why I'm not outside. It's like, well, duh. Yeah. Why am I not outside?
Your readers to read the U.S. intelligence community's assessment. It came out a couple of months before the 12-day war. It's available at dni.gov. It says 3 things about Iran's nuclear program. The first thing, Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The second thing, this is the assessment of the U.S. intelligence community. It says that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon program.
Jesus, there's a huge tornado.
It says that Iranian
in Indiana right now. Canton
have a nuclear weapon program. When they asked Trump about this report, he dismissed it. He chose to accept Netanyahu's version. And he
sorry guys, I'm probably going to be pivoting for the last bit of show to the
his own
what's going on here, because this is insane.
Community. So if you want to make sure that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, you can go back to the 2015 agreement. I don't know if you saw the interview of the Omani foreign minister. He went to Washington about 10 days ago, asking the Trump administration to accept an agreement with Iran. He said that the agreement was available in 24 hours, his words. It's available in YouTube, it's CBS News. He basically begged the Trump administration not to attack Iran. He said that Iran was willing to provide concessions that Iran was not able to do in 2015. And Trump attacked Iran, and it's understandable. If you want to change a country's government,
he literally was like, we'll make a deal. And like the whole thing was they were preparing to go to war for 2 weeks before they even went to Iran to try and get that deal made. So why have all this fucking war preparation if there was going to be a deal made? It's almost like,
enter a diplomatic agreement with the government that you want to change. But they're not going to be able to change Iran's government. So it's a huge policy mistake. And unfortunately, we are seeing a lot of people get killed. Responsibilities of Trump and Netanyahu.
Professor Azadi, professor at the University of Tehran, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you.
All right.
And get ready for very high winds and an increasing tornado threat around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Here's that new severe thunderstorm watch that was issued.
I'm not sure if that's where you're at, but you need to be careful too.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for your area. Oklahoma, we still have some rotating storms. The main one is near Chandler, east of Oklahoma City. And there's another one near Purcell that's moving to the east-northeast going towards Interstate 35. So we are keeping close tabs on that. Pretty significant storm going through Wichita, Kansas right now too, with 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail moving to the northeast. And then over in northern Illinois, or sorry, not northern Illinois, northern Missouri, southern Iowa, we still have a tornado warning going towards Donaldson and Fort Madison. This is another discrete cell, so if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe place. We've had a confirmed tornado according to storm chasers west of Streeter. Not sure if it's on the ground anymore,
Streeter,
but it's
Illinois.
very close to where storm chaser Ryan Scholl is. Yeah. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I think Ken Colton has a view of this now.
Yeah,
Whoa, that's
there it
huge.
is. There it is.
That is a huge wall cloud right there.
Look at that.
I think there's still a tornado on this storm.
Holy shit.
West of Knox, Indiana. Hard to tell if there's a tornado for sure right now, but that is a huge wall cloud.
That's the one? You think you can confirm? Yeah, you can confirm that? Okay, cool.
Near North
we
Judson.
found it. Woohoo! Sorry. I don't know why I'm excited. I'm fucking living through this shit. I think the adrenaline's getting to me.
That is a huge wall cloud. That is all rotating. If it's not on the ground, I'll be shocked. If there's not any sort of ground contact right now, I'd be shocked.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is a massive area of rotation. We have another tornado warning for Kendall and Kerr counties in Texas. That'll be north of San Antonio.
Holy shit, dude.
They were Ramona for the PayPal
the entire
donation.
country is getting slammed right now. How is this? How? Let's see. Yeah, so we've got storms all the way from southern Texas going all the way up to Michigan. Dude, this is going over the lake.
If there's a tornado,
This is clearing the lake. What the fuck?
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I don't. This might be our 6th PBS tornado warning of the day. We have another one for Knox, Indian Hills, south of Hamlet.
Climate change fucked the
near
world.
Toto.
I mean, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Whatever.
This large pink polygon.
Dude, they're never gonna do anything. They're just gonna make it worse.
If you're in it,
And honestly, what are we supposed to do? Like at this point, it goes to the fucking
we have a
paper
PBS
straw
tornado
bullshit.
warning. This is a
That should
particularly
not be
dangerous situation in Indiana.
causing him.
Storm today. It's very hard to see with all the trees, obviously, but there's a big tornado buried back in there.
Yeah, dude.
Tornado Pagey's
Well, I'm
looking
not
at it
going
right
anywhere
there,
right now
above the
from
tree
this 'cause I
line.
want to see it.
They're the closest ones to it right now on Radar Omega.
Honestly, if you hear that from my phone, that's why I wasn't freaking out about the sirens outside.
They're repositioning.
They play those a lot.
But again, there is a large tornado in progress. We have a big debris signature. It's about to hit the Kankakee Fish and Wildlife area. Indian Hill and Knox. You guys are in the path of this. Knox is
This is an urgent alert.
one of the most
A
populated
tornado
areas in
is
the
on
path of
ground.
this.
Seek shelter immediately.
We have another tornado on the ground. This one's going to be
Safest
back
place
over,
is underground.
near
That's why I'm not
Pollock
freaking
Park,
out right
Mount
now. I
Sterling,
already got
and
my cats
Farmington.
down here. I got
Tornado
my
in
dog.
progress,
I got
with
my
this
dog in
supercell
here.
moving
I got
towards
my
Donaldson
water and my
eventually going towards
snacks
the Fort
just in
Madison
case.
area of
Honestly, I'm exactly where I need to be.
Iowa. This is a weather spotters confirmed
I hope
tornado.
the dude at work is okay.
Another dangerous
Well, I know that if you're talking about our guy in chat, he got home.
tornado in progress. That is a discrete supercell moving east-northeast right
Matt?
now. And I do want to reiterate, even though this one hasn't gotten upgraded to confirm, there was a confirmed tornado with this
what
storm
up,
near
dude?
Toloka not too long ago.
I live
Got
right
two
by there,
storm
too. You
chasers
do?
on it. If
Shit.
you're over in Streeter or
Be careful.
Dwight, even near Pontiac, which had that large tornado earlier, be weather aware
Dude,
here
it hit
because we do have an
Pontiac, too?
increasing tornado
Oh,
risk with
fuck.
this supercell that is currently going eastbound.
This is why you
at
didn't
about
go
30
out
to
and chase.
35
This
miles
is.
per hour.
I get it.
We also
This
have
is
a new large
insane.
severe thunderstorm warning on this large discrete
Yeah,
cell
I
for
mean,
Kingsford
there's no
Heights,
telling
west of
where this is
Plymouth
gonna
for tennis
drop either.
ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They're issuing warnings well ahead of time. That is a deep debris signature right along the Kankakee River.
That might be why they sounded the sirens.
Tornado Pagey is
Just to
very
get
close
us,
to this tornado.
like,
They're
ready.
located right here. This tornado is going to be going
Me and
directly
him work
towards
out of
Knox.
Hammond, and he lives
Knox
in
is
Wheatfield.
a
Oh
fairly
shit! Yeah,
populated
he's right.
area
You're
in
right there.
Indiana.
You're literally right there.
If you guys have any friends or family in Knox, get the word out there. If they need coverage, share the stream. If you guys have any friends or family that need coverage, again, we're doing commercial-free coverage. We have over 24 storm chasers that are on these storms right now. Feel free to share the stream to your Facebook page, Twitter, whatever you have. But if you have friends or family in the Knox area, make sure that they're aware of this. This is a dangerous tornado that could directly hit town here in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Yermua, hey, did we just provide some service here?
If you need an extra way to stay aware of the warnings tonight, if you want to go to bed in like an hour or two and you want an extra way to receive alerts, you can get a personalized phone call from me with Max Alert. You can go to maxalert.net. It's one of the top links in the description. That way you get a personal phone call from me for your exact location if you're under a tornado warning tonight. There is a large tornado right there in the middle of your screen. Tornado page is almost next to it. Let me go over to them. They're looking right at it. I know it's dark. They are literally next to this tornado, though. We got a lightning strike. We'll see it. Got a lot of lightning on the supercell here tonight. Wow, there's literally no lightning, and they're right next to the tornado. Right there, beyond the tree line.
What's going on, Glitchmaster? Yeah, here comes the...
Oh my goodness.
Man, that hail's huge.
This just keeps getting worse. Oh my god, look at Ken and Colton's stream. He's looking directly at this large tornado. I mean, I don't know what, I can't, really can't tell what the tornado is, but there was power flash on the right.
Dude, they can't even tell if it's
tornado.
like,
you can see the edge of the right and left side of it. There's a large wall cloud, and there's a tornado right underneath it. That could be a half a mile to a mile wide right now.
What?
Take a left here and stuff.
Oh, that's fucking scary as
This thing
fuck.
is huge, though. I mean, again, the debris signature is huge again on radar. Every single chaser has a pretty solid shot of it now. Connor Croft, bottom middle of your screen. That is a big tornado. You can see the left and right edge. I mean, this could be, again, a half a mile to a mile wide right now, heading towards Knox. And I mean, I'm really concerned right now for Knox. There's a lot of stuff in Knox. I mean, we got a hospital. Got multiple hotels. You got a bunch of food places. There's a Pizza King.
Aren't you glad that FEMA's not funded right now? Because you Democrats.
A Finger Hut Bakery. There's multiple medical buildings. There's the Northwest Health Building in Stark. The Indiana Health University of Health. There's a lot of places here.
Knox.
And this is a huge tornado.
Here, I mean, come on. North Judson, Indiana.
McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Subway, Burger King, Super Value Inn.
I think that's probably back down.
That is a wedge. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. You can see the large tornado. This might be the... This is... I mean, this thing's getting bigger, guys. This is a wedge. We need a tornado emergency. There's just no way. This is by far the biggest tornado that we've, I think, seen today.
I may not be getting home till...
Oh my gosh, I hope that's just a wall cloud.
The tornado debris signature is fairly large. It's going to be entering the western suburbs of Knox, Indiana in the next few minutes.
Actually, Yermua, Panic the Bum in chat, he does that. He's actually like a storm chaser. He's not. Today's storms are so insane that he refused to go out.
The urgency right now in Knox. If you are in a mobile home or an RV, you've got to get to a sturdy structure, or you've got to get into a ditch.
That latest velocity came in. That's probably down.
Oh, I was saying it's probably down. This is 100% down. That is a huge tornado. I'm telling you, that is huge. Keeping Connor bottom middle. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking at radar here, we can see where the tornado is on reflectivity. I want to switch over to velocity real quick. This tornado is so strong, the velocity values in the middle are folding. That means basically the radar can't figure out how strong that is. This is something that we only see with violent tornadoes, the very strong tornadoes that we see, the very upper 1%. So this is a very strong tornado.
Too violent, too large.
Headed right towards
That's a massive funnel. Yeah.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, again, guys, this is a wedge. There needs to be a tornado emergency. That is a huge tornado there on the left side of your screen. You can see the left and right edge of this violent tornado right now, and it is going to be going directly towards Knox, bearing a miracle.
Very well, maybe this couplet is intense and it's heading right towards Knox.
Knox is going to be, it could be a catastrophe here in a minute for Knox if it keeps going the direction it's going. This is a serious.
Let's go, Riley.
tornado.
He's got a job at 12. I can't find one.
I think definitely now.
I'm just kidding.
And it's probably huge.
I don't know how there's still debate from these chasers. That it's
I've
down.
wondered
It
how
is
old
100%
Riley
down.
is. It's like, Jesus, dude. When did you start this? Watching Max for a little bit, and Riley's been part of the channel for quite some time. So.
I'm really shocked we've not had the trigger pulled on a tornado emergency at this point.
I can tell you I've been watching Max for definitely over a year because, yeah, when I was down in Tennessee, actually it was right around this time now that I think about it.
So again, that is the tornado right
I watched
there.
him the entire way
Oh
down
my
because
God.
there was a
This
cell just like this.
That is a huge
we
debris
weren't sure if we
signature,
were going to get caught in.
39. I am so concerned right now for Knox. I mean, most of what it's picking up right now are trees. There are some farms out here, so there are buildings taking a direct hit, but a lot of what we're seeing right there is trees.
Okay.
You gotta hope that this thing occludes off to the north and west. That's the only thing that would save Knox from taking a direct hit. There's also the Stark County Airport that is in the path of this.
Do they
Tornado
know?
Pagey is going directly north towards it again.
If and when you see anything, you are literally about to pass the road I'm on, going north.
I mean, if you guys have any
I just got an update from
friends,
my
family,
my side here.
relatives,
It seems that whatever I was dealing with, it just passed. We have another cell coming in about an hour, though.
Please make sure that they are taking this as seriously as possible. The tornado's on the left here. This is Tornado Pagey. I believe they have it on the left there. They are now on the north side of Toto.
Pass that he said, "I'm sorry."
It's gonna be in the middle. They're gonna look directly out of here.
That was like the most apologetic, like.
Oh my God!
Dumb move.
I don't even know where the
in my
tornado
life.
is, but that's huge. They're just on the left and right edge again.
Buddy.
Look closely.
You can see the edge of that.
This tornado's going right towards Knox still. That is a huge tornado. It's on the right, I think. The main condensed area is on the middle right.
AG is chasing this? I don't know who you're talking about.
How large do you think this is? I'm asking Bryce Shelton.
A new tornado warning
Max, this is
has
a
been
pretty
issued.
big tornado. We have power flashes in front of us. It is about to cross this highway right in front of us. We're going to ease up to it just a little bit more here.
Thing. That whole thing. There's a giant debris signature.
This is really bad. Look at the latest scan. The debris
sorry,
signature
guys.
keeps getting bigger.
I would go back to
Guys,
politics,
everything you're
but
seeing for the most part right there is a tornado. Again, it's possibly upwards of
Not
a
while
mile
this tornado's
wide,
on the ground.
heading towards Knox, Indiana.
although I got to get going here soon. Look. Oh shit.
How large do you think this is? I do not. Oh, big power flash. Oh,
pretty big
multiple.
tornado. We have
Oh
power
my
flashes
God.
in front of
It's
us.
hitting.
about
It's
to cross
actually
this
hitting stuff
highway
now. Those
right
are the
in
big
front
power
of us. We're
flashes
gonna
Bryce was
ease
just
up to
alluding
it
to.
A little bit more here.
It's near Yellow River right now.
That was a huge power flash.
Um, 9 o'clock my
Goodness.
time. I'm gonna be heading to Dieter's.
Another power flash.
Speaking of,
There you go.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
All right, this is now officially the first tornado emergency of 2026.
Major power
It is
oh
a
damn it! I didn't do the Taylor Lorenz thing.
violent tornado. This is a
Alright, that'll be
catastrophe
tomorrow.
waiting to happen. In Knox, in Indian Hill. This is a, oh my God, it's hitting so many things right now. So many power flashes.
Continuous power flashes.
There is a tornado emergency, bottom right of your screen, for Knox and Indian Hill. This is a violent tornado. A catastrophic situation is about to unfold here near Knox. It's already unfolding. This is a deadly tornado, according to the National Weather Service. You need to be in your storm shelter. The basement, closet, bathroom, an RV, and a mobile home park, whatever it is not the option. That is not where you're going to be right now. You got to be in a ditch. You got to be in a storm shelter. There are so many power flashes right now. There is a huge, violent tornado in progress right now, moving right towards the city of Knox, Indiana. This is extremely dangerous. Again, tornado emergency, catastrophic. That is literally the damage threat. That is the warning that they are putting on this storm here.
Sorry. And I won't be able to see out the windshield. Yeah.
Riley has an update.
man.
Go ahead, Riley.
I can't rate his
Hey,
channel.
Max,
Okay.
just an update
here.
on the CC drop of the storm. It is lofting debris over 10,000 feet in the atmosphere right now. So if you
Let's
needed
do this
any
the hard
more
way.
indication that this is an intense tornado at an absolute minimum, it is throwing debris 10,000 feet or more into the air.
Thank you, Riley, for the
shit,
update.
dude.
And once again, very powerful tornado is moving right now towards Knox. We got to hope this misses the city because, again, Knox is huge. There's a lot of people who live in Knox.
I am kind of sticking around just to see if it hits.
Again, does not look good right now for Knox.
Put down the back, like this back window.
I hear it. Clearly can't see it. It's close.
So Storm Chaser Connor Croft, he is also Tornado Page. He's almost next to it at this point.
Stream.
Yeah.
It's a large multi-vortex tornado right now near Indian Hill, and it's only a few miles now from Knox. Once again, debris is being lofted up over 10,000 feet into the air, and it is a wedge. It's kind of buried in the rain right now. I haven't seen another power flash in a minute or two, which again does not mean there's no tornado. Just hasn't hit any structural, power lines or transformers or anything. There's still a significant tornado. It's now approaching the Stark County Airport.
Sorry.
Stark County Airport's about to take a direct hit from this.
Oh, I just saw it. I just saw it.
All right, so the tornado's still down in the middle, obviously. Again, if you don't know what a tornado emergency is, again, this is the highest level tornado warning you could possibly get. This is a life-threatening, deadly tornado right now near Indian Hill. I pray to God that everybody in Knox or surrounding areas is in their safe place, because this is straight up going to be a deadly tornado. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one thing I want to talk about real quick with the radar is at this point, the tornado is so debris loaded and so strong, velocity is no longer going to be something we can rely on heavily. So we're looking at that CC drop. We're looking at reflectivity. That is telling you where the tornado is. Velocity is going to be very, very contaminated. So don't look at this and say the couplet's going to miss my house. If you're anywhere in this tornado emergency, please be taking it seriously.
Good point. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, again, there's so much debris being lofted up right now. Again, this is a major tornado. This is one of the most powerful tornadoes I think I've seen in a long time. And again, we have a
Lake
big
Village
time tornado
is
down
an
right now.
EF3.
Cannon Colton, I think, has it
man.
right in front of him here. If I'm not mistaken, I think I just saw the edge of it. Yeah, right there in the middle. That's the large wedge. You can see the right edge there in the middle right of your screen.
They're getting crushed.
So that's the large tornado off to his now left. And so this is, again, only a couple of miles now away from Knox.
Fortunately, I think that this is going to result in loss of life, which is
could happen here in Knox if it continues to go towards
great.
Knox, Indiana.
That's just north of town.
Later.
This is a violent tornado again. That is in progress. It's gotten pretty rain-wrapped over the last several minutes. It's right now near the Stark County Airport. Again, if you're over at Donaldson, if you're in Grovertown, Plymouth, Indiana, like anywhere out in front of this, we need to be staying very vigilant. And if you have friends or family that might not be in one of these warnings and they are going to bed here soon, don't let them.
Yeah,
I mean, again, this
you
is not a
gotta call them
situation
or
where you should go to sleep if you're in Plymouth.
God,
this is too
how
close for
powerless
comfort
though.
right now.
Like,
And this storm
you
is
only
going
have a
directly
few
towards you
minutes
guys.
to even get to them.
I can't urge enough. I mean, I
This
know it's
is
almost 9 o'clock right now, but there's no reason to go to bed if you're over in Plymouth, because your life is going to be at risk if you get under if this storm keeps going that way.
Holy
the latest scan showing a very significant debris signature. Storm Intermedia has it.
Just
all right,
letting
large
you
tornado
hear
on
me.
Storm
We
Intermedia's
have
feed here.
Just southwest of Knox.
This is, oh my God, it's right there in the middle. This is hitting the Stark County Airport now.
15 feet of clearance to the
debris is being lofted over 10,000 feet into the air from this tornado. There's probably trees and parts of buildings being lofted up into the sky.
West side of Knox. It might go just northwest. I see the back side of it.
I think we can kind of get a view right here.
I'm debating. Son of a pop.
If you are in Knox, by the way, do not get out of your safe place. Do not try to look at this tornado at all. Stay in your safe place. It does not matter if the tornado might be going, like right now, the radar is showing it might be going a little to your north, but it could turn. There's no reason to get out of your safe place if you're in Knox. This is a huge tornado.
You can see the left edge.
Just looks like a big rain wrap mezzo.
The left edge of the mezzo is super, super sharp.
Best of luck to your wife and me. Thank you, Anthony.
I mean, it's about 10 o'clock in
Appreciate that.
Knox.
Sorry, I'm trying to warn
Pretty sure we're
somebody
Eastern
about
time
this.
zone now. That tornado's right
Tell
there in the
them
middle
to
of your
turn
screen.
this
It
on
is
because
a
I'm not sure
large
if they're
tornado.
I'm not sure if they're in that area. I don't think they are because they're over by like Indianapolis, but
Yeah, sorry. So we're in Eastern time. It's almost 10 o'clock. And I do want to remind you guys, again, if you have friends, family here, please make sure they're aware of this situation. Because, like, again, it's late. Some people might not be awake. And if you have a plan to
This
go
is
to bed
politics.
tonight,
This wouldn't be
again,
happening.
get
I
Max
mean,
Alert. It's another way
true.
to receive weather alerts.
If it's down, it's not condensed.
That way you get called in the middle of the night if there's a warning like this. I mean, I know it's about 10 o'clock, but many people are sleeping now, at least in Indiana.
I don't see condensing here, but I see the mezzo. So
this might be worse than Joplin and nocturnal. Yeah, nocturnal tornadoes make search and rescue impossible.
Storm Media is again looking directly at it. That right there is your tornado. Once again, it is now going. It literally is hitting the Stark County Airport. I'm not sure how large that airport is, but it's literally hitting that airport right now. And it is now going in the direction of Hamlet, Grovertown, and Donaldson. Again, if you're in Knox, you need to stay in your safe place. So far, good news is that it is occluding to the north and west, which hopefully it continues to do that. But there is a lot of debris in the sky right now. And the other thing to point out with this is that any debris that is flying in the sky could hit homes and buildings and other things, even in Knox.
Accept the compliment.
So even if this tornado misses you by a few miles or whatever it is, it could still do serious damage. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at Texas real quick, there are two areas that could wrap up in form a tornado here. The first is just north of Bridgeport, and the other one is just north of that. Basically, anywhere along this QLCS, there's a couple areas that have been trying to wrap up into a tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so we got some storms right now in North Texas that are currently ramping up, trying to produce the threat of a tornado. And
only smoke the best pipe weed.
Obviously, widespread damaging winds with that line of thunderstorms. This is back to the tornado emergency here in Knox, Indiana, where we have, again, a large, violent tornado still in progress. It is a potentially deadly tornado that is hitting the Stark County Airport, now approaching Route 35. Still a big debris signature.
We have a highway
Young Rob.
east out of Knox, so as long as
Storm Media is looking north, by the way. They're looking directly where the tornado is, even though there's all of a sudden no lightning.
No,
We also have
scarier
several
without the
storm
lightning.
chasers in Knox
I mean,
right now.
that was like a
Connor Croft
horror
is bottom
movie. The
middle
way
of your
that
screen
like the
in
lightning
Knox.
would flash and you just saw the size of
This,
it.
again,
Like,
right
holy
here is the
fuck.
tornado. It is going directly in the
That
direction
is-
of Grovertown and Donaldson. Over the last several scans, we've seen this tornado occluding off to the north and west. So there is a good possibility right now that this tornado may have missed the downtown area of Knox. But I do want to reiterate, there is debris flying actively. There could be trees flying. There could be anything, right? So I would not be getting out of your safe place at all anytime soon if you're in Knox. The other thing is, too, I think what's going to probably happen again, this has happened several times, a new hook is trying to form again over in Indian Hills. So there could be a new tornado threat developing here in a few minutes, a little bit further down to the south. But at the bare minimum right now, still a significant tornado a little further north of Knox. This is near the Stark County Airport. It is about to cross over Route 35, assuming it continues to track more to the east over the next several minutes.
Yeah, it's a
So
massive
we put
funnel
a tornado
cloud.
page in slot 2. Surfer
I'm
with
still
the $12
watching
super
my
chat just
weather.
said,
My
"Thank you,
weather is
just managed
still
to reach my
like,
brother
dude,
who is
this
in,
ain't
is near
ending
Knox
anytime
first
soon.
all." Yeah, again, please, if you have friends or family here, make sure that they are aware of this situation. It is so important. Again, we're going into the nighttime. This is going to be a nighttime tornado threat. I do want to reiterate that we are going to see nocturnal tornadoes. It is going to be a thing tonight. It is very crucial that if you have friends or family in these areas that they're aware of this situation tonight. Because again, there could be tornadoes anywhere. It's not just Indiana. It could happen in Texas. It could happen in Oklahoma. It could happen in Arkansas. I mean, it could literally happen anywhere, guys. It's a very large area tonight that we're talking about. There's almost 90 million people at some sort of level of risk of tornadoes tonight. Back over to Ken and Colton. He is he's not in Wheatfield, Indiana. He's in near Knox.
Okay, looks like I missed
You can
it.
actually hear the tornado sirens. This is in downtown Knox right now. The tornado emergency has continued, by the way.
Showing
So
at
the National
200
Weather
East.
Service has continued this tornado emergency for Knox. This is still a
I
life-threatening
mean, if
tornado.
Connor isn't right next
just
to
south
it,
of,
then that's
Highway
your
30
first.
south of Hamlet.
Connor's crazy. Did he get a new car yet? Man,
this is Tornado Pagey in downtown Knox. You can faintly hear those tornado
his car was
sirens.
totaled. What was it? 2?
Right now has a history of producing tornadoes.
3 months ago? I think he was out there chasing, and I saw they got a bad accident.
So again, they're in downtown. It seems like most people are hunkered and sheltered, and obviously do not come outside. There's still a large debris signature over the north side of town. It's hitting a lot of some of the farmland on the north side of the Stark County Airport. It is now moving towards Hamlet and Grovertown. I would expect they will issue a new tornado warning for the Plymouth area here shortly. I'm kind of surprised I don't have one yet, but we'll probably get a new tornado warning going towards Plymouth. So if you're in Plymouth, Indiana, you need to have that tornado action plan ready to go
don't fuck with this
right
shit.
now, because we're probably going to have a tornado warning there pretty soon as this storm continues to track to the east over the next several minutes.
Where's it? Yeah, because it's
right,
headed.
let's go
God
back
damn it,
to
dude.
Illinois real quick. We do have an ongoing line of thunderstorms just southwest of Chicago producing damage.
We just had it pass.
Winds. There is still a tornado warning
I
for
just saw the
Streeter.
next wave.
Area of rotation
Oh
right
my
now is on the
God.
southwest side of
This is
Streeter,
gonna be
moving in the
all
direction
night.
of Nevada and as well as Dwight. So if you're in this area, you need to still be in your safe place right now. Strong area of rotation is going directly east. This is a storm that has already produced at least one tornado, from my understanding, and that is going to be moving in the direction of Dwight here pretty soon. All right, back over in Missouri and Iowa, we also have a confirmed tornado still. This was confirmed by weather spotters. This is going towards Donaldson right now. That tornado, if it's still in the ground, is about to directly hit Farmington. We have bad radar coverage here, but if you're in Farmington,
I'm just sleeping in the basement tonight. Fuck it.
Iowa, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. There is an ongoing tornado according to weather spotters at this exact moment. We have a lot of other severe warnings. Again, I'm not really too concerned about these severe warnings, at least for right now. I mean, every warning's concerning, but the tornado threat is obviously what's more concerning right now.
I mean, Matt,
if you're over in Dallas-Fort Worth, we have an increasing tornado threat within this
they were fucked, Matt.
line of thunderstorms and the possibility of tornadoes and also damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this tornado is about to head right into the town of Hamlet, Indiana. Hamlet, you are not currently under a tornado warning. This is your tornado warning. There's a tornado
Of course
coming.
they're
For some
not.
reason,
Of
we
course.
haven't
Of
warned ahead
course.
of
Why
where
wouldn't
this
they
thing's
have
going
the
to go.
sirens and
But,
their
tornado is
tornado
coming,
warnings
so if you're
going?
anywhere
That's
ahead of this thing, even
insane.
if you're not in a tornado warning, take shelter now.
Give me a
Riley, for the
break
update. Yeah, guys,
already.
if you're in Hamlin, Indiana, or Grovertown, I don't know why there's no tornado warning here, but there needs to be. The tornado occluded off to the north. So
You know why? You want to know why? And yeah, this is political because Trump cut the funding to the weather services. That's why.
there's flying debris, at least at the bare minimum, moving into Hamlet
Holy
right
shit,
now.
dude.
So
We really are going to be doing case studies on just how politics affects all this shit.
if you're in Hamlet, Indiana, you need to be in your safe place. And if you have friends or family there, please make sure they're aware of the situation here. Over the last several scans, once again, that area of rotation has really
They got the sirens. The polygon's just not updated. Okay.
weakened.
Good,
It's an
good,
including tornado
good.
off to the north.
This is
But there's going to be a new one trying to form further
large and
south.
strong tornado is on the ground.
Oh, fuck, I know they knocked out one of the fucking federal radars
We have a new
in
PDS tornado warning for
in
this
Chicago
storm,
here.
just
the
to
big
the
ones
west
at
of
O'Hare.
Plymouth. So that'll be for Hamlet,
That's a big deal.
Grovertown, and Donaldson. All right, so again, new particularly dangerous
I
situation.
mean, maybe they're replacing it,
tornado
but
warning
I
here.
haven't seen it replaced
It'll pop
yet.
up in a second, but just north of Knox.
I just saw it get taken
you need to be in
down.
your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. That's it right there. So Grovertown, Donaldson, Hamlet, as well as Walkerton. All of you guys need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is still a very dangerous storm that is continuing to move to the northeast.
But not.
Cannon Carlton is going directly
It is saying
towards
that
the
they're-
tornado right now. He's going northbound on that
he's
Route
got
35
5.
stretch in Knox. I think that might be an area of interest right there on the right of the power lines.
North of Knox here.
Very
Seems
important
like this
update
rotation's rapidly falling apart.
for Indiana. We have a new mesoscale discussion.
So there's activity coming from Aurora,
Strong to
going
possibly
into like
intense
Naperville and
tornadoes will remain
Westmont.
possible.
It's heading
This is a
towards
pretty small,
Cicero, and
localized
it's
mesoscale
going to
discussion,
pass
but this
right
does include areas
over
like
Chicago.
Warsaw, Plymouth, just
So
out to the north and
Chicago's
west
not
there,
out of
Fort
the
Wayne, Indiana.
the woods
So
yet.
if you are out
Damn
in
it.
front of this in that red outlined area, that's where the Storm Prediction
Look, I
Center has
chimed in.
a higher confidence that we are going to continue to see intense tornadoes here over the next couple of hours. Also,
Man, I
tennis
gotta
ball
start
size
wrapping up
tail and
show.
damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour are also going to be a possibility. Right now, again, the tornado itself would be located over the southwest side of Hamlet. I don't see anything definitive anymore that we still have a tornado. I would assume our tornado emergency is probably going to likely end up being canceled here and just being replaced by this PDS tornado warning because of the fact that we do not have any.
Well, then that means what I'm going to do is I'm going to start wrapping up show. Because I got an interview to go do. Because I booked myself solid today. Dude, I worked this morning. I did my fucking This Space show. Then I did this, and now I'm going to hang with Dieter. Dude, this is going to be crazy. You're literally in Aurora. Oh, God. Aurora? Way. Home of Stan Mikita's Donuts. Except it's not. I don't know. You in good Aurora or bad Aurora? Seems to be two sides. Alrighty. Decompress for just a minute. I just want proper sleep, man. Yeah, Ryan, I understand that. Not like the same case as you. I just understand how it goes to just sleep like shit. But yeah, dude, you're going through it. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, keep safe, please. Not sure if you can do like melatonin or something like that. Did you already sleep through? Yeah, or like the raid alarms? I remember you saying something like that, but all right, kind of in the middle. All right. So Dieter's already live right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to drop the link to his channel. I think that he's going to bring me on in about 5 minutes or so. So just hang out for that just for that minute. You know, you guys can kind of hang while he does my little intro or whatever is going on there. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out today. If you did enjoy the stream, please hit the like button before you leave and also subscribe to the channel. Join me tomorrow. I will be live at 2 p.m. I go live 2 hours earlier than my normal time. Oxymoron. Follow us to Dieter. You won't be, you will not be disappointed. Dieter's a good dude. We have pretty decent discussions, and he does not hold back, man. He is I appreciate how he's opinionated and does not care. Like he's a lot like me in that regard, where he will not be bogged down by anybody's opinion of his opinions. So I always appreciate that. Panic, I just want to say shout out to you for bringing that to my attention. Thank you for doing the weather update. Also, good to see you, man. I know that we don't agree on a lot, but it was good to see you. So, but yes, guys, I'm gonna spam this one more time. Head over to Dieter's, hang out with us. It's gonna be a great time. We're gonna be discussing some stuff. Matt, thank you for the jewels. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you everybody for whoever donated. I really appreciate that. Yeah, all the donations go a very long way. So if you guys, just thank you. Thank you. I'm not even going to fucking hawk. I got to go. So, all right, guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will catch y'all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.